Section 81 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3 by Hendrie Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. London Vagrants, Part 4. A cotton spinner, who had subsequently been a soldier, whose appearance was utterly abject, was the next person questioned. He was tall and had been florid-looking, judging by his present complexion. His coat, very old and worn, and once black, would not button, and would have hardly held together if buttoned. He was out at elbows, and some parts of the collar were pinned together. His waistcoat was of a match with his coat, and his trousers were rags. He had some shirt, as was evident by his waistcoat, held together by one button. A very dirty handkerchief was tied carelessly round his neck. He was tall and erect, and told his adventures with heartiness. "I am 38, he said, and have been a cotton spinner, working at Chawton upon Medlock. I can neither read nor write. When I was a young man 20 years ago, I could earn £2 10s clear money every week, after paying 2 piecers and a scavenger. Each piecer had 7s and 6pence a week. They are girls. The scavenger, a boy, to clean the wheels of the cotton spinning machine, had 2s and 6pence. I was master of them wheels in the factory. This state of things continued until about the year 1837. I lived well and enjoyed myself, being a hearty man, no ways a drunkard, working every day from 5:30 in the morning till 7:30 at night. Long hours that time, master. I didn't care about money as long as I was decent and respectable. I had a turn for sporting at the wakes down there. In 1837 the self-actors (machines with steam power) had come into common use. One girl can mind 3 pairs. That used to be 3 men's work. Getting 15 shillings for the work which gave 3 men £7 10s. Out of one factory 400 hands were flung in 1 week, men and women together. We had a meeting of the union, but nothing could be done, and we were told to go and mind the 3 pairs, as the girls did, for 15 shillings a week. We wouldn't do that. Some went for soldiers, some to sea, some to Stockport, to get work in factories where the self-actors weren't agate. The masters there wouldn't have them, at least some of them. Manchester was full of them, but one gentleman in Hulme still won't have them, for he says he won't turn the men out of bread. I listed for a soldier in the 48th. I liked a soldier's life very well until I got flogged, 100 lashes for selling my kit for a spree, and 150 for striking a corporal who called me an English robber. He was an Irishman. I was confined 5 days in the hospital after each punishment. It was terrible. It was like a bunch of razors cutting at your back. Your flesh was dragged off by the cats. Flogging was then very common in the regiment. I was flogged in 1840. To this day I feel a pain in the chest from the triangles. I was discharged from the army about 2 years ago, when the reduction took place. I was only flogged the times I've told you. I had no pension and no friends. I was discharged in Dublin. I turned to and looked for work. I couldn't get any, and made my way for Manchester. I stole myself aboard of a steamer and hid myself till she got out to sea on her way from Dublin to Liverpool. When the captain found me there, he gave me a kick and some bread and told me to work, so I worked for my passage 24 hours. He put me ashore at Liverpool. I slept in the Union that night. Nothing to eat and nothing to cover me. No fire. It was winter. I walked to Manchester, but could get nothing to do there, though I was 12 months knocking about. It wants a friend and a character to get work. I slept in Unions in Manchester and had oatmeal porridge for breakfast, work at grinding logwood in the mill from 6 to 12, and then turn out. That was the way I lived chiefly, but I got a job sometimes in driving cattle, and threepence for it, or twopence for carrying baskets in the vegetable markets, and went to Shoedale Union at night. I would get a pint of coffee and half a pound of bread, and half a pound of bread in the morning, and no work. I took to travelling up to London, half hungered on the road, that was last winter, eating turnips out of this field and carrots out of that, and sleeping under hedges and haystacks. I slept under one haystack and pulled out the hay to cover me, and the snow lay on it a foot deep in the morning. I slept for all that, but wasn't I froze when I woke. An old farmer came up with his cart and pitchfork to load hay. He said, "Poor fellow, have you been here all night?" I answered, "Yes." He gave me some coffee and bread and 1 shilling. That was the only good friend I met with on the road. I got 14 days of it for asking a gentleman for a penny. That was in Stafford. I got to London after that, sleeping in Unions sometimes, and begging a bite here and there. Sometimes I had to walk all night. I was once 48 hours without a bite, until I got hold at last of a sweet turnip, and so at last I got to London. Here I've tried up and down everywhere for work as a labouring man, or in a foundry. I tried London Docks and Blackwall and every place, but no job. At one foundry, the boiler makers made a collection of 4 shillings for me. I've walked the streets for 3 nights together. Here, in this fine London, I was refused a night's lodging in Shoreditch and in Gray's Inn Lane. A policeman the 4th night, at 12 o'clock, procured me a lodging, and gave me twopence. I couldn't drag on any longer. I was taken to a doctor's in the city. I fell in the street from hunger and tiredness. The doctor ordered me brandy and water, 2 shillings and 6pence, and a quartern loaf, and some coffee, sugar, and butter. He said what I ailed was hunger. I made that run out as long as I could, but I was then as bad off as ever. It's hard to hunger for nights together. I was once in Steel, Coldbath Fields, for begging. I was in Tothill Fields for going into a chandler's shop, asking for a quartern loaf and half a pound of cheese, and walking out with it. I got a month for that. I have been in Brixton for taking a loaf out of a baker's basket, all through hunger. Better a prison than to starve. I was well treated because I behaved well in prison. I have slept in coaches when I had a chance. One night on a dunghill, covering the stable straw about me to keep myself warm. This place is a relief. I shave the poor people and cut their hair on a Sunday. I was handy at that when I was a soldier. I have shaved in public houses for halfpennies. Some landlords kicks me out. Now in the days I may pick up a penny or 2 that way, and get here of a night. I met 2 Manchester men in Hyde Park on Saturday skating. They asked me what I was. I said, a beggar. They gave me 2 shillings and 6pence, and I spent part of it for warm coffee and other things. They knew all about Manchester, and knew I was a Manchester man by my talk. The statement I then took was that of a female vagrant, a young girl with eyes and hair of remarkable blackness. Her complexion was of the deepest brunette, her cheeks were full of colour, and her lips very thick. This was accounted for. She told me that her father was a mulatto from Philadelphia. She was short and dressed in a torn old cotton gown, the pattern of which was hardly discernible from wear. A kind of half shawl, patched and mended in several places, and of very thin woolen texture, was pinned around her neck. Her arms, which with her hands were full and large, were bare. She wore very old broken boots and ragged stockings. Her demeanour was modest. "I am now 18, she stated. "My father was a coloured man. He came over here as a sailor, I have heard, but I never saw him, for my mother, who was a white woman, was not married to him, but met him at Oxford, and she married afterwards a box-maker, a white man, and has 2 other children. They are living, I believe, but I don't know where they are. I have heard my mother say that my father, that's my own father, had become a missionary, and had been sent out to America from England as a missionary by Mr. Blank. I believe that was 15 years ago. I don't know who Mr. Blank was, but he was a gentleman, I've heard my mother say. She told me too that my father was a good scholar, and that he could speak 7 different languages, and was a very religious man. He was sent out to Boston, but I never heard whether he was to stay or not, and I don't know what he was to missionary about. He behaved very well to my mother, I have heard her say, until she took up with the other man, the box-maker, and then he left her and gave her up and came to London. It was at Oxford that they all 3 were then, and when my father got away, or came away to London, my mother followed him. She told me so, but she didn't like to talk about it, as she was then in the family way. She didn't find him, but my father heard of her and left some money with Mr. Blank for her, and she got into Poland Street workhouse through Mr. Blank, I've heard. While there she received 1 shilling and 6pence a week, but my father never came to see her or me. At one time my father used to live by teaching languages. He had been in Spain and France and Morocco. I've heard at any rate that he could speak the Moors language, but I know nothing more. All this is what I've heard from my mother and my grandmother. That's my mother's mother. My grandfather and grandmother are dead. He was a sawyer. I have a great-grandmother living in Oxford, now 92, supported by her parish. I lived with my grandmother at Oxford, who took me out of pity, as my mother never cared about me, when I was 4 months old. I remained with her until I was 10, and then my mother came from Reading, where she was living, and took me away with her. I lived with her and my stepfather, but they were badly off. He couldn't get much to do at his trade as a box-maker, and he drank a great deal. I was with them about 9 months when I ran away. He beat me so. He never liked me. I couldn't bear it. I went to Pangbourne, but there I was stopped by a man my stepfather had sent, at least, I suppose so, and I was forced to walk back to Reading, 10 miles perhaps. My father applied to the overseer for support for me, and the overseer was rather harsh, and my father struck him, and for that he was sent to prison for 3 months. My mother and her children then got into the workhouse, but not until after my stepfather had been some time in prison. Before that she had an allowance, which was stopped. I don't know how much. I was in the workhouse 21 days. I wasn't badly treated. My mother sweared my parish, and I was removed to St. James's, Poland Street, London. I was there 3 weeks, and then I was sent to New Brentford. It was called the juvenile establishment, and I went to school. There was about 150 boys and girls. The boys were sent to Norwood when they were 15. Some of the girls were 18, kept there until they could get a place. I don't know whether they all belonged to St. James's or to different parishes, or how. I stayed there about 2 years. I was very well treated, sufficient to eat, but we worked hard at scrubbing, cleaning, and making shirts. We made all the boys' clothes as well, jackets and trousers and all. I was then apprenticed a maid-of-all-work in Duke Street, Grosvenor Square, for 3 years. I was there 2 years and a half, when my master failed in business and had to part with me. They had no servant but me. My mistress was sometimes kind, pretty well. I had to work very hard. She sometimes beat me if I stopped long on my errands. My master beat me once for bringing things wrong from a grocer's. I made a mistake. Once my mistress knocked me downstairs for being long on an errand to Pimlico, and I'm sure I couldn't help it, and my eye was cut. It was 3 weeks before I could see well. Note, there's a slight mark under the girl's eye still. End note. They beat me with their fists. After I left my master, I tried hard to get a place. I'm sure I did, but I really couldn't. So to live, I got watercresses to sell up and down Oxford Street. I stayed at lodging houses. I tried that 2 or 3 months, but couldn't live. My mother had been through the country, and I knew other people that had, through meeting them at the lodging houses. I first went to Croydon, begging my way. I slept in the workhouse. After that, I went to Brighton, begging my way, but couldn't get much, not enough to pay my lodgings. I was constantly insulted, both in the lodging houses and in the streets. I sung in the streets at Brighton, and got enough to pay my lodgings, and a little for food. I was there a week, and then I went to the mendicity, and they gave me a piece of bread, morning and night, and a night's lodging. I then went to Lewes and other places, begging, and got into prison at Tunbridge Wells for 14 days for begging. I only used to say I was a poor girl out of place, could they relieve me? I told no lies. I didn't pick my oakum one day. It was such hard stuff, 3½ pounds of it, to do from 9 to 3:30, so I was put into solitary for 3 days and 3 nights, having ½ pound of bread and a pint of cold water morning and night, nothing else, and no bed to sleep on. I'm sure I tell you the truth. Some had irons on their hands if they were too obstropolous. That's about 2 months ago. I'm sorry to say that during this time I couldn't be virtuous. I know very well what it means, for I can read and write, but no girl can be so circumstanced as I was. I seldom got money for being wicked. I hated being wicked, but I was tricked and cheated. I am truly sorry for it, but what could a poor girl do? I begged my way from London to Hastings, and got here on Saturday last, and having no money, came here. I heard of this asylum from a girl in Whitechapel who had been here. I met her in a lodging house where I called to rest in the daytime. They let us rest sometimes in lodging houses in the daytime. I never was in any prison but Tunbridge Wells, and in Gravesend lock-up for being out after 12 at night, when I had no money to get a lodging. I was there one Saturday night and got out on Sunday morning, but had nothing given me to eat. I was in by myself. It's a bad place, just straw to sleep on, and very cold. I told you I could read and write. I learnt that partly at Oxford, and finished my learning at the juvenile establishment at Brentford. There I was taught reading, writing, sums, marking, sewing, and scrubbing. Once I could say all the multiplication table, but I forgot most of it. I know how to make lace too, because I was taught by a cousin in Oxford, another grandchild of my grandmother's. I can make it with knitting needles. I could make cushion lace with pins, but I'm afraid I forgot how now. I should like, if I could, to get into service again, here or abroad. I have heard of Australia, where I have a cousin. I am sure I could and would conduct myself well in service. I have suffered so much out of it. I am sure of it. I never stole anything in my life, and have told all I have done wrong. Statement of a returned convict. I shall now give the statement of a man who was selected at random from amongst a number such as himself, congregated in one of the most respectable lodging houses. He proved on examination to be a returned convict, and one who had gone through the severest bodily and mental agony. He had lived in the bush, and been tried for his life. He was an elderly-looking man, whose hair was just turning grey, and in whose appearance there was nothing remarkable, except that his cheekbones were unusually high, and that his face presented that collected and composed expression which is common to men exposed to habitual watchfulness from constant danger. He gave me the following statement. His dress was bad, but differed in nothing from that of a long-distressed mechanic. He said, "I am now 43." He looked much older. "And had respectable parents, and a respectable education. I am a native of London. When I was young, I was fond of a roving life, but cared nothing about drink. I liked to see life, as it was called, and was fond of the company of women. Money was no object in those days. It was like picking up dirt in the streets. I ran away from home. My parents were very kind to me. Indeed, I think I was used too well. I was petted so when I was between 12 and 13. I got acquainted with some boys at Bartlemy Fair a little before that, and saw them spending lots of money, and throwing at cockshies and such like, and one of them said, 'Why don't you come out like us?' So afterwards I ran away and joined them. I was not kept shorter of money than other boys like me, but I couldn't settle. I couldn't fix my mind to any regular business but a waterman's, and my friends wouldn't hear of that. There was 9 boys of us among the lot that I joined, but we didn't all work together. All of 'em came to be sent to Van Diemen's Land as transports, except one, and he was sent to Sydney. While we were in London, it was a merry life, with change of scene, for we travelled about. We were successful in nearly all our plans for several months. I worked in Fleet Street, and could make £3 a week at handkerchiefs alone, sometimes falling across a pocket-book. The best handkerchiefs then brought 4 shillings in Field Lane. Our chief enjoyments were at the Free and Easy, where all the thieves and young women went, and sang and danced. I had a young woman for a partner then. She went out to Van Diemen's Land. She went on the lift in London. Note, shopping and stealing from the counter. End note. She was clever at it. I carried on in this way for about 15 months, when I was grabbed for an attempt on a gentleman's pocket by St. Paul's Cathedral on a grand charity procession day. I had 2 months in the Old Horse. Note, Bridewell. End note. I never thought of my parents at this time. I wouldn't. I was 2 years and a half at this same trade. One week was very like another. Successes and escapes, and free and easies, and games of all sorts, made up the life. At the end of the 2 years and a half, I got into the way of forged Bank of England notes. A man I knew in the course of business said I would cut that game of smatter-hauling, note, stealing handkerchiefs, end note, and do a little soft, note, pass bad notes, end note. So I did, and was very successful at first. I had a mate. He afterwards went out to Sydney too, for 14 years. I went stylishly dressed as a gentleman, with a watch in my pocket, to pass my notes. I passed a good many in drapers' shops, also at tailors' shops. I never tried jewellers. They're reckoned too good judges. The notes were all finnies, note, £5 notes, end note, and a good imitation. I made more money at this game, but lived as before, and had my partner still. I was fond of her. She was a nice girl, and I never found that she wronged me in any way. I thought, at 4 months' end, of retiring into the country with gambling tables, as the risk was becoming considerable. They hung them for it in them days. But that never daunted me the least in life. I saw Cashman hung for that gunsmith's shop on Snow Hill, and I saw Fauntleroy hung, and a good many others. But it gave me no uneasiness and no fear. The gallows had no terror for people in my way of life. I started into the country with another man and his wife, his lawful wife, for I had a few words with my own young woman, or I shouldn't have left her behind me, or indeed have started at all. We carried gambling on in different parts of the country for 6 months. We made most at the E.O. tables. Not those played with a ball, they weren't in vogue then, but throwing dice for prizes marked on a table. The highest prize was 10 guineas. But the dice were so made that no prize could be thrown. The numbers were not regular, as in good dice, and they were loaded as well. If anybody asked to see them, we had good dice ready to show. All sorts played with us. London men and all were taken in. We made most at the races. My mate and his wife told me that at the last Newmarket meeting we attended, £65 was made, but they rowed in the same boat. I know they got a deal more. The £65 was shared in 3 equal portions, but I had to maintain the horse and cart out of my own share. We used to go out into the roads, highway robbery, between races, and if we met an old bloke, man, we propped him, knocked him down, and robbed him. We did good stakes that way, and were never found out. We lived as well as any gentleman in that land. Our EO table was in a tilted cart. I stayed with this man and his wife 2 months. She was good-looking, so as to attract people. I thought they didn't use me altogether right, so at Braintree I gave another man in the same way of business £25 for his kit, horse, harness, tilted cart and table. I gave him 2 good £5 notes and 3 bad ones, for I worked that way still, not throwing much of a chance away. I came to London for a hawker's stock, braces and such like, to sell on the road, just to take the down off, remove suspicion, In the meantime, the man that I bought the horse and so on off had been nailed passing a bad note, and he stated who he got it from, and I was traced. He was in a terrible rage to find himself done, particularly as he used to do the same to other people himself. He got acquitted for that there note after he had me pinched, arrested, I got fullied, fully committed, I was tried at the Start, Old Bailey, and pleaded guilty to the minor offence, that of utterance, not knowing the note to be forged, or I should have been hanged for it then. It was a favourable sessions when I was tried. 36 were cast for death, and only 1 was topped, hanged, the very one that expected to be turned up, acquitted, for highway robbery. I was sentenced to 14 years' transportation. I was 10 weeks in the Bellerophon hulk at Sheerness, and was then taken to Hobart Town, Van Diemen's Land, in the Sir Godfrey Webster. At Hobart Town 60 of us were picked out to go to Launceston. There, at Launceston, we lay for 4 days in an old church, guarded by constables, and then the settlers came there from all parts and picked their men out. I got a very bad master. He put me to harvest work that I had never even seen done before, and I had the care of pigs as well as wild boars. After that I was sent to Launceston with 2 letters from my master to the superintendent, and the other servants thought I had luck to get away from Redbarks to Launceston, which was 16 miles off. I then worked in a government potato field, in the government charcoal works, for about 11 months, and then was in the marine department, going by water from Launceston to Georgetown, taking government officers down in gigs, provisions in boats and such like. There was a crew of 6, convicts, in the gigs, and 4 in the watering boats. All the time I consider I was very hardly treated. I hadn't clothes half the time, being allowed only 2 slop suits in a year, and no bed to lie on when we had to stay out all night with the boats by the River Tamar. With 12 years' service at this, my time was up, but I had incurred several punishments before it was up. The first was 25 lashes, because a bag of flour had been burst, and I picked up a capful. The flogging is dreadfully severe. A soldier's is nothing to it. I once had 50 lashes for taking a hat in a joke when I was tipsy, and a soldier had 300 the same morning. I was flogged as a convict, and he as a soldier, and when we were both at the same hospital after the flogging, and saw each other's backs, the other convict said to me, "D it, you've got it this time." And the soldier said, when he saw my back, You've got it twice as bad I have." "No," said the doctor, 10 times as bad. He's been flogged, but you, in comparison, have only had a child's whipping." The cats the convicts were then flogged with were each 6 feet long, made out of the log line of a ship of 500 tons burden. 9 over-end knots were in each tail, and 9 tails whipped at each end with wax end. With this we had half-minute lashes. A quick lashing would have been certain death. One convict who had 75 lashes was taken from the triangles to the watch-house in Launceston and was asked if he would have some tea. He was found to be dead. The military surgeon kept on saying in this case, "Go on, do your duty." I was mustered there, as was every hand belonging to the government, and saw it and heard the doctor. When I was first flogged, there was inquiry among my fellow convicts as to how did D, meaning me, stand it? Did he sing? The answer was, he was a pebble. That is, I never once said, "Oh," or gave out any expression of the pain I suffered. I took my flogging like a stone. If I had sung, some of the convicts would have given me some lush with a locust in it. Laudanum, hocusing. And when I was asleep, would have given me a crack on the head that would have laid me straight. The first flogging made me ripe. I said to myself, I can take it like a bullock. I could have taken the flogger's life at the time. I felt such revenge. Flogging always gives that feeling. I know it does, from what I've heard others say who had been flogged like myself. In all, I had 875 lashes at my different punishments. I used to boast of it at last. I would say, I don't care, I can take it till they see my backbone. After a flogging, I rubbed my back against a wall, just to show my bravery and squeezed the congealed blood out of it. Once I would not let them dress my back after a flogging, and I had 25 additional for that. At last I bolted to Hobart Town, 120 miles off. There I was taken before Mr. H., the magistrate, himself a convict formerly, I believe, from the Irish Rebellion. But he was a good man to a prisoner. He ordered me 50 and sent me back to Launceston. At Launceston I was fullied by a bench of magistrates and had 100. 7 years before my time was up, I took to the bush. I could stand it no longer, of course not. In the bush I met men with whom, if I had been seen associating, I should have been hanged on any slight charge, such as Britton was and his pals. I am not at liberty to continue this man's statement at present. It would be a breach of the trust reposed in me. Suffice it, he was in after days tried for his life. Altogether it was a most extraordinary statement, and from confirmations I received was altogether truthful. He declared that he was so sick of the life he was now leading that he would, as a probation, work on any kind of land anywhere for nothing, just to get out of it. He pronounced the lodging-houses the grand encouragements and concealments of crime, though he might be speaking against himself, he said, as he had always hidden safely there during the hottest search. A policeman once walked through the ward in search of him, and he was in bed. He knew the policeman well, and was as well known to the officer, but he was not recognised. He attributed his escape to the thick, bad atmosphere of the place giving his features a different look, and to his having shaved off his whiskers and pulled his nightcap over his head. The officer, too, seemed half sick, he said. It ought also to be added that this man stated that the severity of the government in this penal colony was so extreme that men thought little of giving others a knock on the head with an axe to get hanged out of the way. Under the discipline of Captain McConaughey, however, who introduced better order with a kindlier system, there wasn't a man but what would have laid down his life for him. End of section 81. Section 82 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3 by Hendrie Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. London Vagrants, Part 5. Lives of the boy inmates of the casual wards of the London workhouses. An intelligent-looking boy of 16 years of age, whose dress was a series of ragged coats, 3 in number, as if one was to obviate the deficiency of another, since one would not button and another was almost sleeveless, gave me the following statement. He had long and rather fair hair and spoke quietly. He said, "I'm a native of Wisbeach in Cambridgeshire and I'm 16. My father was a shoemaker and my mother died when I was 5 years old and my father married again. I was sent to school and can read and write well. My father and stepmother were kind enough to me. I was apprenticed to a tailor 3 years ago, but I wasn't long with him. I runned away. I think it was 3 months I was with him when I first runned away. It was in August. I got as far as Boston in Lincolnshire and was away a fortnight. I had 4 shillings and 6pence of my own money when I started, and that lasted 2 or 3 days. I stopped in lodging houses until my money was gone, and then I slept anywhere, under the hedges or anywhere. I didn't see so much of life then, but I've seen plenty of it since. I had to beg my way back from Boston, but was very awkward at first. I lived on turnips mainly. My reason for running off was because my master ill-used me so. He beat me and kept me from my meals, and made me sit up working late at nights for a punishment. But it was more to his good than to punish me. I hated to be confined to a tailor's shopboard, but I would rather do that sort of work now than hunger about like this. But you see, sir, God punishes you when you don't think of it. When I went back, my father was glad to see me, and he wouldn't have me go back again to my master, and my indentures were cancelled. I stayed at home 7 months doing odd jobs, in driving sheep or any country work, but I always wanted to be off to sea. I liked the thoughts of going to sea far better than tailoring. I determined to go to sea if I could. When a dog's determined to have a bone, it's not easy to hinder him. I didn't read stories about the sea then, not even Robinson Crusoe. Indeed, I haven't read that still, but I know very well there is such a book. My father had no books but religious books. They were all of a religious turn, and what people might think dull, but they never made me dull. I read Wesley's and Watt's hymns and religious magazines of different connections. I had a natural inclination for the sea, and would like to get to it now. I've read a good deal about it since. Clarke's Lives of Pirates, Tales of Shipwrecks, and other things in penny numbers. Clarke's I got out of a library though. I was what people called a deep boy for a book, and am still. Whenever I had a penny, after I got a bellyful of victuals, it went for a book, but I haven't bought many lately. I did buy one yesterday, the Family Herald, one I often read when I can get it. There's good reading in it. It elevates your mind, anybody that has a mind for studying. It has good tales in it. I never read Jack Sheppard. That is, I haven't read the big book that's written about him, but I've often heard the boys and men talk about it at the lodging houses and other places. When they haven't their bellies and money to think about, they sometimes talk about books. But for such books as them, that's as Jack, I haven't a partiality. I've read Windsor Castle and The Tower. They're by the same man. I liked Windsor Castle, and all about Henry VIII and Herne the Hunter. It's a book that's connected with history, and that's a good thing in it. I like adventurous tales. I know very little about theatres, as I was never in one. Well, after that 7 months, I was kindly treated all the time. I runned away again to get to sea, and hearing so much talk about this big London, I come to it. I couldn't settle down to anything but the sea. I often watched the ships at Wisbeach. I had no particular motive, but a sort of pleasure in it. I was aboard some ships too, just looking about, as lads will. I started without a farthing, but I couldn't help it. I felt I must come. I forgot all I suffered before. At least, the impression had died off my mind. I came up by the unions when they would take me in. When I started, I didn't know where to sleep any more than the dead. I learned it from other travellers on the road. It was 2 winters ago, and very cold weather. Sometimes I slept in barns, and I begged my way as well as I could. I never stole anything then or since, except turnips, but I've often been tempted. At last I got to London and was by myself. I travelled sometimes with others as I came up, but not as mates, not as friends. I came to London for one purpose, just by myself. I was a week in London before I knew where I was. I didn't know where to go. I slept on doorsteps or anywhere. I used often to stand on London Bridge, but I didn't know where to go to get to sea or anything of that kind. I was sadly hungered, regularly starved, and I saw so many policemen I durstn't beg, and I dare not now in London. I got crusts, but I can hardly tell how I lived. One night I was sleeping under a railway arch, somewhere about Bishopsgate Street, and a policeman came and asked me what I was up to. I told him I had no place to go to, so he said I must go along with him. In the morning he took me and 4 or 5 others to a house in a big street, I don't know where, and a man, a magistrate I suppose he was, heard what the policeman had to say, and he said there was always a lot of lads there about the arches, young thieves, that gave him a great deal of trouble, and I was one associated with them. I declare I didn't know any of the other boys, nor any boys in London, not a soul, and I was under the arch by myself, and only that night. I never saw the policeman himself before that, as I know of. I got 14 days of it, and they took me in an omnibus, but I don't know to what prison. I was committed for being a rogue and something else. I didn't very well hear what other things I was, but rogue I know was one. They were very strict in prison, and I wasn't allowed to speak. I was put to oakum some days, and others on a wheel. That's the only time I was ever in prison, and I hope it will always be the only time. Something may turn up. There's nobody knows. When I was turned out, I hadn't a farthing given to me, and so I was again in the streets, without knowing a creature, and without a farthing in my pocket, and nothing to get one with but my tongue. I set off that day for the country. I didn't try to get a ship, because I didn't know where to go to ask, and I had got ragged, and they wouldn't hear me out if I asked any people about the bridges. I took the first road that offered and got to Greenwich. I couldn't still think of going back home. I would if I had had clothes, but they were rags, and I had no shoes but a pair of old slippers. I was sometimes sorry I left home, but then I began to get used to travelling and to beg a bit in the villages. I had no regular mate to travel with, and no sweetheart. I slept in the unions whenever I could get in. That's in the country. I didn't never sleep in the London workhouses till afterwards. In some country places there were as many as 40 in the casual wards, men, women and children, in some only 2 or 3. There used to be part boys like myself, but far more bigger than I was. They were generally from 18 to 23, London chaps chiefly, I believe. They were a regularly jolly set. They used to sing and dance a part of the nights and mornings in the wards, and I got to sing and dance with them. We were all in a mess. There was no better or no worse among us. We used to sing comic and sentimental songs both. I used to sing Tom Elliot, that's a sea song, for I hankered about the sea, and I'm afloat. I hardly know any but sea songs. Many used to sing indecent songs. They're impudent blackguards. They used to sell these songs among the others, but I never sold any of them, and I never had any, though I know some from hearing them often. We told stories sometimes, romantic tales some, others blackguard kind of tales about bad women, and others about thieving and roguery. Not so much about what they'd done themselves, as about some big thief that was very clever at stealing, and could trick anybody. Not stories such as Dick Turpin or Jack Sheppard or things that's in history, but inventions. I used to say when I was telling a story, for I have told one story that I invented till I learnt it. Note: I give this story to show what are the objects of admiration with these vagrants. End note. You see, mates, there was once upon a time, and a very good time it was, a young man, and he runned away, and got along with a gang of thieves, and he went to a gentleman's house and got in, because one of his mates sweethearted the servant, and got her away, and she left the door open. Note: But don't, he expostulated, take it all down that way. It's foolishness. I'm ashamed of it. It's just what we say to amuse ourselves. End note. And the door being left open, the young man got in and robbed the house of a lot of money, £1,000, and he took it to their gang at the cave. Next day there was a reward out to find the robber. Nobody found him, so the gentleman put out 2 men and a horse in a field, and the men were hidden in the field, and the gentleman put out a notice that anybody that could catch the horse should have him for his cleverness, and a reward as well, for he thought the man that got the £1,000 was sure to try to catch that there horse, because he was so bold and clever, and then the 2 men hid would nab him. This here Jack, that's the young man, was watching, and he saw the 2 men, and he went and caught 2 live hares. Then he hid himself behind a hedge and let one hare go, and one man said to the other, "There goes a hare," and they both run after it, not thinking Jack's there. And while they were running, he let go the t'other one, and they said, "There's another hare," and they ran different ways, and so Jack went and got the horse, and took it to the man that offered the reward, and got the reward. It was £100, and the gentleman said, "D–n it, Jack's done me this time." The gentleman then wanted to serve out the parson, and he said to Jack, "I'll give you another £100 if you'll do something to the parson as bad as you've done to me." Jack said, "Well, I will." And Jack went to the church and lighted up the lamps and rang the bells, and the parson, he got up to see what was up. Jack was standing in one of the pews like an angel when the parson got to the church. Jack said, "Go and put your plate in a bag. I'm an angel come to take you up to heaven." And the parson did so, and it was as much as he could drag to church from his house in a bag, for he was very rich. And when he got to the church, Jack put the parson in one bag, and the money stayed in the other, and he tied them both together, and put them across his horse, and took them up hills and through water to the gentleman's, and then he took the parson out of the bag, and the parson was wringing wet. Jack fetched the gentleman, and the gentleman gave the parson a horse-whipping, and the parson cut away, and Jack got all the parson's money and the second £100, and gave it all to the poor, and the parson brought an action against the gentleman for horse-whipping him, and they both were ruined. That's the end of it. That's the sort of story that's liked best, sir. Sometimes there was fighting in the casual wards. Sometimes I was in it. I was like the rest. We jawed each other often, calling names, and coming to fights at last. At Romsey, a lot of young fellows broke all the windows they could get at because they were too late to be admitted. They broke them from the outside. We couldn't get at them from inside. I've carried on begging and going from union to sleep until now. Once I got work in Northampton with a drover. I kept working when he'd a job from August last to the week before Christmas. I always tried to get a ship in a seaport, but couldn't. I've been to Portsmouth, Plymouth, Bristol, Southampton, Ipswich, Liverpool, Brighton, Dover, Shoreham, Hastings, and all through Lincolnshire, Nottinghamshire, Cambridgeshire, and Suffolk. Not in Norfolk. They won't let you go there. I don't know why. All this time I used to meet boys like myself, but mostly bigger and older. Plenty of them could read and write. Some were gentlemen's sons, they said. Some had their young women with them that they'd taken up with, but I never was much with them. I often wished I was at home again, and do now, but I can't think of going back in these rags, and I don't know if my father's dead or alive. Note, his voice trembled, end note. But I'd like to be there and have it over. I can't face meeting them in these rags, and I've seldom had better, I make so little money. I'm unhappy at times, but I get over it better than I used, as I get accustomed to this life. I never heard anything about home since I left. I have applied at the Marine Society here, but it's no use. If I could only get to sea, I'd be happy, and I'd be happy if I could get home, and would, but for the reasons I've told you. The next was a boy with a quiet look, rather better dressed than most of the vagrant boys, and far more clean in his dress. He made the following statement. I am now 17. My father was a cotton spinner in Manchester, but has been dead 10 years, and soon after that my mother went into the workhouse, leaving me with an aunt, and I had work in a cotton factory. As young as I was, I earned 2 shillings and twopence a week at first. I can read well and can write a little. I worked at the factory 2 years, and was then earning 7 shillings a week. I then ran away, for I had always a roving mind, but I should have stayed if my master hadn't knocked me about so. I thought I should make my fortune in London. I'd heard it was such a grand place. I had read in novels and romances, halfpenny and penny books, about such things, but I've met with nothing of the kind. I started without money and begged my way from Manchester to London, saying I was going up to look for work. I wanted to see the place more than anything else. I suffered very much on the road, having to be out all night often, and the nights were cold, though it was summer. When I got to London, all my hopes were blighted. I could get no further. I never tried for work in London, for I believe there are no cotton factories in it. Besides, I wanted to see life. I begged and slept in the unions. I got acquainted with plenty of boys like myself. We met at the casual wards, both in London and the country. I have now been 5 years at this life. We were merry enough in the wards, we boys, singing and telling stories. Songs such as Paul Jones was liked, while some sung very blackguard songs. But I never got hold of such songs, though I have sold lots of songs in Essex. Some told long stories, very interesting. Some were not fit to be heard, but they made one laugh sometimes. I've read Jack Sheppard through in 3 volumes, and I used to tell stories out of that sometimes. We all told in our turns. We generally began, Once upon a time, and a very good time it was, though it was neither in your time, nor my time, nor nobody else's time. The best man in the story is always called Jack. At my request, this youth told me a long story, and told it very readily, as if by rote. I give it for its peculiarity, as it is extravagant enough, without humour. A farmer hired Jack, and instructed him overnight. Jack was to do what he was required, or lose his head. Now, Jack, said the farmer, note, I give the conclusion in the boy's words, end note. What's my name? Master, to be sure, says Jack. No, said he, you must call me Tom per cent. He showed his bed next, and asked, What's this, Jack? Why, the bed, said Jack. No, you must call that He's off degree. And so he bid Jack call his leather breeches 40 cracks, the cat white-faced Simeon, the fire hot Coleman, the pump the resurrection, and the haystack the little cock a mountain. Jack was to remember these names or lose his head. At night the cat got under the grate and burned herself, and a hot cinder struck her fur, and she ran under the haystack and set it on fire. Jack ran upstairs to his master and said, Tom per cent, arise out of He's of degree, put on your 40 cracks, come down and see, for the little white-faced Simeon has run away with hot Coleman under the little cock a mountain, and without the aid of the resurrection we shall be damned and burnt to death. So Jack remembered his lesson and saved his head. That's the end. Blackguard stories were often told about women. There was plenty told too about Dick Turpin, 16-string Jack, Oxford Blue, and such as them, as well as about Jack Sheppard. About Bamfield Moor, Carew too, and his disguises. We very often had fighting and quarrelling among ourselves. Once at Birmingham we smashed all the windows and did all the damage we could. I can't tell exactly why it was done, but we must all take part in it, or we should be marked. I believe some did it to get into prison, they were so badly off. They piled up the rugs, there was no straw, and some put their clothes on the rugs, and then the heap was set fire to. There was no fire and no light, but somebody had a box of lucifers. We were all nearly suffocated before the people of the place could get to us. 17 of us had a month apiece for it. I was one. The rugs were dirty and filthy, and not fit for any Christian to sleep under, and so I took part in the burning, as I thought it would cause something better. I've known wild Irishmen get into the wards with knives and sticks hidden about their persons to be ready for a fight. I met 2 young men in Essex who had been well off, very well, but they liked a tramper's life. Each had his young woman with him, living as man and wife. They often changed their young women, but I never did travel with one, or keep company with, any more than 12 hours or so. There used to be great numbers of girls in the casual wards in London. Any young man travelling the country could get a mate among them, and can get mates, partners they're often called, still. Some of them are very pretty indeed, but among them are some horrid ugly. The most are ugly. Bad expressions and coarse faces, and lame and disgusting to the eye. It was disgusting, too, to hear them in their own company, that is, among such as themselves, beggars, you know. Almost every word was an oath, and every blackguard word was said plain out. I think the pretty ones were worst. Very few have children. I knew 2 who had. One was 17, and her child was 9 months old. The other was 21, and her child was 18 months. They were very good to their children. I've heard of some having children and saying they couldn't guess at the fathers of them, but I never met with any such myself. I didn't often hear them quarrel, I mean the young men and young women that went out as partners, in the lodging houses. Some boys of 15 have their young women as partners, but with young boys, older women are generally partners, women about 20. They always pass as man and wife. All beggar girls are bad, I believe. I never heard but of one that was considered virtuous, and she was always reading a prayer book and a testament in her lodging house. The last time I saw her was at Cambridge. She is about 30 and has traces of beauty left. The boys used to laugh at her and say, "Oh, how virtuous and righteous we are, but you get your living by it." I never knew her to get anything by it. I don't see how she could, for she said nothing about her being righteous when she was begging about, I believe. If it wasn't for the casual wards, I couldn't get about. If 2 partners goes to the same union, they have to be parted at night and join again the morning. Some of the young women are very dirty, but some's as clean. A few, I think, can read and write. Some boasts of their wickedness, and others tell them in derision it's wrong to do that, and then a quarrel rages in the lodging house. I liked a roving life at first, being my own master. I was fond of going to plays and such like when I got money, but now I'm getting tired of it and wish for something else. I have tried for work at cotton factories in Lancashire and Yorkshire, but never could get any. I've been all over the country. I'm sure I could settle now. I couldn't have done that 2 years ago. The roving spirit was so strong upon me, and the company I kept got a strong hold on me. 2 winters back, there was a regular gang of us boys in London. After sleeping at a union, we would fix where to meet at night to get into another union to sleep. There were 30 of us that way, all boys, besides 40 young men and 30 young women. Sometimes we walked the streets all night. We didn't rob, at least I never saw any robbing. We had pleasure in chaffing the policeman, and some of us got taken up. I always escaped. We got broken up in time. Some's dead, some's gone to sea, some into the country, some home, and some lagged. Among them were many lads very expert in reading, writing and arithmetic. One young man, he was only 25, could speak several languages. He had been to sea. He was then begging, though a strong young man. I suppose he liked that life. Some soon got tired of it. I often have suffered from cold and hunger. I never made more than threepence a day in money, take the year round, by begging. Some make more than sixpence. But then I've had meat and bread given besides. I say nothing when I beg, but that I'm a poor boy out of work and starving. I never stole anything in my life. I've often been asked to do so by my mates. I never would. The young women steal the most. I know, at least I did know, two that kept young men, their partners, going about the country with them, chiefly by their stealing. Some do so by their prostitution. Those that go as partners are all prostitutes. There is a great deal of sickness among the young men and women, but I never was ill these last 7 years. Fevers, colds, and venereal diseases are very common. The last statement I took was that of a boy of 13. I can hardly say that he was clothed at all. He had no shirt and no waistcoat, all his neck and a great part of his chest being bare. A ragged cloth jacket hung about him, and was tied, so as to keep it together, with bits of tape. What he had wrapped round for trousers did not cover one of his legs, while one of his thighs was bare. He wore 2 old shoes, one tied to his foot with an old ribbon, the other a woman's old boot. He had an old cloth cap. His features were distorted somewhat through being swollen with the cold. "I was born," he said, "at a place called Hadley in Kent. My father died when I was 3 days old, I've heard my mother say. He was married to her, I believe, but I don't know what he was. She had only me. My mother went about begging, sometimes taking me with her. At other times she left me at the lodging-house in Hadley. She went in the country, round about Tunbridge and there, begging. Sometimes she had a day's work. We had plenty to eat then, but I haven't had much lately. My mother died at Hadley a year ago. I didn't know how she was buried. She was ill a long time, and I was out begging, for she sent me out to beg for myself a good while before that, and when I got back to the lodging-house they told me she was dead. I had 6pence in my pocket, but I couldn't help crying to think I'd lost my mother. I cry about it still. I didn't wait to see her buried, but I started on my own account. I met 2 navvies in Bromley, and they paid my first night's lodging. And there was a man passing, going to London with potatoes, and the navvies gave the man a pot of beer to take me up to London in the van, and they went that way with me. I came to London to beg, thinking I could get more there than anywhere else, hearing that London was such a good place. I begged, but sometimes wouldn't get a farthing in a day, often walking about the streets all night. I have been begging about all the time till now. I am very weak, starving to death. I never stole anything. I always kept my hands to myself. A boy wanted me to go with him to pick a gentleman's pocket. We was mates for 2 days, and then he asked me to go picking pockets, but I wouldn't. I know it's wrong, though I can neither read nor write. The boy asked me to do it to get into prison, as that would be better than the streets. He picked pockets to get into prison. He was starving about the streets like me. I never slept in a bed since I've been in London. I am sure I haven't. I generally slept under the dry arches in West Street, where they're building houses. I mean the arches for the cellars. I begged chiefly from the Jews about Petticoat Lane, for they all give away bread that their children leave, pieces of crust and such like. I would do anything to be out of this misery. End of section 82. Section 83 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3 by Hendrie Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. London Vagrants, Part 6. Increase and decrease of number of applicants to casual wards of London workhouses. The vagrant applying for shelter is admitted at all times of the day and night. He applies at the gate. He has his name entered in the vagrant book, and he is then supplied with 6 ounces of bread and 1 ounce of cheese. As the admission generally takes place in the evening, no work is required of them until the following morning. At one time, every vagrant was searched and bathed, but in the cold season of the year, the bathing is discontinued. Neither are they searched unless there are grounds for suspecting that they have property secreted upon them. The males are conducted to the ward allotted to them, and the females to their ward. These wards consist each of a large chamber in which are arranged 2 large guard beds, or inclined boards, similar to those used in soldiers' guard rooms. Between these there is a passage from one end of the chamber to the other. The boards are strewn with straw, so that on entering the place in the daytime it has the appearance of a well-kept stable. All persons are supplied with 2, and in the cold season with 3, rugs to cover them. These rugs are daily placed in a fumigating oven, so as to decompose all infectious matter. Formerly, beds were supplied in place of the straw, but the habitual vagrants used to amuse themselves with cutting up the mattresses and strewing the flock all over the place. The blankets and rugs they tore into shreds, and wound them round their legs under their trousers. The windows of the casual ward are protected on the inside with a strong guard, similar to those seen in the neighbourhood of racquet grounds. No lights are allowed in the casual ward, so that they are expected to retire to rest immediately on their entrance, and this they invariably are glad to do. In the morning they are let out at 8 in the winter and 7 in the summer. And then another 6 ounces of bread and 1 ounce of cheese is given to them, and they are discharged. In return for this, 3 hours' labour at the hand corn mill was formerly exacted, but now the numbers are so few, and the outdoor paupers so numerous, and so different from the class of vagrants, that the latter are allowed to go on their road immediately the doors of the casual ward are opened. The labour formerly exacted was not in any way remunerative. In the 3 hours that they were at work, it is supposed that the value of each man's labour could not be expressed in any coin of the realm. The work was demanded as a test of destitution and industry, and not as a matter of compensation. If the vagrants were very young, they were put to oakum picking instead of the hand mill. The women were very rarely employed at any time, because there was no suitable place in the Union for them to pick oakum, and the master was unwilling to allow them, on account of their bad and immoral characters, as well as their filthy habits, to communicate with the other inmates. The female vagrants generally consist of prostitutes of the lowest and most miserable kind. They are mostly young girls who have sunk into a state of dirt, disease, and almost nudity. There are few of them above 20 years of age, and they appear to have commenced their career of vice frequently as early as 10 or 12 years old. They mostly are found in the company of mere boys. The above descriptions apply rather to the state of the vagrants some 2 or 3 years back than to things as they exist at present. In the year 1837, a correspondence took place between the Commissioners of Police and the Commissioners of the Poor Law, in which the latter declare that, quote, if a person state that he has no food and that he is destitute, or otherwise express or signify that he is in danger of perishing unless relief be given to him, then any officer charged with the administration of relief is bound, unless he have presented to him some reasonable evidence to rebut such statement, to give relief to such destitute person in the mode prescribed by law. End quote. The Poor Law Commissioners further declare in the same document that they will feel it their duty to make the officers responsible in their situations for any serious neglect to give prompt and adequate relief in any case of real destitution and emergency. The consequence of this declaration was that poor law officers appeared to feel themselves bound to admit all vagrants upon their mere statement of destitution, whereas before that time parties were admitted into the casual wards either by tickets from the ratepayers or else according to the discretion of the master. Whether or not the masters imagined that they were compelled to admit every applicant from that period, my informant cannot say, but it is certain that after the date of that letter, vagrancy began to increase throughout the country, at first gradually, but after a few years with a most enormous rapidity, so that in 1848 it appeared from the Poor Law Report on Vagrancy, presented to both Houses of Parliament in that year, that the number of vagrants had increased to upwards of 16,000. The rate of increase for the 3 years previous to that period is exhibited in the following table. 1. Summary of the number of vagrants in unions and places under local acts in England and Wales at different periods, as appears from the returns which follow. Average number relieved in one night in 603 unions and so on in the week ending 20th December 1845, 1,791. Average number relieved in one night in 603 unions and so on in the week ending 19th December 1846, 2,224. Average number relieved in one night in 596 unions and so on in the week ending 18th December 1847, 4,508. Total number relieved, whether in or out of the workhouse, in 626 unions and so on the 25th of March 1848, 16,086. Matters had reached this crisis when the late Mr. C. Buller, President of the Poor Law Board, issued in August 1848 a minute in which, after stating that the Board had received representations from every part of England and Wales respecting the continual and rapid increase of vagrancy, he gives the following instructions to the officers employed in the administration of the Poor Law. Quote, "With respect to the applicants that will thus come before him, the relieving officer will have to exercise his judgment as to the truth of their assertions of destitution, and to ascertain by searching them whether they possess any means of supplying their own necessities. He will not be likely to err in judging from their appearance whether they are suffering from want of food. He will take care that women and children, the old and infirm, and those who, without absolutely serious disease, present an enfeebled or sickly appearance, are supplied with necessary food and shelter. As a general rule, he would be right in refusing relief to able-bodied and healthy men, though in inclement weather he might afford them shelter if really destitute of the means of procuring it for themselves. His duties would necessarily make him acquainted with the persons of the habitual vagrants, and to these it would be his duty to refuse relief, except in case of evident and urgent necessity. It was found necessary by the late Poor Law Commissioners at one time to remind the various unions and their officers of the responsibility which would be incurred by refusing relief where it was required. The present state of things renders it necessary that this board should now impress upon them the grievous mischiefs that must arise, and the responsibilities that may be incurred, by a too ready distribution of relief to tramps and vagrants not entitled to it. Boards of guardians and their officers may, in their attempts to restore a more wise and just system, be subjected to some obloquy from prejudices that confound poverty with profligacy. They will, however, be supported by the consciousness of discharging their duty to those whose funds they have to administer, as well as to the deserving poor, and of resisting the extension of a most pernicious and formidable abuse. They may confidently reckon on the support of public opinion, which the present state of things has aroused and enlightened. And those who are responsible to the Poor Law Board may feel assured that, while no instance of neglect or hardship to the poor will be tolerated, they may look to the Board for a candid construction of their acts and motives, and for a hearty and steadfast support of those who shall exert themselves to guard from the grasp of imposture that fund which should be sacred to the necessities of the poor." End quote. Thus authorised and instructed to exercise their own discretion rather than trust to the mere statements of the vagrants themselves, the officers immediately proceeded to act upon the suggestions given in the minute above quoted, and the consequence was that the number of vagrants diminished more rapidly even than they had increased throughout the country. In the case of one union alone, the Wandsworth and Clapham, the following returns will show both how vagrancy was fostered under the one system and how it has declined under the other. The number of vagrants admitted into the casual ward of Wandsworth and Clapham was, in 1846, 6,759, 1847, 11,322, 1848, 14,675, 1849, 3,900. In the quarter ending June 1848, previously to the issuing of the minute, the number admitted was 7,325, whereas in the quarter ending December after the minute had been issued, the number fell to 1,035. The cost of relief for casuals at the same union in the year 1848 was £94 2s and 9 halfpenny. In 1849 it was £24 10s and a penny halfpenny. The decrease throughout all London has been equally striking. From the returns of the Poor Law Commissioners, as subjoined, I find that the total number of vagrants relieved in the metropolitan unions in 1847 to 48 was no less than 310,058, whereas in the year 1848 to 49 it had decreased to the extent of 166,000 and odd, the number relieved for that year being only 143,064. During the great prevalence of vagrancy, the cost of the sick was far greater than the expense of relief. In the quarter ending June 1848, no less than 322 casuals were under medical treatment, either in the workhouse of the Wandsworth and Clapham Union or at the London Fever Hospital. The whole cost of curing the casual sick in 1848 was near upon £300. Whereas during 1849 it is computed not to have exceeded £30. Another curious fact, illustrative of the effect of an alteration in the administration of the law respecting vagrancy, is to be found in the proportion of vagrants committed for acts of insubordination in the workhouses. In the year 1846, when those who broke the law were committed to Brixton, where the diet was better than that allowed at the workhouse, the cocoa and soup given at the treadmill being especial objects of attraction, and indeed the allowance of food being considerably higher there. The vagrants generally broke the windows, or tore their clothes, or burnt their beds, or refused to work, in order to be committed to the treadmill. And this got to such a height in that year that no less than 467 persons were charged and convicted with disorderly conduct in the workhouse. In the year following, however, an alteration was made in the diet of prisoners sentenced to not more than 14 days, and the prison of Kingston, of which they had a greater terror, was substituted for that of Brixton, and then the number of committals decreased from 467 to 57. While in 1848, when the number of vagrants was more than double what it had been in 1846, the committals again fell to 37, and in 1849, out of 3,900 admissions, there were only 10 committed for insubordination. Vagrants or tramps admitted into the workhouses of the metropolitan districts during the years 1847 to 8 and 1848 to 9. Kensington Workhouse. Population 26,830. First quarter, ending Christmas. 1847, 3,502. 1848, 2,667. Second quarter ending Lady Day, 1848, 1,369. 1849, 1,233. Third quarter ending Midsummer, 1848, 5,580. 1849, 7. Fourth quarter ending Michaelmas, 1848, 4,125. 1849, 10. Total 1848, 14,866. 1849, 3,917. Chelsea Workhouse. Population 40,177. First quarter 1847, 2,480. 1848, 4,507. Second quarter 1848, 1,985. 1849, 4,146. Third quarter 1848, 2,604. 1849, 5,189. Fourth quarter 1848, 2,849. 1849, 1,357. Total 1848, 9,918. 1849, 15,199. Fulham Workhouse. Population 22,772. First quarter 1847, 2014. 1848, 162. Second quarter 1848, 805. 1849, 157. Third quarter 1848, 1352. 1849, 452. Fourth quarter 1848, 1137. 1849, 246. Total 1848, 5,308. 1849, 9,017. St George Workhouse, Hanover Square. Population 66,453. First quarter 1847, 50. 1848, 0. Second quarter 1848, 10. 1849, 0. Third quarter 0. Fourth quarter 0. Total 1848, 60. 1849, 0. St Margaret's Workhouse, Westminster. Population 56,481. First quarter 1847, 1,514. 1848, 2,575. Second quarter 1848, 2,973. 1849, 1,809. Third quarter 1848, 2,100. 1849, 1,815. Fourth quarter 1848, 2,339. 1849, 1,211. Total 1848, 8,926. 1849, 7,410. St Martin in the Fields Workhouse. Population 25,195. First quarter 1847, 3,875. 1848, 847. Second quarter 1848, 3,637. 1849, 428. Third quarter 1848, 2,718. 1849, 536. Fourth quarter 1848, 0. 1849, 12. Total 1848, 10,230. 1849, 1,823. St James's Workhouse, Westminster. Population 37,398. First quarter 1847, 96. 1848, 139. Second quarter 1848, 127. 1849, 86. Third quarter 1848, 104. 1849, 86. Fourth quarter 1848, 79. 1849, 61. Total 1848, 416. 1849, 371. Marylebone Workhouse. Population 138,164. 0 for all quarters. Total 0. Paddington Workhouse. Population 25,173. First quarter 1847, 48. 1848, 1,450. Second quarter 1848, 566. 1849, 1,455. Third quarter 1848, 1,438. 1849, 1,525. Fourth quarter 1848, 1,176. 1849, 948. Total 1848, 3,228. 1849, 5,378. Hampstead Workhouse. Population 10,093. 0 for all quarters. Total 0. St Pancras Workhouse. Population 128,479. First quarter 1847, 3,762. 1848, 7,427. Second quarter 1848, 2,982. 1849, 4,439. Third quarter 1848, 6,097. 1849, 3,911. Fourth quarter 1848, 7,422. 1849, 4,082. Total 1848, 20,263. 1849, 19,859. Islington Workhouse. Population 55,690. First quarter, both 1847 and 1848, 944. Second quarter, 1848, 823. 1849, 374. Third quarter, 1848, 2,439. 1849, 2,518. Fourth quarter, 1848, 1,148. 1849, 725. Total 1848, 6,079. 1849, 4,561. Hackney Workhouse. Population 42,274. First quarter 1847, 89. 1848, 210. Second quarter 1848, 76. 1849, 123. Third quarter 1848, 280. 1849, 308. Fourth quarter 1848, 245. 1849, 192. Total 1848, 690. 1849, 833. St Giles's Workhouse. Population 54,292. First quarter 1847, 106. 1848, 174. Second quarter 1848, 106. 1849, 132. Third quarter 1848, 100. 1849, 86. Fourth quarter 1848, 244. 1849, 189. Total 1848, 556. 1849, 581. Strand Workhouse. Population 43,894. First quarter 1847, 663. 1848, 62. Second quarter 1848, 1,063. 1849, 6. Third quarter 1848, 3,040. 1849, 0. Fourth quarter 1848, 63. 1849, 0. Total 1848, 4,829. 1849, 68. Holborn Workhouse. Population 53,045. First quarter 1847, 4,309. 1848, 1,808. Second quarter 1848, 3,346. 1849, 2,234. Third quarter 1848, 4,302. 1849, 2,708. Fourth quarter, 1848, 3,072. 1849, 1,197. Total, 1848, 15,029. 1849, 7,947. Clerkenwell Workhouse. Population 56,756. First quarter, 1847, 115. 1848, 43. Second quarter, 1848, 42. 1849, 5. Third quarter, 1848, 115. 1849, 26. Fourth quarter, 1848, 25. 1849, 14. Total, 1848, 297. 1849, 88. St Luke's Workhouse. Population 49,829. First quarter, 1847, 691. 1848, 575. Second quarter, 1848, 841. 1849, 1,086. Third quarter, 1848, 1,258. 1849, 1,251. Fourth quarter, 1848, 1,293. 1849, 497. Total, 1848, 4,083. 1849, 3,409. East London Workhouse. Population 39,655. First quarter, 1847, 1,720. 1848, 962. Second quarter, 1848, 1,116. 1849, 1,390. Third quarter, 1848, 1,863. 1849, 1,975. Fourth quarter, 1848, 1,176. 1849, 585. Total, 1848, 5,875. 1849, 4,912. West London Workhouse. Population 33,629. First quarter, 1847, 3,915. 1848, 2,481. Second quarter, 1848, 2,873. 1849, 2,279. Third quarter, 1848, 3,966. 1849, 2,914. Fourth quarter, 1848, 3,264. 1849, 2,103. Total, 1848, 14,018. 1849, 9,777. London City Workhouse. Population 55,967. First quarter, 1847, 8,703. 1848, 5,709. Second quarter, 1848, 8,181. 1849, 1,476. Third quarter, 1848, 11,090. 1849, 384. Fourth quarter, 1848, 9,732. 1849, 256. Total, 1848, 36,706. 1849, 6,825. Shoreditch Workhouse. Population 83,432. First quarter, 1847, 959. 1848, 1,585. Second quarter, 1848, 721. 1849, 1,274. Third quarter, 1848, 1,121. 1849, 1,954. Fourth quarter, 1848, 1,399. 1849, 1,108. Total, 1848, 4,200. 1849, 5,921. Bethnal Green Workhouse. Population 74,087. First quarter, 1847, 291, 1848, 441. Second quarter, 1848, 315, 1849, 227. Third quarter, 1848, 454, 1849, 538. Fourth quarter, 1848, 501, 1849, 415. Total, 1848, 1,561, 1849, 1,620. Whitechapel Workhouse. Population, 71,758. First quarter, 1847, 4,654, 1848, 1,074. Second quarter, 1848, 4,454, 1849, 612. Third quarter, 1848, 4,552, 1849, 1,123. Fourth quarter, 1848, 3,744, 1849, 495. Total, 1848, 17,404, 1849, 3,304. St George in the East Workhouse. Population, 41,351. First quarter, 1847, 5,228, 1848, 31. Second quarter, 1848, 4,572, 1849, 0. Third quarter, 1848, 7,977, 1849, 0. Fourth quarter, 1848, 5,713, 1849, 0. Total, 1848, 23,290, 1849, 31. Stepney Workhouse. Population, 90,657. First quarter, 1847, 4,229, 1848, 4,801. Second quarter, 1848, 4,318, 1849, 3,428. Third quarter, 1848, 6,564, 1849, 3,984. Fourth quarter, 1848, 6,243, 1849, 1,656. Total, 1848, 21,354, 1849, 12,869. Poplar Workhouse. Population, 31,091. First quarter, 1847, 2,838, 1848, 835. Second quarter, 1848, 3,463, 1849, 474. Third quarter, 1848, 5,019, 1849, 278. Fourth quarter, 1848, 2,516, 1849, 150. Total, 1848, 13,836, 1849, 1,737. St Saviour Workhouse, Southwark. Population, 32,980. First quarter, 1847, 30, 1848, 7. Second quarter, 1848, 7, 1849, 8. Third quarter, 0. Fourth quarter, 0. Total, 1848, 37, 1849, 15. St Olave Workhouse. Population, 18,427. 0 for all quarters. Total, 0. Bermondsey Workhouse. Population, 34,947. 0 for all quarters. Total, 0. St George Workhouse, Southwark. Population, 46,622. First quarter, 1847, 272. 1848, 2,673. Second quarter, 1848, 1,176. 1849, 2,316. Third quarter, 1848, 1,240. 1849, 1,810. Fourth quarter, 1848, 1,484. 1849, 919. Total, 1848, 4,172. 1849, 6,918. Newington Workhouse. Population, 54,606. First quarter, 1847, 2,196. 1848, 3,796. Second quarter, 1848, 4,022. 1849, 1,841. Third quarter, 1848, 5,025. 1849, 132. Fourth quarter, 1848, 4,217. 1849, 206. Total, 1848, 15,460. 1849, 5,975. Lambeth Workhouse. Population, 115,883. First quarter, 1847, 10,221. 1848, 483. Second quarter, 1848, 7,530. 1849, 674. Third quarter, 1848, 4,917. 1849, 873. Fourth quarter, 1848, 3,358. 1849, 486. Total, 1848, 26,026. 1849, 2,516. Wandsworth Workhouse. Population, 39,853. First quarter, 1847, 2,444. 1848, 784. Second quarter, 1848, 3,374. 1849, 1,257. Third quarter, 1848, 5,730. 1849, 1,344. Fourth quarter, 1848, 1,858. 1849, 463. Total, 1848, 13,406. 1849, 3,848. Camberwell Workhouse. Population, 39,867. First quarter, 1847, 907. 1848, 768. Second quarter, 1848, 706. 1849, 463. Third quarter, 1848, 1,625. 1849, 793. Fourth quarter, 1848, 1,122. 1849, 80. Total, 1848, 4,360. 1849, 2,104. Rotherhithe Workhouse. Population, 13,916. First quarter, 1847, 375. 1848, 445. Second quarter, 1848, 161. 1849, 439. Third quarter, 1848, 309. 1849, 917. Fourth quarter, 1848, 353. 1849, 826. Total, 1848, 1,288. 1849, 2,627. Greenwich Workhouse. Population, 80,811. First quarter, 1847, 2,977. 1848, 283. Second quarter, 1848, 2,436. 1849, 384. Third quarter, 1848, 4,761. 1849, 481. Fourth quarter, 1848, 4,908. 1849, 256. Total, 1848, 15,082. 1849, 1,404. Lewisham Workhouse. Population, 23,013. First quarter, 1847, 13. 1848, 2. Second quarter, 1848, 4. 1849, 0. Third quarter, 1848, 18. 1849, 7. Fourth quarter, 1848, 43. 1849, 3. Total, 1848, 78. 1849, 12. Total, first quarter ending Christmas 1847, 76,230. Ending Christmas 1848, 51,700. Total second quarter ending Lady Day 1848, 70,180. 1849, 35,255. Total third quarter ending Midsummer 1848, 99,846. 1849, 38,325. Total fourth quarter ending Michaelmas 1848, 77,198. 1849, 20,748. Grand total 1848, 310,058. 1849, 143,064. End of section 83. Section 84 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3 by Hendrie Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. London Vagrants, Part 7. Of the character of the vagrants frequenting the unions in the centre of the metropolis and the system pursued there, one description will serve as a type of the whole. At the Holborn Workhouse, St Andrews, there are 2 casual wards, established just after the passing of the Poor Law Amendment Act in 1834. The men's ward will contain 40 and the women's 20. The wards are underground, but dry, clean and comfortable. When there was a severe pressure from without, as a porter described it to me, as many as 106 men and women have been received on one night, but some were disposed in other parts of the workhouse away from the casual wards. 2 years and a half ago, a glut of Irish, note, I give the words of my informant, end note, came over and besieged the doors incessantly, and when above 100 were admitted, as many were remaining outside, and when locked out, they lay in the streets stretched along by the almshouse close to the workhouse in Gray's Inn Lane. I again give the statement, which afterwards was verified, verbatim. They lay in camps, he said, in their old cloaks, some having brought blankets and rugs with them for the purpose of sleeping out, pots and kettles and vessels for cooking when they camp, for in many parts of Ireland they do nothing, I've heard from people that have been there, but wander about, and these visitors to the workhouse behaved just like gypsies, combing their hair and dressing themselves. The girls' heads, some of them, looked as if they were full of caraway seeds. Vermin, sir. Shocking. I had to sit up all night. And the young women from Ireland, fine-looking young women, some of them finer-looking women than the English, well-made and well-formed, but uncultivated, seemed happy enough in the casual wards, singing songs all night long, but not too loud. Some would sit up all night washing their clothes, coming to me for water. They had a cup of tea if they were poorly. They made themselves at home, the children did, as soon as they got inside. They ran about like kittens, used to a place. The young women were often full of joke, but I never heard an indecent word from any of them, nor an oath, and I have no doubt, not in the least, that they were chaste and modest. Fine young women too, sir. I have said, pity young women like you should be carrying on this way, for I felt for them, and they would say, what can we do? It's better than starving in Ireland, this workhouse is. I used to ask them how they got over, and they often told me their passages were paid, chiefly to Bristol, Liverpool, and Newport in Monmouthshire. They told me that was done to get rid of them. They told me that they didn't know by whom, but some said they believed the landlord paid the captain. Some declared they knew it, and that it was done just to get rid of them, Others told me the captain would bring them over for a trifle they had, for he would say, "I shall have to take you back again, and I can charge my price then." The men were uncultivated fellows compared to the younger women. We have had old men with children who could speak English, and the old man and his wife could not speak a word of it. When asked the age of their children, the children were the interpreters, they would open the young creatures' mouths and count their teeth, just as horse dealers do, and then they would tell the children in Irish what to answer, and the children would answer in English. The old people could never tell their own age. The man would give his name, but his wife would give her maiden name. I would say to an elderly man, "Give me your name." "Dennis Murphy, your honour." Then to his wife, "And your name?" "The Widdy Mooney, your honour." "But you're married." "Sure then, yes, by father, blank." This is the case with them still. Last night we took in a family, and I asked the mother, there was only a woman and 3 children, her name. "The Widdy Callaghan, indeed then, sir." "But your Christian name?" "The Widdy" (widow) was the only answer. It's shocking, sir, what ignorance is, and what their sufferings is. My heart used to ache for the poor creatures, and yet they seemed happy. Habit's a great thing, second nature, even when people's shook. The Irishmen behaved well among themselves, but the English cadgers were jealous of the Irish, and chaffed them as spoiling their trade. That's what the cadging fellows did. The Irish were quiet, poor things, but they were provoked to quarrel, and many a time I've had to turn the English rips out. The Irish were always very thankful for what they had, if it was only a morsel. The English cadger is never satisfied. I don't mean the decent, beat-out man, but the regular cadger that won't work, and isn't a good beggar, and won't starve, so they steal. Once now and then there was some suspicion about the Irish admitted that they had money, but that was never but in those that had families. It was taken from them and given back in the morning. They wouldn't have been admitted again if they had any amount. It was a kindness to take their money, or the English rascals would have robbed them. I'm an Englishman, but I speak the truth of my own countrymen as I do of the Irish. The English we had in the casual wards were generally a bad cadging set, as saucy as could be, particularly men that I knew, from their accent, came from Nottinghamshire. I'd tell one directly. I've heard them of a night brag of their dodges, how they'd done through the day, and the best places to get money. They would talk of gentlemen in London. I've often heard them say blank in Piccadilly was good, but they seldom mentioned names, only described the houses, especially club-houses in St. James's Street. They would tell just where it was in the street, and how many windows there was in it, and the best time to go, and "you're sure of grub," they'd say. Then they'd tell of gentlemen's seats in the country, sure cards. They seldom give names, and I believe don't know them, but described the houses and the gentlemen. Some were good for bread and money, some for bread and ale. As to the decent people, we had but few, and I used to be sorry for them when they had to mix with the cadgers. But when the cadgers saw a stranger, they used their slang. I was up to it. I've heard it many a night when I sat up, and they thought I was asleep. I wasn't to be had, like the likes of them. The poor mechanic would sit like a lost man, scared, sir. There might be one deserving character to 30 cadgers. We have had gypsies in the casual wards, but they're not admitted a second time, they steal so. We haven't one Scotch person in a month, or a Welshman, or perhaps 2 Welshmen in a month among the casuals. They come from all counties in England. I've been told by inmates of the casual that they had got 2 shillings and 6pence from the relieving officers, particularly in Essex and Suffolk, different unions, to start them to London when the straw yards (the asylums for the houseless) were opened. But there's a many very decent people. How they suffer before they come to that, you can't fancy how much. And so there should be straw yards in a Christian land. We'll call it a Christian land, sir. There's far more good people in the straw yards than the casuals. The dodgers is less frequent there, considering the numbers. It's shocking to think a decent mechanic's houseless. When he's beat out, he's like a bird out of a cage. He doesn't know where to go or how to get a bit. But don't the cadgers. The expense of relieving the people in the casual ward was 2d per head, and the numbers admitted for the last 12 months averaged only 12 nightly. I will now give the statements of some of the inmates of the casual wards themselves. I chose only those at first who were habitual vagrants. Estimate of numbers and cost of vagrants. Let me first endeavour to arrive at some estimate as to the number and cost of the vagrant population. There were, according to the returns of the Poor Law Commissioners, 13,547 vagrants relieved in and out of the workhouses of England and Wales on the 1st of July 1848. In addition to these, the Occupation Abstract informs us that on the night of the 6th of June 1841, when the last census was taken, 20,348 individuals were living in barns and tents. But in order to arrive at a correct estimate of the total number of vagrants throughout the country, we must add to the above numbers the inmates of the trampers' houses. Now, according to the report of the Constabulary Commissioners, there were in 1839 a nightly average of very nearly 5,000 vagrants infesting some 700 mendicants' lodging houses in London and 6 other of the principal towns of England and Wales. Note: see London Labour, Volume 1, page 408. End note. Further, it will be seen by the calculations given at the same time that there are, in the 3,823 postal towns throughout the country, averaging 2 trampers' houses to each town and 10 trampers nightly to each house, 76,400 other vagrants distributed throughout England and Wales. Hence the calculation as to the total number of vagrants would stand thus. In the workhouses, 13,547. In barns and tents, according to census, 20,348. In the mendicants' houses of London and 6 other principal towns of England and Wales, according to Constabulary Commissioners' Report, 4,813. Ditto in 3,820 other postal towns, averaging each 2 mendicants' houses and 10 lodgers to each house, 76,400. Total 115,108. Deduct 5% for characters really destitute and deserving, 5,755. Total number of habitual vagrants in England and Wales, 109,353. The cost of relieving these vagrants may be computed as follows. On the night of the 1st of July 1848, there were 13,547 vagrants relieved throughout England and Wales. But I am informed by the best authorities on the subject that 1/3 of this number only can be fairly estimated as receiving relief every night throughout the year at the different unions. Now, the third of 13,547 is 4,515, and this multiplied by 365 gives 1,647,975 as the total number of cases of vagrancy relieved throughout England and Wales during the year 1848. The cost of each of these is estimated at 2d per head per night for food, and this makes the sum expended in their relief amount to £13,733 7 shillings and 8pence. In addition to this, we must estimate the sum given in charity to the mendicants, or carried off surreptitiously by the petty thieves frequenting the tramping houses. The sums thus abstracted from the public may be said to amount at the lowest to 6d per day for each of the trampers not applying for relief at the workhouses. In the Constabulary Report, page 11, the earnings of the petty thieves are estimated at 10 shillings per week, and those of the beggars at 3 shillings and 6pence per day, page 24. Hence we have the following account of the total cost of the vagrants of England and Wales. Some given in relief to the vagrants at the workhouses, £13,733 7 shillings and 8pence. Some abstracted by them either by begging or pilfering on the road, £138,888 11 shillings and 8pence. Total £152,621 19 shillings and 4pence. As 5% must be taken off this for the truly deserving, £7,631 1 shilling and 8pence, the total cost will be £144,990 17 shillings and 8pence. By this, it appears that the total number of professional vagrants dispersed throughout England and Wales amounts to 47,669. These live at the expense of the industrious classes, and cost the country no less than £144,990 17 shillings and 8pence per annum. And if the 13,000 and odd vagrants relieved in the workhouses constitute merely the 20th dispersed throughout the country, we have in round numbers nearly £3 million for the cost of the whole. There are then no less than 100,000 individuals of the lowest, the filthiest, and most demoralised classes continually wandering through the country. In other words, there is a stream of vice and disease, a tide of iniquity and fever, continually flowing from town to town, from one end of the land to the other. Quote, "One of the worst concomitants of vagrant mendicancy," says the Poor Law Report, "is the fever of a dangerous typhoid character, which has universally marked the path of the mendicants. There is scarcely a workhouse in which this pestilence does not prevail in a greater or less degree, and numerous Union officers have fallen victims to it." End quote. Those who are acquainted with the exceeding filth of the persons frequenting the casual wards will not wonder at the fever which follows in the wake of the vagrants. Quote, "Many have the itch. I have seen," says Mr. Boas, "a party of 20 almost all scratching themselves at once before settling into their rest in the straw. Lice exist in great numbers upon them." End quote. That vagrancy is the nursery of crime, and that the habitual tramps are first the beggars, then the thieves, and finally the convicts of the country, the evidence of all parties goes to prove. There is, however, a curious corroboration of the fact to be found by referring to the period of life at which both crime and vagrancy seem to be in their youth. The ages of the vagrants frequenting the asylums for the houseless poor are chiefly between 15 and 25 years old, and the tables of the ages of the criminals given in the government returns show that the majority of persons convicted of crime are equally young. The total number of vagrants in the metropolis may be calculated as follows. There were 310,058 vagrants relieved at the metropolitan unions during the year 1848. I take the metropolitan returns of 1848 because those for England and Wales published as yet only extend to that year. As the vagrants never remain 2 days in the same place, we must divide this number by 365 in order to ascertain the number of vagrants resident at one and the same time in London. This gives us 849 for the average number relieved each night in the whole of the metropolitan unions. To this we must add the 2,431 tramps residing in the 221 metropolitan mendicants' lodging houses, averaging 11 inmates each. And the sum of these must be further increased by the 750 individuals relieved nightly at the asylums for the houseless poor, including that of Market Street, Edgware Road. for the majority of these seldom or never make their appearance in the casual wards of the metropolis, but are attracted to London solely by the opening of the asylums. Hence, the account will stand as follows. Average number of vagrants relieved night in the metropolitan unions, 849. Average number of vagrants resident in the mendicants' lodging houses in London, 2,431. Average number of individuals relieved at the metropolitan asylums for the houseless poor, 750. Total 4,030. Now, as 5% of this amount is said to consist of characters really destitute and deserving, we arrive at the conclusion that there are 3,829 vagrants in London living either by mendicancy or theft. The cost of the vagrants in London in the year 1848 may be estimated as follows. 310,058 vagrants relieved at the metropolitan unions at the cost of twopence per head, £2,584 13 shillings. 67,500 nights' lodgings afforded to the houseless poor at the metropolitan asylums, including the West End Asylum, Market Street, Edgware Road, £3,134 1 shilling and fourpence halfpenny. 2,431 inmates of the mendicants' lodging houses in London, gaining upon an average 1 shilling per day, or altogether per year £44,365 15 shillings. Total £59,084 9 shillings and fourpence halfpenny. Deduct 5% for the cost of the relief of the truly deserving, £2,504 4 shillings and fivepence. The total will then be £47,580 4 shillings and 11pence halfpenny. It appears then that there are 3,829 habitual vagrants in the metropolis, and the cost for their support annually amounts to £47,580 4 shillings and 11pence halfpenny. The number of metropolitan beggars is considerably increased on the eve of any threatened disturbances or any large open-air meetings in London. For several days previous to the Chartist display in 1848, there was an influx of 100 tramps over and above the ordinary quantity each day at one union alone in the suburbs of London, and the master assured me that on the night of the meeting on Kennington Common, he overheard the inmates of the casual ward boasting how they had assisted in pillaging the pawnbroker's house that had been broken into that afternoon. Well might the master of the Wandsworth and Clapham Union say, therefore, that the vagrants form one of the most restless, discontented, vicious, and dangerous elements of society. Of these we have seen that there are about 100,000 dispersed throughout the country, 4,000 of whom, in round numbers, are generally located in London. These constitute, in the words of the same gentleman, the main source from which the criminals are continually recruited and augmented. End of section 84. Section 85 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3, by Hendrie Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. London Vagrants, Part 8. Routes of the Vagrants. I was desirous of ascertaining some information concerning the routes of the vagrants, and the reason why they frequent one district or county more than another. It will be seen from the following table, computed from the Poor Law Returns for the 1st of July 1848, that the vagrants were far from equally distributed over the country at that period. Number of vagrants relieved in the different counties of England and Wales on the 1st of July 1848. Durham, 1,425. Middlesex, 1,393. Lincolnshire, 1,355. West Riding, 1,197. Cumberland, 1,087. Lancashire, 673. Southampton 648, Derbyshire 541, Warwickshire 509, Monmouthshire 475, Staffordshire 351, Surrey 319, Glamorganshire 244, Worcestershire 227, Kent 179, Berkshire 175, Northumberland 172, East Riding 152, Sussex 150, Essex 147, Northamptonshire 136, Wiltshire 135, Westmoreland 130, Nottinghamshire 129, Norfolk 128, North Riding 105, Bedfordshire 102, Hertfordshire 100, Devonshire 94, Cheshire 92, Somersetshire 88, Shropshire 80, Huntingdonshire 75, Leicestershire 72, Cornwall 63, Merionethshire 54, Gloucestershire 52, Herefordshire 48, Oxfordshire 46, Carmarthenshire 46, Radnorshire 46, Denbighshire 45, Dorsetshire 43, Cardiganshire 39, Carnarvonshire 38, Buckinghamshire 28, Suffolk 21, Cambridgeshire 20, Brecknockshire 17, Pembrokeshire 15, Montgomeryshire 14, Anglesey 11, Flintshire 10, Rutlandshire 6. Total 13,547. In order to discover the cause of this unequal distribution, I sought out a person whom I knew to be an experienced tramper, and who had offered to give any information that I might require upon the subject. There was a strange mystery about the man. It was evident both from his manner and his features that he had once been well to do in the world. He was plainly not of the common order of vagrants, though his dress was as filthy and ragged as that of the generality of the class. "I have been right through the country on the tramp," he said, "about 6 or 7 summers. What I was formerly I do not wish to state. I have been much better off. I was indeed in receipt of a very large income at one time, but it matters not how I lost it. I would rather that remained a secret. You may say that I lost it through those follies and extravagancies that are incident both to the higher and the lower classes. But let it pass. You want to know about the habits and characters of the vagrants generally, and there is no necessity for my going into my private history, further than saying I was a gentleman once, and I am a vagrant now. I have been so for the last 6 years. I generally start off into the country about April or May. I stay, after the refuges are closed, until such time as I have tired out all the unions in and around London. I go into the country because I am known at all the casual wards in the metropolis, and they will not let a tramper in a second time if they know it, except at the City of London, and there I have been allowed to stay a month together. The best of the casual wards used to be in Bermondsey, but they are closed there now, I believe, as well as many of the others. However, the vagrants seldom think of going to the London unions until after the refuges are closed, because at the refuges the accommodation is better and no work is required. I know that the vagrants come purposely to London in large bodies about the end of December, on purpose to sleep at the refuges for the winter. I myself always make it a point to come up to town every winter so as to have my lodgings for nothing at the refuge, not being able to get it by any other means. There are at the refuges, of course, many worthy objects of charity. I have met with men who have become destitute, certainly not through any fault of their own. A good many of such persons I have found, but still the greater number at such places are persons who are habitual vagabonds and beggars, and many thieves. As the refuges are managed at present, I consider they do more harm than good. If there were no such places in London in the winter, of course I and such as are like me would have been driven to find shelter at our parishes, whereas the facilities they afford for obtaining a night's shelter to the vagabond as well as to the destitute are such that a large number of the most depraved and idle classes are attracted to London by them. I believe some such places to be necessary in order to prevent persons dying of cold and starvation in the streets, but they should be conducted on a different plan. You see, I tell you the truth, although it may be against my own interest. After these refuges are closed and the unions round the suburbs are shut against me, as far as Richmond, Kingston, Bromley, Romford, Stratford, Greenwich, and similar distances from the metropolis, I generally proceed upon my travels for the summer. Those who make a practice of sleeping at the casual wards are vagrants either by nature, by habit, or by force of circumstances. They generally support themselves by begging or thieving, and often by both. They are mostly boys, from about 9 up to 20 years of age. The others are principally Irish beggars, and a very few are labourers and mechanics out of work. The youths I believe to be, with some exceptions, naturally bad, and almost irreclaimable. I know that many of them have been made vagrants by harsh treatment at home. They have run away. They have been threatened to be punished, generally for going to some place of amusement, as Greenwich Fair or penny gaffs, that is, to the low theatres, and being afraid to return, they have sought shelter first at the low lodging-houses, and when they have had no money left, they have gone to the casual wards of the unions. Other boys have contracted bad habits from being allowed by their parents to run about the streets and pick up vagabond companions. These soon initiate themselves into their mode of life, and they then leave their homes in order to follow it. This is the way that most of the lads are depraved. I am sure that the fault lies more with the parents than with the boys themselves. The lads are either neglected or ill-treated in their youth. Some of the lads are left destitute. They are left orphans, probably to the care of some distant relation or friend, and the lads very soon find that they are not treated or cared for like the other members of the family, and they take to the streets. The majority of the vagrants are very sharp, intelligent lads, and I believe they are induced to take to a vagabond life by the low lodging-houses, the casual wards, and the refuges. These make shelter and provision so easy to them that they soon throw off the restraint of their parents or guardians. Were there a greater difficulty of obtaining food and lodging, I am sure that there would certainly not be the number of juvenile vagrants that there are. The Irish people who resort to the casual wards are beggars at heart and soul. Many of them I know have lodgings of their own, and they will give them up at the time the refuges are open. Some I have known to go into the refuge with the whole of their family on the Saturday night, and stop all Sunday till the Monday morning, for the express purpose of obtaining the bread and cheese which is given away there on the Sunday. The children have the same allowance as the parents, and the mother and father take all the young ones they can into the place to get the greater quantity. This they take back home with them, and it serves to keep them the greater part of the week. The Irish, I think, do not make a point of travelling the country so much as the English vagrants. When they go into the provinces, it is generally to get work at harvesting, or tato-getting, or hop-picking, not like the English, for the mere sake of vagabondizing. The low Irish do better in London. They are the best beggars we have. They have more impudence and more blarney, and therefore they do much better than we can at it. A very large proportion of the Irish beggars in London are in possession of money, which they have secreted about them in some way or other. I recollect seeing one Irishman have 8 shillings taken from him by the vagrant boys in the casual ward of St. George's workhouse in the Borough. The boys generally suspect the Irish vagrants of having money on their persons, and I have often seen a number of them hold, or as they call it, small gang, an Irish beggar in the darkness of the casual wards, while some of the other boys rifled the Irishman's pockets. The labourers and mechanics are generally the only parties to be found in the casual wards who are driven there through destitution. I have known many an honest, industrious working man, however, made a regular beggar and vagrant by continued use of the casual wards. They are driven there first by necessity, and then they learn that they can live in such places throughout the year without working for their livelihood. Many a hard-working man, I am convinced, is made idle and dishonest by such means. Yes, that is the case. There are some that I know now who have been going the round of the different refuges for not less than 7, aye, you may say for 9 years. They were originally labouring men, or mechanics, and had given over all thoughts of working, finding that there was no necessity to do so in order to live. The regular vagrant leaves town every year about April or the beginning of May. A very large portion of the wandering beggars and thieves would remain in town if they were allowed to remain longer in their nightly haunts, but after the closing of the refuges, the system of not permitting them more than one night in the same union forces them to be continually on the move. So they set off immediately they have made themselves known at all the workhouses. The boys will mostly go in small gangs of 2s and 3s. Before they start, they generally pick up from some other gang whom they meet in the London wards the kind of treatment and relief they will receive at the country unions, and they regulate their journey accordingly, and they will very often go 1 or 2 days' march out of their way in order to avoid some union that has a bad character among them, or to get to some other union where the accommodation is good and the work required of them very slight. Often they will go miles round to get to some gentleman's seat or hall where provisions are known to be distributed. I have heard boys not 12 years of age tell every union between London and Newcastle. The majority of them seldom go further than there. Some will go on to Edinburgh, but not many. They would know what kind of treatment and provision would be obtained at each union and what form of application was necessary in order to gain admittance. Very many of them will go from London first into Essex. The unions are good there, and the stages not long. Then perhaps through Suffolk, keeping tolerably near the coast, because the shipping is attractive to most boys of their age. Thence they will proceed by long or short stages, according to the distance of the unions, through Lincolnshire and Yorkshire. Few of the vagrants miss Leeds, there being a mendicity asylum in the town, where a good night's lodging is given to them, and 3d or 4d, and in some cases 6d, according to the apparent worthiness of the applicant, is bestowed upon each. I believe the habitual vagrants will go 3 or 4 stages out of the direct road to make Leeds in their way. From here they will go in different directions towards Durham and Northumberland, or perhaps to Manchester, where there is a society of the same kind as at Leeds, supported by the Quakers, where similar relief is afforded. At Northumberland, the body of vagrants generally turn back and begin to steer southwards. Some indeed will go as far as Berwick, but as the relief afforded in Scotland is not obtained so readily as in England, they seldom, as I have said, proceed northward beyond that point. The Scotch are too far north for the regular English tramps. It is true they sometimes give them a little barley cake, but from all I have heard, the vagrants fare very poorly beyond Berwick. From Northumberland they turn off towards Cumberland, Westmoreland, and Lancashire, and then many will go off through Cheshire into North Wales, and thence come round again into Shropshire. Others will wander through Staffordshire and Derbyshire, but most of them centre in Birmingham. That is a favourite meeting place for the young vagrants. Here they make a point of tearing up their clothes, because for this offence they are committed to Warwick Gaol for a month, and have a shilling on being discharged from the prison. It is not the diet of Warwick Gaol that induces them to do this, but the shilling. Frequently they tear up their clothes in order to get a fresh supply. You see, sir, from continually sleeping in their clothes and never washing their bodies, or changing their shirts, even if they have such things to change, they get to swarm with vermin to such an extent that they cannot bear them upon their bodies. Oh, I have seen such sights sometimes, such sights as any decent, cleanly person would not credit. I have seen the lice on their clothes in the sunshine as thick as blight on the leaves of trees. When their garments from this cause get very uncomfortable to them, they will tear them up for the purpose of forcing the parish officers to give them some fresh ones. From Birmingham they will come up, generally through Northampton and Hertford, to London, for by this time either the refuges will be about opening, or the lads will have been forgotten at the unions in and around the metropolis. They say that London is fresh to them, when, owing either to their long absence or some alteration in their appearance, they are looked upon as strangers by the masters or porters of the workhouses. London, on the other hand, they say, is dead to them, when they have become too well known at such places. Some will make only a short turn out of London, going across the country through Sussex, Hampshire, or Wiltshire. Hampshire they are attracted to in large numbers in consequence of the charity distributed at Winchester. Note: it will be seen by the table above given that Southampton stands very high among the places upon the vagrant list. End note. In these parts the vagrants keep crossing the country to various reliefs, as they call it, and so manage to spin out nearly 2 months in the autumn. The vagrants mostly go down with the fashionables to the seaside in the latter part of the year, the practised beggars in particular. In the spring they generally make for the north of England. I believe there are more beggars and tramps in Durham, Lincolnshire, and Yorkshire than in half of the other parts of England put together. Begging is more profitable there than in any other quarter of the kingdom. A man may pick up more provisions in the daytime in those counties than anywhere else. The farmers are more liberal in those parts, which are great places for pudding, pies, and cakes, and of these the young tramps are remarkably fond. Round about these parts the tramps pass the summer. If the weather is fine and mild, they prefer skippering it, that is, sleeping in an outhouse or hayfield, to going to a union. They have no trouble in getting scran, or provisions, there, and they object to the work connected with the casual wards. In the autumn they are mostly in Sussex or Kent, for they like the hop-picking. It is not hard work, and there are a great many loose girls to be found there. I believe many a boy and man goes hop-picking who never does anything else during the year but beg. The female tramps mostly go down to Kent to pick up their young chaps, as they call them, and with them they travel through the country as long as they can agree, or until either party meets with some one they are better pleased with, and then they leave the other, or bury them, as they term it. The Irish vagrants are mostly to be found on the roads from Liverpool or from Bristol to London. I should think that at the end of June the roads must be literally covered with the Irish families tramping to London. They come over in boats full, without a penny in their pockets, to get a little work during the harvesting and hop-picking. Such of them as make up their minds to return to their country after the autumn contrive by some means to send their money to Ireland, and then they apply to the English parishes to send them home. It is very rare indeed that the low Irish go to the expense of paying for their lodging, even when they have money. They make a point of going to the unions, where they not only get a nightly shelter, but a pound of bread for nothing. Whatever money they have, they generally give to some countryman who is their banker, and he sleeps in another place for fear he should be searched or robbed at the casual wards. The Irish are mostly very filthy and diseased. They live upon little or nothing, and upon the worst kind of provision that can be bought, even though it be not fit for human food. They will eat anything. The Irish tramp lives solely by begging. It has often astonished me, sir, that there are scarcely any Welsh tramps. I suppose this comes from the industry of the people. The English tramp lives by begging and stealing, I think mostly by stealing. A thorough tramp gets more that way than the other. If he goes to the back door of a house on the pretence of begging, and sees any linen or brushes or shoes, or indeed even a bit of soap, He will be off with it and sell it, mostly to the keeper of some low lodging-house, where he may put up for the night. They seldom commit highway robberies, and are generally the very lowest and meanest of thieves. No one can imagine, but those who have gone through it, the horror of a casual ward of a union, what with the filth, the vermin, the stench, the heat, and the noise of the place, it is intolerable. The usual conversation is upon the adventures of the day. One recounts how he stole this thing and another that. Some tell what police are stationed in the different towns, others what places to go to, either to beg, rob, or sleep, and others what places to beware of. I have passed 7 years of my life in this way, and I have been so used to tramping about that when the spring comes round I must be on the move. In the winter there is more food to be picked up in London than in the country, and the beggars seldom fail to make a good thing of it in the cold weather. I have met with beggars in Carnarvon who have come all the way from London for the express purpose of begging from the visitors to the Snowdon Mountains. There are very few houses round about, but a good deal is picked up from the company coming to the hotels. End of section 85. Section 86 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3 by Hendrie Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. London Vagrants, Part 9. I shall now conclude this account of the numbers, cost and character of the country and the metropolis, with the narratives of 2 female tramps. The first, a young woman 20 years of age, gave me the following statement. Her face was what the vulgar would call good-looking, as her cheeks were full and deep-coloured, and her eyes tolerably bright, and her teeth good. She was very stout too. Her dress was tolerably clean and good, but sat close about her, as if she had no underclothing. She said, "I am a native of , where my father was a wool-comber. I was an only child. I can't remember my mother, she died when I was so young. My father died more than 4 years ago. I've heard as much since I left home. I was sent to the National School. I can read but can't write. My father went to work at Wellington in Somersetshire, taking me with him when I was quite a little girl. He was a good father and very kind, and we had plenty to eat. I think of him sometimes. It makes me sorrowful. He would have been sadly distressed if he had seen me in this state. My father married again when I was 12, I suppose. He married a factory woman. She was about 30. She wasn't good to me. She led me a dreadful life, always telling my father stories of me, that I was away when I wasn't, and he grumbled at me. He never beat me, but my stepmother often beat me. She was very bad-tempered, and I am very bad-tempered too, very passionate. But if I'm well treated, my passion doesn't come out. She beat me with anything that came first to hand, as the hearth-brush, and she flung things at me. She disliked me because she knew I hated my father marrying again. I was very happy before that, living with my father. I could cook dinner for him, young as I was, make his bed, and do all those sort of things, all but his washing. I had a bed to myself. My father was a good man. He came home drunk sometimes, but not often. It never made any difference in him. He was always kind. He seemed comfortable with my stepmother, but I wasn't. I used to tell my father how she used me, but he said it was nonsense. This went on till I was 15, when I ran away. I'm sure I had been a good girl till then. I never slept out of my father's house up to that time, and didn't keep company with any young men. I could stand my stepmother's treatment no longer. If she had been kind, I wouldn't have run away. I was almost as big then as I am now. I had 4 shillings or 5 shillings with me, I don't remember just how much. I started in such a passion. But it was money I had saved up from what my father had given me. I took no clothes with me but what I had on. I was tidily dressed. It was in the haymaking time, and I made straight away to London. I was so young, and in such a rage, I couldn't think of nothing but getting away. When I cooled, I began to think of my father. But at home I had heard of young girls being sent out to Australia and having done well, and I thought I could easily get sent out from London, and so I went on. I slept in lodging houses. I was shocked the first night I got into Bridgewater, men, women and boys all sleeping in the same room. I slept with another young woman, a travelling woman, but married. I couldn't think of going back. I couldn't humble myself before that stepmother. I thought anything would be better than that. I couldn't sleep at all the first night I was out. I never was in such a bed before. A young man who saw me there wanted me to live with him. He was a beggar, and I didn't like a beggar, and I wouldn't have nothing to say to him. He wasn't impudent, but he followed me to Bristol, all the time whenever I met with him, teasing me to live with him. I lived on my money as long as I could, and then had to go and sleep in a union. I don't know where. It was a dreadful place. The rats ran over my head while I slept, and I prayed for daylight, for I used to pray then. I don't now. I don't like the thoughts of it. At last I got to London. I was sitting in Hyde Park, thinking where I should go. I know it was Hyde Park, for I was taken up from it since. The park keeper took me up for making a noise, that's a disturbance, in the park, me and some other young women. We were only washing ourselves where the horses drink, near the canteen. In Hyde Park, while I was sitting, as I've told you, some girls and some young men, and some older men, passed me carrying rakes. I was sitting with 3 other girls I got acquainted with on the road, all Irish girls. The people that passed me said, "We are going half-way to Watford a haymaking. Go with us?" We all went. Each of those Irish girls soon took up with a mate. I think they had known each other before. I had a fortnight at haymaking. I had a mate at haymaking, and in a few days he ruined me. He told the master that I belonged to him. He didn't say I was his wife. They don't call us their wives. I continued with him a long time, living with him as his wife. We next went into Kent, harvesting, then a hopping, and I've been every summer since. He was kind to me, but we were both passionate, fire against fire, and we fought sometimes. He never beat me but once, for contradicting him. He wasn't jealous, and he had no reason to be so. I don't know that he was fond of me, or he wouldn't have run away. I liked him, and would have gone through trouble for him. I like him still. We never talked about marrying. I didn't care, for I didn't think about it. I lived with him and was true to him until he ran away in haymaking time in 1848. He ran away from me in Kent, where we were hopping. We hadn't quarrelled for some days before he started. I didn't think he was going, for he was kind to me just before. I left him once for a fortnight myself, through some quarrel, but he got me back again. I came up to London in a boat from Gravesend with other hoppers. I lived on 15 shillings I had saved up. I lived on that as long as it lasted, more than a week. I lodged near the Dials, and used to go drinking with other women I met with there, as I was fond of drink then. I don't like it so much now. We drank gin and beer. I kept to myself until my money was gone, and then I looked out for myself. I had no particular friends. The women I drank with were some bad and some good. I got acquainted with a young girl as I was walking along the Strand, looking out for my living by prostitution. I couldn't starve. We walked together. We couldn't stay in the Strand, where the girls were well dressed, and so we kept about the Dials. I didn't think much about the life I was leading, because I got hardened. I didn't like it, though. Still, I thought I should never like to go home. I lodged in a back street near the Dials. I couldn't take anybody there. I didn't do well. I often wanted money to pay my lodgings and food to eat, and had often to stay out all night, perishing. Many a night out in the streets I never got a farthing, and had to walk about all day because I durstn't go back to my room without money. I never had a fancy man. There was all sorts in the lodging-house, 30 of them, pickpockets and beggars and cadgers and fancy men, and some that wanted to be fancy men. But I never saw one that I liked. I never picked pockets as other girls did. I was not nimble enough with my hands. Sometimes I had a sovereign in my pocket, but it was never there a day. I used to go out a-drinking, treating other women, and they would treat me. We helped one another now and then. I was badly off for clothes. I had no illness except colds. The common fellows in the streets were always jeering at me. Sometimes missionaries, I think they're called, talked to me about the life I was leading, but I told them, "You mind yourself, and I'll mind myself. What is it to you where I go when I die?" I don't steal anything. I swear sometimes now. When I was at home and good, I was shocked to hear such a thing. Me and the other girls used to think it clever to swear hard and say bad words one to another or to anybody. We're not particular. If I went into the Magdalen, I know I couldn't stay there. I have not been there, but I know I couldn't, from what I've heard of it from the other girls, some of whom said they'd been. And I suppose they had, as there was no motive at all for them to tell lies about it. I have been in the casual wards at Holborn and Kensington when I was beat out. It was better than walking the streets. I think, by the life I lead, and without help I must lead it still, or starve, I sometimes get 20 shillings a week, sometimes not more than 5 shillings. I would like best to go to Australia, where nobody would know me. I'm sure I could behave myself there. There's no hope for me here. Everybody that knows me despises me. I could take a service in Sydney. I could get rid of my swearing. I only swear now when I'm vexed. It comes out natural like then. I could get rid of my love of drink. No one, no girl, can carry on the life I do without drink. No girl's feelings would let her. I never met one but what said so, and I know they all told the truth in that. I am strong and healthy, and could take a hard place with country work. That about Australia is the best wish I have. I'm sure I'm sick of this life. It has only drink and excitement to recommend it. I haven't a friend in the world. I have been told I was a fool not to pick pockets like other girls. I never begged but once, and that was as I was coming to London, and a woman said, "You look better than I do." So I never begged again. That checked me at once. But I've got tickets for the straw yards, or the leather houses, as some call them. Note, asylums for the houseless. End note. The old women all say it was far better when they were young. I think what a change it is from my country life. But when I get sad, I go and get a glass of gin, if I have the money. I can get a pennyworth in some houses. I can't do much at my needle. The idleness of the life I lead is terrible. There is nothing to interest me. The next was a mere girl who had lost all traces of feminine beauty. There was an impudence in her expression that was utterly repulsive, and even in her most serious moments it was evident that she had the greatest difficulty to restrain her inward levity. Her dress consisted principally of a ragged red and green plaid shawl pinned tight over her neck, and a torn straw bonnet worn back upon her head. "I have a father alive," she said. "I have got no mother. I have been away these 3 years. I came away with a chap. I was living, sir, when I was at home with my father in Maidstone. My father was a gardener, and I used to work at shirt making when I was at home with my father. My mother has been dead 8 years, I think. I can't say how old I was then. I am 20 now. My father, after my mother's death, married again. She was dead 7 years before he got another wife. He didn't marry again while I was at home. My mother was a very good mother. I was very fond of my mother, for she was a very good mother, but not of my father, for he was a bad father. Why, sir, he used to treat us 3 girls so ill, my biggest sister was obliged to go to Australia from him. My next sister was younger than me, and I don't know whether she is at home now, but I don't believe that she can stop at home, because I have been down as far as Maidstone since I went away with my young man, and I've heard that she's almost dead between the pair of them. By the pair of them, I mean my father and stepmother. My mother-in-law is the worst to my sister. My father was bad before she came. He was such a drunkard. We went to school where we paid nothing a week in Maidstone. It's a free school. I can read. I can't write. All the money my father used to earn he used to drink and leave us without any food. I went to the shirt making when I was 12 years of age, and that used to bring me about fourpence a day, and with that I used to buy bread, for we never got a halfpenny from my father to keep us. My father used to work for a gentleman and got pretty good wages. The young chap that I first took up with was a carpenter. He was apprenticed to the trade. He enticed me away. He told me if I'd come to London with him, he'd do anything for me. I used to tell him how badly my father treated me, and he used to tell me not to stop at home. I have been knocking about 3 years, and I'm 20 now, so I leave you to say how old I was then. No, I can't say. I'm 20 now, and I've been away these 3 years, and I don't know how old that would make me. I never learnt any ciphering. My father used to beat us and knock us about when he came home drunk. I liked the young man that came a-courting on me very well. I thought all he said was true, and I thought he would make me much happier than I was at home. Note. Here she shook her head with apparent regret. End note. Yes, sir, he promised he would marry me. But when I came over to London, he ruined me, and then ran away and left me. I knew it was wrong to go away and live with him without being married, but I was wretched at home, and he told me he would make me his wife, and I believed him. He brought me up to London with him, into the Borough. He took me to a low lodging-house there. The charge was 6pence a night for the two of us. There were 6 sleeping in the same room beside us two. They were men and women. Some of them were married and some were not. He had 4 shillings and 6pence when he came up to London with me, and I had none. He stopped with me. He stopped with me in the same house a week. He was 22 years of age, or 23, I can't say which. While he was with me, he was very kind to me. Oh yes, sir, much kinder than my father, and I loved him a great deal more, I'm sure. I hadn't many clothes when I left my father's home. I had nothing but what I stood upright in. I had no more clothes when I was at home. When my young man left me, there was another young girl in the same lodging-house who advised me to turn out upon the streets. I went and took her advice. I did like the life for a bit, because I seed there was money getting by it. Sometimes I got 4 shillings or 5 shillings a day, and sometimes more than that. I still kept at the same house. There were a lot of girls like me at the same place. It was not a bad house, but they encouraged us like. No tramps used to come there, only young chaps and gals that used to go out thieving. No, my young man didn't thieve, not while he was with me, but I did afterwards. I've seen young chaps brought in there by the girls merely to pay their lodging money. The landlady told us to do that. She said I could do better than knocking about with a man. If I hadn't had enough to pay for my lodging, I couldn't have had a bed to lie on. We used to be all in the same room, chaps and girls, sometimes 9 or 10 couples in the same room, only little bits of girls and chaps. I have seen girls there 12 years of age. The boys was about 15 or 16. They used to swear dreadful. I fell out with the gal as first told me to go on the streets, and then I got with another at another house. I moved to Paddington. I lived at a little public house there, a bad house, and I used to go out shoplifting with my pal. I used to take everything I could lay my hands on. We went one night and I stole 2 dresses at a linen draper's shop, and had 2 months apiece for it. Yes, sir, I liked prison very well, because I had such bad clothes, and was glad to be out of the way. Some days we hardly had a bit to put in our mouths. Sometimes we used to get nothing shoplifting. The men perhaps would notice, the flymen, as we called them. They used to be too wide awake for us. Sometimes we used to make 5 shillings in the day, But then we used to spend it all in waste. Why, spending it in anything. We'd buy fish and meat and baked potatoes and pudding. No, sir, very little drink we had. We didn't care for gin, nor any liquor at all. There was none among us but one that cared for drink, and she used to pawn all her clothes for it. I dare say there was upwards of 12 or 13 gals. The kitchen used to be full. The mistress used to treat us well if we paid her, but she used to holler at us if we didn't. The chaps used to serve her out so. They used to take the sheets and blankets and everything away from her. She was deaf. They was mostly all prigs that used to come to see us. They used to go out nailing, that's thieving. There was one that they used to call Fogarty, was transported. Another got 7 months, and another got a 12-month. I had one fancy man. He was a shoplifter and a pickpocket. He has got 2 years now. I went to see him once in quod. Some calls it the Steel. I cried a good deal when he got nailed, sir. I loved him. A little time after he went away, I went down into the country, down into Essex. I saw I couldn't get him off, 'cause it was for a watch, and the gentleman went so hard against him. I was with him at the time he stole it, but I didn't know he'd got it till I saw him run. I got the man down by a sawmill. He was tipsy. He was a gentleman, and said he would give me 5 shillings if I would come along with him. My fancy man always kept near to me whenever I went out of a night. I usedn't to go out to take the men home, it was only to pick them up. My young man used to tell me how to rob the men. I'd get them up in a corner, and then I used to take out of their pockets whatever I could lay my hands on, and then I used to hand it over to him, and he used to take the things home and fence them. We used to do a good deal this way, sometimes. Often we'd get enough to keep us 2 or 3 days. At last he got caught for the watch, and when I seed I couldn't get him off, I went down into the country, down into Essex, sir. I travelled all parts, and slept at the Unions on the road. I met a young girl down in Town Malling in Kent. I met her, and then we used to go begging together, and tramp it from one Union to another. At last we got so ragged and dirty, and our things all got so bad, that we made up our minds to go in for 3 months into prison at Battle, down in Sussex. We used to meet a great many on the road, boiling their kettle, and sometimes we used to stop and skipper with them of a night. Skippering is sleeping in barns or under hedges, if it's warm weather. They weren't gypsies. We usedn't to stop to speak to the gypsies, not much, unless we went to fairs or horse races. Then we used to sit with them for a little while, if they had their tent. We generally used to steal on the way. If we could see anything, we used to take it. At last, when our clothes got bad, I and the other girl, she still kept with me, determined to break the parson's windows at Battle. We broke one because the house was good for a cant, that's some food, bread or meat, and they wouldn't give it us, so we got savage and broke all the glass in the windows. For that we got 3 months. After we got out, the parson sent word for us to come to his house, and he gave us ½ crown apiece to take us on the road. He would have given us some clothes. We had no shoes and stockings. We was very bad off, but his wife was in London. So we went on the road tramping again, and I have been tramping it about the country ever since. I was all last winter in Town Malling Union with the fever, and when I got well I set off tramping again. I didn't have no more chaps since I left my fancy man. I mean, I never took up with no others, not to keep their company. I have been about 2 years tramping altogether. Out of that I had 5 months in prison for stealing and breaking windows. I like the tramping life well enough in the summer, 'cause there's plenty of victuals to be had then, but it's the winter that we can't stand. Then we generally come to London, but we can't call it house to house here as we do in the country, so we make but a poor thing of it. I never was so bad off as I am now, excepting when I was at Battle, for I had no shoes or stockings then. The police is too sharp for us in London. I'm very fond of going through the country in fine weather. Sometimes we don't make much freedom with the chaps in the Union, and sometimes we do. They tells us to go along with them, for they knows good houses to call at. What you make is all according to whether you're in a lonesome road. I've travelled a day and not seen a house that I could get anything at. Some days I've got a shilling given to me, and some days as much as half a crown. We can always get plenty of bread and meat, for country folks is very good. If I had some good things, that is, good boots, I should like to go into the country again. Sometimes we get so much scran we sells it among ourselves. I should sell my lot to some travellers on the road. They gives us 3d. or 4d, but we must give them a good lot for that. I can't say which is the best of the unions now, for they are all shut up. They used to be good at one time, but the Irish ruined them. They came in such swarms, the people I knew would never stand it. We used often to say of a night that them Irish Greeks would ruin the business. They are much better beggars than we are, though they don't get as much as the English, because they go in such swarms up to the door. Now, down in Hawkhurst, there used to be a 2d loaf allowed to everybody that called at the parson's house, little and big. It was allowed by a lady, till the pigs of Irish came in such lots that they spoilt all the game. The parson won't give it to no one now, except 8 travelling men in the morning. I know all the good houses, and the tidy grubbicans. That's the unions where there's little or nothing to do for the food we gets. We walk mostly 11 miles a day. If it's hot we walk only 6 miles, and turn in under a hedge if we've got our things with us to make a tent. We go all right round the country, up to Yorkshire, and as far as Northumberland. We don't try Warwick Gaol because the shilling they used to give on being discharged is stopped, excepting to those that's not been there before, and there's very few of the trampers, boys or girls, that hasn't. Then there's the 2d house down in Highfield, in Kent. I'm blowed if they ain't been and stopped that. I can't tell what's come to the country of late. It's got very bad and scaly. There's no hospitality going on. I've been 2 years at the business, and I've seen it grow worse and worse, meaner and meaner, every day before my very eyes. I don't know, I'm sure, what poor trampers will do if it gets any worse. Some do talk of the good old times, when there was plenty of money getting in them days. I shouldn't like to give it up just yet. I do like to be in the country in the summer time. I like haymaking and hopping, because that's a good bit of fun. Still, I'm sick and tired of what I'm doing now. It's the winter that sickens me. I'm worn out now, and I often sits and thinks of the life that I've led. I think of my kind, dear mother, and how good I would have been if my father had taught me better. Still, if I'd clothes, I'd not give up my present life. I'd be down in the country now. I do love roving about, and I'm wretched when I'm not at it. After my mother died, I never liked to be at home. I've seen many an unhappy day since I've been away. Still, I wouldn't go back to my home, because it's no home to me. End of section 86. Section 87 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3 by Hendrie Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. London Vagrants, Part 10. London Vagrants, Asylums for the Houseless. To give the reader an idea of the motley assemblage to be found in these places, I subjoin the following table, taken from the report, by which it will be seen that almost every quarter of the globe contributes its quota of wretchedness. Places to which the individuals sheltered by the Houseless Poor Society during the winter 1848-49 appeared to belong. Africa, 12. America, 78. Bedfordshire, 55. Berkshire, 267. Buckinghamshire, 88. Cambridgeshire, 88. Cheshire, 40. Cornwall, 32. Cumberland, 12. Derbyshire, 48. Denmark, 6. Devonshire, 209. Dorsetshire, 46. Durham, 54. East Indies, 19. Essex, 392. France, 14. Germany, 53. Gibraltar, 3. Gloucestershire, 163. Guernsey 32, Hampshire 414, Herefordshire 45, Hertfordshire 181, Huntingdonshire 25, Ireland 8,068, Italy 7, Jersey 15, Kent 523, Lancashire 811, Leicestershire 75, Lincolnshire 85, London 343, Middlesex 214, Norfolk 163, Northamptonshire 67, Northumberland 72, Nottinghamshire 68, Oxfordshire 100, Poland 4, Portugal 5, Russia 7, Rutlandshire 24, Scotland 230, Shropshire 42, Somersetshire 246, Spain 10, St Helena 8, Staffordshire 129, Suffolk 133, Surrey 204, Sussex 147, Wales 122, Warwickshire 160, West Indies 25, Westmoreland 6, Wiltshire 87, Worcestershire 36, Yorkshire 126, Unknown 29, Born at Sea 5. These places of shelter for the houseless are only open at certain periods of the year, and at this season a large proportion of the country labourers who are out of employ flock to London, either to seek for work in the winter time or to avail themselves of the food and lodging afforded by these charitable institutions. Others again, who are professional vagrants, tramping through the country and sleeping at the different unions on their road, come to town as regularly as noblemen every winter, and make their appearance annually in these quarters. Moreover, it is at this season of the year that the sufferings and privations of the really poor and destitute are rendered tenfold more severe than at any other period, and it is at the houses of refuge that the great mass of London, or rather English and Irish, poverty and misery is to be met with. The congregation at the refuges for the destitute is indeed a sort of ragged congress of nations, a convocation of squalor and misery, a synopsis of destitution, degradation, and suffering, to be seen perhaps nowhere else. Nor are the returns of the bodily ailments of the wretched inmates of these abodes less instructive as to their miserable modes of life, their continual exposure to the weather, and their want of proper nutriment. The subjoined medical report of the diseases and bodily afflictions to which these poor creatures are liable tells a tale of suffering, which to persons with even the smallest amount of pathological knowledge must need no comment. The catarrh and influenza, the rheumatism, bronchitis, ague, asthma, lumbago, all speak of many long nights' exposure to the wet and cold, whereas the abscesses, ulcers, the diarrhea, and the excessive debility from starvation tell, in a manner that precludes all doubt, of the want of proper sustenance and extreme privation of these the very poorest of all the poor. Medical Report for 1848-49. Of the persons who applied at the General Asylum, there were afflicted with catarrh and influenza 149, incipient fever 52, rheumatism 50, atrophy 3, dropsy 3, incised wounds 3, diarrhea 60, cholera 2, bronchitis 13, abscess 15, ulcers 11, affections of the head 12, ague 13, excessive debility from starvation 17, inflammation of lungs 2, asthma 10, epilepsy 4, diseased joints 4, erysipelas 3, rupture 3, cramps and pains in bowels 2, spitting of blood 4, lumbago 1, rheumatic ophthalmia 2, strumous disease 2, sprains 1, fractures 4, pregnant 30. The returns of the different callings of the individuals seeking for the shelter of the refugees are equally curious and worthy of study. These, however, I shall reserve for my next letter, as by comparing the returns for each year since the opening of the institution, now 30 years ago, we shall be enabled to arrive at almost an historical account of the distress of the different trades since the year 1820. These tables I am now preparing from the valuable yearly reports of the Society, one of the most deserving among all our charitable institutions, and one which, especially at this bitter season, calls for the support of all those who would give a meal and a bed to such as are too poor to have either. I will now proceed to a description of the refuge itself. The only refuge for the houseless now open, which is really a home for the homeless, is that in Playhouse Yard, Cripplegate. The doors open into a narrow by-street, and the neighbourhood needs no other announcement that the establishment is open for the reception of the houseless than the assembly of a crowd of ragged, shivering people, certain to be seen on the night of opening, as if they knew by instinct where they might be housed under a warm and comfortable roof. The crowd gathers in Playhouse Yard, and many among them look sad and weary enough. Many of the women carry infants at the breast, and have children by their sides holding by their gowns. The cries of these, and the wrangling of the hungry crowds for their places, is indeed disheartening to hear. The only sounds of merriment come from the errand boys, as they call themselves, whom even starvation cannot make sorrowful for 2 hours together. The little struggle that there usually is among the applicants is not for a rush when the doors are opened, but for what they call the front rank. They are made to stand clear of the footpath, and when 5 o'clock, the hour of admission, comes, an officer of the refuge steps out and quietly, by a motion of his hand or a touch on the shoulder, sends in about 150 men and boys, and about 50 women and girls. He knows the great majority of those who have tickets, which entitle them to 1 or 2 nights further lodging. The tickets are generally for 3 nights. And these are commonly in the foremost rank. The number thus admitted show themselves more or less at home. Some are quiet and abashed, but some proceed briskly and in a business-like way to the first process, to wash themselves. This is done in 2 large vessels, in what may be called the hall or vestibule of the building. A man keeps pumping fresh water into the vessels as fast as that used is drained off, and soap and clean towels are supplied when thought necessary, the clean towels which are long and attached to rollers, soon becoming, in truth, exceedingly dirty. I noticed some little contention, whether to show an anxiety to conform to the rules of the refuge, or to hurry through a disagreeable but inevitable task, or really for the comfort of ablution. I will not pretend to determine, but there was some little contention for the first turn among the young men at the washing. To look down upon them from the main staircase, as I did, was to survey a very motley scene. There they were, the shirtless, the shoeless, the coatless, the unshaven, the uncouth, aye, and the decent and respectable. There were men from every part of the United Kingdom, with a coloured man or 2, a few seamen, navigators, agricultural labourers, and artisans. There were no foreigners on the nights that I was there, and in the returns of those admitted there will not be found 1 Jew. It is possible that Jews may be entered under the heads of Germans or Poles, I mean foreign Jews. But on my visits I did not see so much as any near approach to the Hebrew physiognomy. To attempt to give an account of anything like a prevailing garb among these men is impossible unless I described it as rags. As they were washing, or waiting for a wash, there was some stir and a loud buzz of talk, in which the brogue strongly predominated. There was some little fun too, as there must be where a crowd of many youths is assembled. One in a ragged, coarse, striped shirt exclaimed as he shoved along, "By your leave, gentlemen," with a significant emphasis on his gentleman. Another man said to his neighbour, The bread's fine, Joe, but the sleep isn't that plummy. Some few, I say, seemed merry enough, but that is easily accounted for. Their present object was attained, and your real professional vagabond is always happy by that, for a forgetfulness of the past, or an indifference to it, and a recklessness as to the future, are the primary elements of a vagrant's enjoyment. Those who had tickets were of course subjected to no further examination, unless by the surgeon subsequently, but all the new candidates for admission, and the officers kept admitting fresh batches as they were instructed, were not passed before a rigid examination, when a ticket for 3 nights was given to each fresh applicant. On the right hand, as you enter the building, is the office. The assistant superintendent sits before a large ledger, in which he enters every name and description. His questions to every fresh candidate are: your name? How old are you? What trade? How do you live, if no trade? Where did you sleep last night? To what parish do you belong? In order to answer these questions, each fresh applicant for admission stands before the door of the office, a portion of the upper division of the door being thrown open. Whilst I was present, there was among a portion of the male applicants but little hesitation in answering the inquiries glibly and promptly. Others answered reluctantly. The answers of some of the boys, especially the Irish boys, were curious. Where did you sleep last night? Well then, sir, I sleep walking about the streets all night, and very cold it was, sir. Another lad was asked, after he had stated his name and age, how he lived. I beg or do anything, he answered. What's your parish? Ireland. Several pronounced their parish to be the County Cork. Have you a father here? He died before we left Ireland. How did you get here then? I came with my mother. Well, and where's she? She died after we came to England. So the child had the streets for a stepmother. Some of the women were as glib and systematic in their answers as the men and boys. Others were much abashed. Among the glib-tongued women there seemed no shamefacedness. Some of the women admitted here, however, have acquitted themselves well when provided, through charitable institutions, with situations. The absence of shame which I have remarked upon is the more notable because these women were questioned by men, with other men standing by. Some of the women were good-looking, and when asked how old they were, they answered at once, and judging by their appearance, never understated their years. Many I should have pronounced younger than they stated. Vanity, even with silliness and prettiness, does not seem to exist in their utter destitution. All the regular processes having been observed, and the women have a place for their ablutions after the same fashion as the men, the applicants admitted enter their several wards. The women's ward is at the top of the building. It supplies accommodation or berths for 95 women in an apartment 35 yards in length and 6 in width. At one corner of this long chamber, a few steps lead down to what is called the nursery, which has 30 berths. Most of these berths may be described as double, and are large enough to accommodate a mother and her children. The children, when I saw them, were gambolling about in some of the berths, as merry as children elsewhere, or perhaps merrier, for they were experiencing the unwonted luxuries of warmth and food. The matron can supply these women and their children with gruel at her discretion, and it appeared to be freely given. Some who had children seemed to be the best of all there in point of physiognomy. They had not generally the stolid, stupid, indifferent, or shameless look of many of the other women. It was as though the motherly feeling had somewhat humanized them. Some of the better sort of women spoke so low as to be hardly audible. Among them were indeed many decent-looking females. The men's wards are the chapel ward, for the better sort of persons, containing 90 berths, one line being ranged 2 berths deep. The lower ward, containing 120 berths. The boys' ward, containing 60 berths. And the straw loft, 40. There is a walk alongside the berths in each ward. What is called the boys' ward is not confined to boys. It used to be so, but they were found so noisy that they could no longer be allowed a separate apartment. They are now scattered through the several wards with the men, the officers arranging them and varying the arrangements as they consider best. Before there can be any retirement to rest, each man, woman and child must be examined by a surgeon. Whilst I was present, a young assistant conducted the investigation in a careful yet kindly and gentlemanly manner. Indeed, I was much struck with the sympathy and gentleness he displayed, and it was evident from the respect of the people that kindness and consideration are the very qualities to impress and control the class he has to deal with. All afflicted with cutaneous disorders, and there were but 5 men so afflicted, were lodged apart from the others. Bronchitis and rheumatism are the prevalent disorders, occasioned by their exposure to the weather and their frequent insufficiency of food. 90% of them, I was told by Mr. Gay, the intelligent surgeon of the establishment, might have coughs at some period, but of that they thought nothing. Women advanced in pregnancy, and men with any serious, especially any infectious, ailment, are not permitted to sleep in the refuge, but the institution, if they have been admitted, finds them lodgings elsewhere. Each person admitted receives in the evening half a pound of the best bread. Every child has the same allowance. If a woman be admitted with 4 children, she receives 2½ pounds of bread, a half-pound for every one, no matter if one be at the breast, as is not unfrequently the case. The same quantity of bread is given in the mornings. In the night that I was present, 430 were admitted, and consequently, including the evening and morning allowances, 430 pounds of bread were disposed of. On Sundays, when divine service is celebrated by a clergyman of the Church of England, 3 half-pounds of bread and 3 ounces of cheese are distributed to each inmate, children and babies included. I witnessed a number of young men eating the bread administered to them. They took it with a keen appetite. Nothing was heard among them but the champing of the teeth as they chewed large mouthfuls of the food. The berths, both in the men's and women's wards, are on the ground, and divided one from another only by a wooden partition about a foot high. A similar partition is at the head and feet, so that in all the wards it looks as if there were a series of coffins arranged in long catacombs. This burial-like aspect is the more striking when the inmates are all asleep, as they were, with the rarest exceptions, when I walked round at 10 o'clock at night. Each sleeper has for covering a large basil, note, dressed sheepskin, end note, such as cobblers use for aprons. As they lie in long rows, in the most profound repose, with these dark brown wrappers about them, they present the uniform look and arrangement of a long line of mummies. Each bed in the coffin, or trough-like division, is made of waterproof cloth, stuffed with hay, made so as to be easily cleaned. It is soft and pleasant to the touch. Formerly the beds were plain straw, but the present plan has been in use for 7 years. In this refuge only 3 men have died since it was established 30 years ago. One fell dead at the Sinkstone while washing himself. The other 2 were found dead in their berths during the prevalence of the cholera. Every part of the building was scrupulously clean. On the first night of the opening, the matron selects from the women who have sought an asylum there 3 who are engaged for the season to do the household work. This is done during the day when the inmates are absent. All must leave by 8 in the morning, the doors being open for their departure at 5, in case any wish to quit early, as some do for the chance of a job at Covent Garden, Farringdon, or any of the early markets. The 3 women helpers receive 7 shillings a week each, the half of that sum being paid them in money every Saturday, and the other half being retained and given to each of them in a round sum at the closing of the refuge. The premises in which this accommodation to the houseless is now supplied were formerly a hat manufactory on a large scale, but the lath and plaster of the ceilings and the partitions have been removed, so that what was a suite of apartments on one floor is now a long ward. The rafters of the ceilings are minutely whitewashed, as are the upright beams used in the construction of the several rooms before the place was applied to its present charitable end. Those now are in the nature of pillars, and add to the catacomb-like aspect that I have spoken of. In different parts of each ward are very large grates, in which bright fires are kept glowing and crackling, and as these are lighted some time before the hour of opening, the place has a warmth and coziness which must be very grateful to those who have encountered the cold air all the day, and perhaps all the night before. End of section 87. Section 88 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3, by Hendrie Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. London Vagrants, Part 11. In order to arrive at a correct estimate as to the number of the really poor and houseless who availed themselves of the establishment, to afford nightly shelter to whom the refuge was originally instituted by the benevolent founder, Mr. Hick, the city mace-bearer, I consulted with the superintendent as to the class of persons he found most generally seeking refuge there. These were, among the men, mostly labourers out of work, agricultural, railway, and dock; discharged artisans, chiefly carpenters and painters; sailors, either cast away or without their registry tickets; broken-down tradesmen, clerks, shopmen, and errand-boys, who either through illness or misfortune had been deprived of their situations; and, above all, Irish immigrants, who had been starved out of their own country. These he considered the really deserving portion of the inmates for whom the institution was designed. Among the females, the better and largest class of poor were needlewomen, servants, charwomen, garden women, sellers of laces in the street, and occasionally a beggar woman. Under his guidance, I selected such as appeared the most meritorious among the classes he had enumerated, and now subjoin the statements of a portion of the number. The first of the houseless that I saw was a railway navigator. He was a fine, stoutly built fellow, with a fresh-coloured, open countenance and flaxen hair, indeed altogether a splendid specimen of the Saxon labourer. He was habited in a short blue smock-frock, yellow in parts with clay, and he wore the heavy high lace-up boots, so characteristic of the tribe. These were burst and almost soleless with long wear. The poor fellow told the old story of the labourer compelled to squander the earnings at the public house of his master. "I have been a navvy for about 18 years. The first work that I done was on the Manchester and Liverpool. I was a lad then. I used to grease the railway wagons, and got about 1 shilling and sixpence a day. There we had a tommy shop, and we had to go there to get our bit of victuals, and they used to charge us an extra price. The next place I had after that was on the London and Brummagem. There I went as horse-driver, and had 2 shillings and sixpence a day. Things was dear then, and at the tommy shop they was much dearer, for there was tommy shops on every line then, and indeed every contractor and subcontractor had his shop that he forced his men to deal at, or else he wouldn't have them in his employ. At the tommy shop we was charged half as much again as we should have had to pay elsewhere, and it's the same now, wherever these tommy shops is. What the contractors, you see, can't make out of the company, they fleeces out of the men. Well, sir, I worked on that line through all the different contracts till it was finished. Sometimes I was digging, sometimes shovelling. I was mostly at work at open cuttings. All this time I was getting from 2 shillings and sixpence to 3 shillings and 3 shillings and sixpence a day. That was the top price. And if I'd had the ready money to lay out myself, I could have done pretty well, and maybe have put a penny or two by against a rainy day. But the tommy shop and the lodging house took it all out of us. You see, the Tommy shop found us in beer, and they would let us drink away all our earnings there if we pleased, and when pay time came we should have nothing to take. If we didn't eat and drink at the Tommy shop, we should have no work. Of an evening we went to the Tommy shop after the drink, and they'd keep drawing beer for us there as long as we'd have anything coming to us next payday. We were paid every fortnight and sometimes every month. And when we had drunk away all that would be coming to us, why, they'd turn us out. The contractor who keeps these Tommy shops is generally a gentleman, a man of great property, who takes some 4, 5, or 7 lengths to do. Well, with such goings on, in course there wasn't no chance in the world for us to save a halfpenny. We had a sick fund among ourselves, but our masters never cared nothing about us, further than what they could get out of us at their Tommy shops. They were never satisfied if a man didn't spend all his money with them. If we had a penny to take at the month's end, they didn't like it, and now the half of us has to walk about and starve, or beg, or go to the Union. After I left the Brummagem line, I went on to the Great Western. I went to work at Maidenhead. There it was on the same system, and on the same rules, the poor man being fleeced and made drunk by his master. Sometimes the contractor would lot the work out to some subcontractor, and he, after the men had worked for a month, would run away, and we should never see the colour of his money. After the Great Western, I went into Lancashire on the Manchester and Oldham branch. I started there to work at nights, and there I worked a month for the contractors when they went bankrupt, and we never received a farthing but what we had got out of the Tommy shop. Well, I came away from there and got on to the London and Brighton, and I worked all up and down that, saving the tunnels, and it was the same there. The Tommy shop and imposition was wherever we went. Well, from there I went on to the London and Dover. It was monthly payments on that. There too I worked for a month when the subcontractor runned away with all the men's money. £900, sir, it were calculated. After that another party took it, and it was the same all the way up and down, the Tommy shop and beer as much as we liked on credit. Then I went on to the London and Cambridge, and there it was the same story over and over again. Just about this time, railway work began to get slack, and then farmers' work was slack too, and you see that made things worse for the navvies, for all came to look for employment on the railroads. This is about 7 years ago. After that, some more fresh lines started throughout Lancashire and Yorkshire, and trade being bad in them parts, all the weavers applied for work on the railways, and the regular navvies had a hard time of it then. But we managed to get on somehow, kept lingering on, till about 3 years agone, when trade got a little bit better. That was about the time when things was very dear, and our wages was rose to 3 shillings and 6pence a day. They'd been only 2 shillings and 6pence and 3 shillings before that. And we did much better when our pay was increased, because we had the ready money then, and there was no Tommy shops that summer, for the company wouldn't have them on that line. At the end of that year the work was all stopped, on account of the Chartist rising, and then there was hundreds of men walking about begging their bread from door to door, with nothing to do. After this, that's 2 years ago, the back end of this year, I went to work on the London and York. Here we had only 2 shillings and 9pence a day, and we had only 4 days' work in the week to do besides. And then there was a Tommy shop, where we were forced to get our victuals and drink. So you see, we were very bad off then. I stopped on this line, for work was very scarce, and I thought myself lucky to have any, till last spring. Then all the work on it stopped, and I dare say 2,000 men were thrown out of employ in one day. They were all starving, the heap of them, or next door to it. I went away from there over to the Brummagem and Beachley branch line, but there I found things almost as bad as what I left before. Big, strong, able-bodied men were working for 1 shilling and 8pence a day, and from that to 2 shillings. That was the top price, for wages had come down, you see, about 1/2, and little or no work to do at that price. and tommy shop and beer, sir, as before, out of the little we did get. The great cause of our wages being cut down was through the work being so slack in the country. Everybody was flocking to them parts for employment, and the contractors, seeing a quantity of men walking backwards and forwards, dropped the wages. If one man wouldn't work at the price, there was hundreds ready to do it. Besides, provisions was very cheap, and the contractors knew we could live on less, and do their work quite as well. Whenever provisions goes down, our wages does too. But when they goes up, the contractors is very slow in rising them. You see, when they find so many men walking about without work, the masters have got the chance of the poor man. 3 year gone this last winter, I think it was 46, provisions was high and wages was good, and in the summer of the very same year, food got cheap again, and our wages dropped from 3 shillings and 6pence to 3 shillings and 2 shillings and 9pence. The fall in our wages took place immediately the food got cheaper. The contractors said, as we could live for less, we must do the work for less. I left the Brummagem and Beachley line about 2 months before the Christmas before last, and then I came to Copenhagen Fields on the London and York, the London end, sir. And there I was till last March, when we were all paid off, about 600 on us. And I went back to Barnet, and there I worked till the last 7 weeks, and had 2 shillings and 9pence a day for what 4 years ago I had 3 shillings and 6pence for, and I could only have 3 or 4 days' work in the week then. Whilst I was there, I hurted my leg, and was laid up a month. I lived all that time on charity, on what the chaps would come and give me. One would give a shilling, another 6pence, another a shilling, just as they could spare it, and poorly they could do that, God knows. I couldn't declare unto the sick fund because I hadn't no bones broken. Well, when I come to look for work, and that's 3 weeks agone, when I could get about again, the work was all stopped, and I couldn't get none to do. Then I come to London, and I've looked all about for a job, and I can't find nothing to do. I went to a lodging house in the borough, and I sold all my things, shovel and grafting tool and all, to have a meal of food. When all my things was gone, I didn't know where to go. One of my mates told me of this refuge, and I have been here 2 nights. All that I have had to eat since then is the bread night and morning they gives us here. This will be the last night I shall have to stop here, and after that I don't know what I shall do. There's no railway work, that is, there's none to speak of, seeing the thousands of men that's walking about with nothing to do, and not knowing where to lay their heads. If I could get any interest, I should like to go away as an emigrant. I shouldn't like to be sent out of my native country as a rogue and a vagabond. But I'm tired of stopping here, and if I can't get away, why I must go home and go to the parish, and it's hard for a young man that's willing and able like me to work, and be forced to want because he can't get it. I know there is thousands, sir, like I am. I know there is, in the very same condition as I am at this moment. Yes, I know there is. Note, this he said with very great feeling and emphasis. End note. We are all starving. We are all willing to work, but it ain't to be had. This country is getting very bad for labour. It's so overrun with Irish that the Englishman hasn't a chance in his own land to live. Ever since I was 9 years old, I've got my own living, but now I'm dead beat, though I'm only 28 next August. The next man to whom I spoke was tall and hale-looking, except that his features were pinched and his eyes had a dull, lacklustre look, common to men suffering from cold and hunger. His dress was a coarse jacket, fustian trousers, and coarse, hard-worn shoes. He spoke without any very provincial accent. I am now 48, and have been a farm labourer all my life. I am a single man. When I was a boy of 12, I was put to dig, or see after the birds, or break clods, or anything, on a farm at Crowland in Lancashire. I had very little school before that, and could neither read nor write. I was then living with my parents, poor people, who worked on the land whenever they could get a day's work. We had to live very hard, but at hay and harvest times we had meat and lived better. I had 3 shillings a week as a boy. When I grew up to 14, I left home. I thought my father didn't use me well. Perhaps it was my own fault. I might have been a bad boy. But he was severe when he did begin with me, though he was generally quiet. When his passion was up, there was no bearing it. Anyhow, I started into the world at 14 to do the best I could for myself, to make my fortune if I could. Since then, I have had work in all sorts of counties, Midland counties principally. When a boy, I got employment readily enough at bird scaring or haymaking, but I soon grew up and took a man's place very early, and I could then do any kind of farmer's work, except ploughing or seeding. They have men on purpose for that. Farm work was far better in my younger days than it is now. For a week, when hired by the day, I never get more than 15 shillings regular work. For taken work, note by the job, end note, I have made as much as 42 shillings in a week, that is, in reaping and mowing, when I could drop on such jobs in a difficult season when the weather was uncertain. I talk of good times. The last good job I had was 3 years ago, come next summer. Now I should be glad to get 9 shillings a week, constant work, anything but what I'm doing now. As I went about from place to place, working for farmers, I generally lodged at the shepherds' houses or at some labourers'. I never was in a lodging house when I was in work, only when money runs low, one must have shelter. At some lodging houses I've had a good feather bed. Others of them are bad enough. The best, I think, are in Norfolk. I have saved a bit of money several times, indeed, year after year, until the last 3 or 4 years. But what I saved in the summer went in the winter. In some summers I could save nothing. It's how the season comes. I never cared for drink. I've done middling till these last 2 seasons. My health was good, to be sure, but when a man's in health, his appetite is good also, and when I'm at regular work, I don't eat half so much as when I'm knocking about idle and get hold of a meal. I often have to make up for 3 or 4 days then. The last job I had was 6 weeks before Christmas, at Boston in Lincolnshire. I couldn't make 1 shilling and 6pence a day on account of the weather. I had 13 shillings, however, to start with, and I went on the road, not standing for a straight road, but going where I heard there was a chance of a job, up or down, anywhere, here or there. But there was always the same answer: nobody wanted, no work for their own constant men. I was so beat out as soon as my money was done, and it lasted 10 days, that I parted with my things one by one. First my waistcoat, then my stockings, 3 pair of them, then 3 shirts. I got 2 shillings and 4pence for 3 shirts, and 6pence a pair for my stockings. My clothes were done, and I parted with my pocket knife for 2pence, and with my 'bacco box for a penny halfpenny. After I left Boston, I got into Leicestershire, and was at Cambridge, and Wisbeach, and Lynn, and Norwich. And I heard of a job among brickmakers at Low Easthorpe in Suffolk, but it was no go. The weather was against it too. It was when the snow set in. And then I thought I would come to London, as God in his goodness might send me something to do. I never meant anything slinking. I'm only happy when I'm at work, but here I am destitute. Some days, as I walked up, I had nothing to eat. At others I got halfpennies or pennies from men like myself that I saw at work. I've given shillings away that way myself at times. Sometimes I had to take to the road, but I'm a very poor beggar. When I got to London, I was a stranger, and lodged here the first night. That's a week ago. A policeman sent me here. I've tried every day to get work, labouring work for builders, or about manure carts or anything like that, as there's no farming in London, but got none. So but for this place, I had starved. When this place is closed, I must tramp into the country. There are very many farm labourers now going from farm to farm and town to town to seek work, more than ever I saw before. I don't know that the regular farm workmen come so much to London. As I travelled up from Suffolk, I lay rough often enough. I got into stables or any places. Such places as this save many a man's life. It saved mine, for I might have been found dead in the street, as I didn't know where to go. This man appeared to me to be a very decent character. End of section 88. Section 89 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3, by Hendrie Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. London Vagrants, Part 12. The large number of Irish found among the inmates of these establishments is one of the peculiar features of the refuges. By the returns above given, it will be seen that they constitute more than 1/2 of the total applicants. Such being the fact, I selected 2 from the more decent, as types of the better class of immigrants, and subjoin their narratives. One of these men had a half-shrewd, half-stolid look, and was clad in very dirty fustian. His beard was some days old, and he looked ill-fed and wretched. His children, for he had 2 boys with him, 10 and 12 years old, were shoeless, their white skins being a contrast to their dirty dress, as the former appeared through the holes in their jackets. They looked on with a sort of vacant wonder, motionless and without a word. The father said, "I've been knocking about in England these 4 years, from place to place. I'm telling you the truth, sir." Note, this he often repeated, end note. "I came here to better myself, to knock about something better, but I wish to God I'd been buried before I buried my wife and children, I then did, sir. I was a labourer in Ireland, working in the farms and gardens for anybody. My wages weren't much, only 3 shillings a week on my daddled house." Note, that is, a house rent-free, end note. "And 2 meals of victuals a day, sometimes tatties and milk for meals, and sometimes tatties and fish, and sometimes, often, tatties and nothing. My wife and me and 4 children came from Cork. It was in the County Cork I lived, to Wales. I don't know the name of the port. They've such queer names there, shouldn't they have, sir? It cost me half a crown apiece for the 6 of us. I raised the money partly by digging up a garden I had and selling what stuff there was, and the rest was made up by the farmers in the neighbourhood giving their 3d or 6d apiece to me, so that I might live. I wasn't on the pale all right, but I soon might. When I got to Wales, I had only 6d left. I went to the workhouse for a night's lodging, to be sure. What else? I started next day for London with my wife and children, begging as we came, and going from workhouse to workhouse, and very badly we got along. It finished a fortnight to get to London. When we got to London, that's about 4 years ago, we got work at pace picking, my wife and me, in the gardens of Alt, that is, for the summer. In the winter, we sold oranges in the streets where she lived, and we had nothing from the parishes. I can't complain of the living till this time, sir. It was better than I knew in Ireland. I don't know what we got. 3 managed all. Last autumn, we went to the Hop County, to Ellis's farm. I don't know the town nearest. And there my wife and 2 children died of the cholera at the farm. The 3 of them weren't awake ill. The parish kept them and buried them. Since that, I've been worse off than ever, and will always be worse off than ever, for I've lost a good wife. Since her death, I jobbed about in the country, living very bare, me and the children, till the frost came, and then we came to London. I was knocking about for a fortnight and begged a little, but sorry much I got by that. How do I know this place? Musha, all the neighbours know about it." The younger man, who was tall and gaunt, more intelligent than the other, and less squalid in his appearance, said, "I've been in England 2 years in August. I came to bid of my living. I told the parson of London, Ireland, it was £30 a year rent and 40 acres. That was in the County Cork, parish of Kilmaine. I rented the land off a middleman, and he was very severe. My family and I couldn't live under him. I had a wife and 3 children. We all came to England, from Cork to Bristol. I kept a little substance back to pay my way to England. The voyage cost 25 shillings. From Bristol I went to Cardiff, as I got no work at Bristol. At Cardiff I worked on the railway at 2 shillings and sixpence a day. I did well for a couple of months. I would like to continue at that, or at a shilling a day here, better than in Ireland these times. I worked in Cardiff town with a bricklayer after I'd done on the railway at 12 shillings a week. I next year had a 12 months work and a half with a farmer near Bristol at 10 shillings a week, and was still plenty comfortable. I made for London at the hay harvest. I had a little money to start with, but I got no hay work, only a trifle of work at the docks. In can harvest near Brighton, I worked for 6 weeks, making 10 shillings an acre for cutting wheat by pacework, and 7 shillings for odds, and 2 shillings for only day's work. I made £4 altogether. I get back to London with 40 shillings. I could get no work at all, but 5 days' work at a stone yard at a shilling a day. I sold a few things in the streets, oranges and apples, so did my wife. It helped to keep us. All was gone at last, so I got in here with one child, a fine boy. My wife's got 3 with her. She's in a lodging in Gray's Inn Lane. She's starving, I'm afraid, but she wished me to come in here with the child, as I could do nothing at night time. I don't know how money came over about the time I did. The gentry gave poor men money, or dad gave it to them, to send them over here, to free the land from its expenses. To complete the picture of this Irish destitution, I add the following. One wretched creature had come to the refuge with her 4 children. She herself was habited in a large blue cloth cloak. Her toes were through the end of her shoes, and her gown clung tight to her limbs, telling that she was utterly destitute of underclothing. In her arms she carried an infant, round which were wound some old woolen rags. As the little thing sucked at its mother's breast, it breathed so hard that it needed no words to tell of its long exposure to the cold. Though the mother was half clad, still there was the little bit of clean net inside the old rusty straw bonnet. The children were respectively 11, 6, and 3 years old. The eldest, a good-looking, grey-eyed girl, who stood with her forefinger in her mouth, half simple, was covered with a tattered plaid shawl. This, at her mother's bidding, she drew from her shoulder with an ostentation of poverty, to show that what had before appeared a gown beneath was nothing more than a bombazine petticoat. On her feet were a pair of women's old-fashionable shoes, tied on with string. These had been given in charity to her by a servant a week back. The next child, a boy, laughed as I looked at him, and seemed, though only 6 years old, to have been made prematurely knowing by his early street education. He put out his foot as he saw my eye glance downwards to his shoes, to show me that he had 1 boot and 1 shoe on. He was clad in all kinds of rags, and held in his hand a faded velvet cap. The youngest boy was almost a dwarf. He was 3 years old, but so stunted that he seemed scarce half that age. I come from the county of Cork, the worst and the poorest part of it. Yes, indeed, sir, it is, said the woman. And the gentleman know that I do. When I had it to do, I manufactured with flax and wool. I knit and sewed, to be sure I did, but God Almighty was pleased to deprive me of it. It was there I was married. My husband was a miner. Distress and want and hunger and poverty, nothing else, drove us to this country. It was the will of God, glory be to his holy and blessed name, to fare the taties. To be sure, I couldn't dig one out of the ground, not fit to eat. We lived on taties and milk and fish and eggs. We used to have inns then, and the mining failed too, when the captains came over here. Yes, to be sure, for here they lived, sir. Yes, sir, indeed. And I can't tell you that I used to be 8 days.
Yes, that I did. Before I could get 1 ha'porth to eat. For the water I boiled and drank to keep the life in myself and children. It was Dr. O'Donovan that paid for our passage. When I say all the hunger and distress and want, yes indeed, sir, that I went through, I gave a letter to the stamp packet office, and then they brought me and my 3 children over. It was here that this baby was born. My husband was here before me. He was about 7 or 8 months. He hadn't sent me any money, for he couldn't a penny. He wrote home to say if I lived, for I didn't think I lived. And then I showed the letter to Dr. Donovan. My husband never got a day's work since he came over. Indeed, he couldn't give the children their breakfast the next morning after they came. I came to London Bridge and met my husband there. Well, indeed, that is nearly 3 years ago. Then I had nothing to do since but what little we done at the harvest. It was 10 weeks before Christmas that I came over, and I don't know what month it was, for I don't read or write, you know. Then, indeed, we had to live by begging from that up to harvest time. I had to beg for him sooner than let him die with the hunger. He didn't do any work, but he'd be glad of a sixpence he'd earn. He'd rather have it that way than if he'd begged £10. It would be my pleasure. Never a day's work could he get, on money beside him. Lord, there is money, sir. He never does anything but at the harvest time, and then he works at reaping the corn. I know nothing else that he does. When I bind the sheaves after him, why indeed, we get work then for about a fortnight or 3 weeks. We don't hold a month. No, sir, no. How could my children do anything but as fast as we'd earn it to eat it? I declare, I don't know how much we'd make a week then. To get only 8 shillings an acre last year for it. I declare, I don't know what we made. But whatever we had, we hadn't 2 shillings leaving it. Oh, indeed, I had to beg all the rest of my time. My husband doesn't beg, I'll tell you the truth. The truth is the best. When he has a penny, he tries to sell a handful of oranges. And indeed, he had to leave off selling, for he couldn't buy half 100 of them to sell back. He done pretty well when the onions were in season, he did, sir. But there's so many selling oranges, he can't sell one of them. Now he does nothing, for he has nothing to reach half 100 lemons with, and that isn't much. When I gets a penny to pay for the lodgings, then we lodges and sleeps together. But when I can't, I must go about this way with my children. When I go out begging, he remains at home in the lodging house. He has nothing else to do, sir. I always go out with my children. Sure, I couldn't look at them die with hunger. Where's the use of leaving them with the husband? What is he to give them? Indeed, if I had left him last night with them, he couldn't have given them as much as they'd put in their mouths once. Indeed, I take them out in the cold to beg with me to get a bit of victuals for them. Sure, God knows, I can't help it. He knows I can't. Glory be to his holy name. Indeed, I have a part of the bread I got here last night to carry to my poor husband, for I know he wanted it. Oh, if I am to go to the gallows, I'm telling you the truth. Oh, to be sure, yes, sir. There's many a one would give a bit to the childer when they weren't to me. Sure, the world knows that. And maybe the childer will get 8pence, and that'll pay me lodging, or buy a loaf of bread for him. Sir, to be sure, you know, I'd get more with all my little childer out than I would with one. And that's the reason, indeed. Yes, indeed, that's why I take 'em out. Oh, then, that's what you want to know? Why, there's some people wouldn't believe I'd have so many. Maybe, some days, I wouldn't get a penny, and maybe I'd get a shilling. I met a gentleman the other day that gave me a shilling together. I'd all my children out with me then. The sister carries the little fella on her back. No more would he stop after me, neither. Only twice I've left him at home. I did indeed. He do cry with the cold, and often again with the hunger, and some of the people says to me it's myself that makes him cry, but then indeed it ain't. Maybe I've nae home to give my husband. Maybe it's at some union he slept last night. My husband never goes begging. He didn't, sir. I won't tell a lie. He didn't indeed. But he sends me out in the cold and in the wet and in the heat too. But then you can't help it. He's the best man that ever put a hat on his head, and the kindest.
She persisted in asseverating this, being apparently totally incapable of perceiving the inhumanity of her husband's conduct.
It don't force me. It don't, indeed. But he sits idle at home while I go out. Oh, if you knew what I suffers. Oh, yes. He'd rather work if I got a guinea in gold for him tonight. And yesterday morning he prayed to God Almighty to put something in his way to give him a day's work. I was in prison once for begging. My children was taken away from me and sent to some union. I don't know the name of it. That was the time my husband was selling the lemons. He never came to speak for me when I was going to prison, and he doesn't know whether I'm in prison tonight. I beg your honour's pardon. He would care, but he can't help me. I thought I'd end my life in the prison, but I wouldn't be allowed to speak a word. The poor man, my husband, can't help it. He was never quite lazy in his country, but God Almighty pleased to deprive him of his work, and what can he do?
The next was a rather tall and well-spoken woman of 58. When I was young, she said, I used to go out to days' works or charing, and sometimes as a laundress. I went charing till 5 years ago, sometimes doing middling, often very badly, when I burst a blood vessel in lifting a weight, a pail of water to fill a copper. I fell down all at once, and bled at the ears and nose. I was taken to St. Bartholomew's, and was there 4 months. When I came out, I took to sell things in the street. I could do nothing else. I have no friends in London, none in the world. Sometimes I picked up a living by selling laces and iron holders and memorandum books in the city. I made the memorandum books myself, penny books. The pincushions I made myself. I never had anything from my parish, or rather my husband's, that's Bristol. He was a bricklayer, but I charred when he was out of work. He died 18 years ago. I was known by ladies and others in the city, who would sometimes give me a 6pence for a lace. I was working 2 months back. It was the general Thanksgiving Day, when I was working at a fishmonger's in Gresham Street, and fell down the cellar stairs and broke my arm. I was again 3 weeks in Bartholomew's Hospital. I have been destitute ever since. I have made away with everything. A little quilt is all I have left, and that would have gone last night if I hadn't got in here. The poor woman whom I next accosted was a widow, her husband having died only a few months before. She had altogether what I may call a faded look. Even her widow's cap was limp and flat, and her look was miserably subdued. She said, My husband was a journeyman shoemaker. Sometimes he would earn 20 shillings a week, but we were badly off, for he drank. But he did not ill-use me, not much. During his last illness we raised £5 on a raffle for a silk handkerchief among the shoemakers, and 10 shillings from the Mendicity Society, and a few shillings from the clergyman of the parish. The trade buried him. I didn't get 1 shilling as his widow, only £5 to bury him. But there was arrears of rent to pay, and about a month after his death I hadn't a farthing, and I took the cholera and was 8 days in St. Bartholomew's, the parish officers sending me there in a cab. I lived in furnished lodgings before that, and had nothing to call my own when I had pawned my black for my husband. When I got out, I helped a neighbour at shoe binding.
One time I have earned 15 shillings a week at shoebinding for Regent Street. Now I can only earn 5 shillings with full work. I have seldom earned 3 shillings of late weeks. I had to leave my neighbour because I felt that I was a burden and was imposing upon her. I then had a shelter with a young woman I once lodged with, but I couldn't stay there any longer. She was poor and had nothing for me to do. So on Saturday last, I had no work, no money, no friends, and I thought I would try and get in here, as another poor woman had done. Here I've had a shelter. A pretty, pleasant-spoken young woman, very tidy in her poor attire, which was an old cloak wrapped close round her to cover her scanty dress, gave me the following statement, very modestly. I am 22. My mother died 6 years ago. My father I never knew, for I'm an unlawful child. My mother had a small income from my father and kept me at school. I can't even guess who my father was. I am an only child. I was taken from school to wait upon my mother. Very kind indeed she was to me, but she died in 3 weeks after I came from school. She'd been in a consumption for 6 years. She fretted sadly about me. She never told me I was an unlawful child. My aunt, my mother's sister, told me one day afterwards. My mother always said my father lived in the country. I loved my mother, so I seldom spoke of my father, for she would say, I don't wish to hear about him. There was nothing for me at my mother's death, so I put myself to learn fancy box making for grocers and pastry cooks for their sweetmeats, and for scents. My aunt assisted me. She is now poor and a widow. I could never earn more than 3 shillings or 4 shillings a week at box making. The pay is so bad. I lived this way for 4 or 5 years, lodging with my aunt, and giving her all I earned, and she kept me for it. I then went to learn the mackintosh coat making. I went into lodgings, my aunt being unable to help me any longer, as at my uncle's death she could only keep a room for herself and children. She makes pillboxes. I could earn at the mackintoshes only 4 shillings a week and my tea when in full work, and when work was bad I earned only 2 shillings and 6pence. It was 8pence a day and my tea. I parted with a good box of clothes to keep myself. First one bit of dress went, and another. I was exposed to many a temptation, but I have kept my character, I am happy to say. On Monday night I was in the streets all night. I hardly knew in what part. I was so miserable, having no place to put my head in, and frightened to death almost. I couldn't pay my lodgings, and so lost them. I was locked out. I went to the station house and asked to sit there for a shelter, but the policeman said it was no place for me, as I was not guilty of any offence. They could do nothing for me. They were all very civil. I walked the streets all that cold night. I feel the cold of that night in my limbs still. I thought it would never be over. I wasn't exposed to any insults. I had to walk about all Tuesday without a bite either Monday or Tuesday. On Tuesday evening I got admitted into this place and was very thankful. Next day I tried for work, but got none. I had a cup of tea from my aunt to live on that day. This girl wished to get into the parish in order to be sent out as an immigrant or anything of that kind, but her illegitimacy was a bar, as no settlement could be proved. It was not difficult to see by the looks of the poor woman whom I next addressed the distress and privation she had endured. Her eyes were full of tears, and there was a plaintiveness in her voice that was most touching. She was clad in rusty black, and had on a black straw bonnet with a few old crape flowers in it. But still, in all her poverty, there was a neatness in her appearance that told she was much unused to such abject misery as had now come upon her. Hers was indeed a wretched story, the victim of her husband's ill treatment and neglect.
I have been working at needlework ever since the end of August. My husband is living, but he has deserted me, and I don't know where he is at present. He had been a gentleman's servant, but he could attend to a garden, and of late years he had done so. I have been married 9 years next April. I never did live happily with him. He drank a very great deal, and when tipsy he used to beat me sorely. He had been out of work for a long time before he got his last situation, and there he had 18 shillings a week. He lost his place before that through drink. Oh, sir, perhaps he'd give me all his money at the end of the week within 3 shillings, but then he'd have more than half of it back again. Not every week alike, of course, but that was mostly the case, and in particular for the last year and a half, for since then he had been worse. While he was with me, I have gone out for a day's charing occasionally, but then I found I was no forwarder at the week's end, and so I didn't strive so much as I might have done, for if I earned 2 shillings, he'd be sure to have it from me. I was a servant before he married me, in a respectable tradesman's family. I lived 3 years and a half at my master's house out of town, and that was where I fell in with my husband. He was a shopman then. I lived with him more than 8 years, and always acted a wife's part to him. I never drank myself, and was never untrue to him, but he has been too untrue to me, and I have had to suffer for it. I bore all his unkindness until August last, when he treated me so badly. I cannot mention to you how, but he deceived me and injured me in the worst possible manner. I have one child, a boy, 7 years old last September, but this boy is with him, and I don't know where. I have striven to find him out, but cannot. When I found out how he had deceived me, we had words, and he then swore he wouldn't come home any more to me, and he has kept to his oath, for I haven't set eyes on him since. My boy was down at a friend's house at Cambridge, and they gave him up to the father without my knowledge. When he went away, I had no money in the house, nothing but a few things, tables and chairs, and a bed in a room. I kept them as long as I could, but at last they went to find me in food. After he had gone, I got a bit of needlework. I worked at the dressmaking and several different kinds of work since he left me. Then I used to earn about 5 shillings a week, sometimes not so much. Sometimes I have made only 2 shillings, and lately, that is within the last 6 weeks, I have earned scarcely anything. About October last, I was obliged to sell my things to pay off my rent and get myself something to eat. After that, I went to lodge with a person, and there I stopped till very lately, when I had scarce nothing, and couldn't afford to pay my rent. Then I was turned out of there, and I went and made shift with a friend by lying down on the boards beside her children. I lay down with my clothes on. I had nothing to cover me, and no bed under me. They was very poor people. At last my friend and her husband didn't like to have people about in the room where they slept. And besides, I was so poor, I was obliged to beg a bit of what they had, and they was so poor they couldn't afford to spare it to me. They were very good and kind to me so long as they could hold out anyhow, but at last I was obliged to leave and walk about the streets. This I did for 2 whole nights, last Sunday and Monday nights. It was bitter cold and freezing sharp. I did go and sit on the stairs of a lodging-house on Monday night till I was that cold I could scarcely move a limb. On Tuesday night I slept in the Borough. A lady in the street gave me 3d. I asked her if she could give me a ticket to go anywhere. I told her I was in the deepest distress, and she gave me all the halfpence she had, and I thought I would go and have a night's lodging with the money. All these 3 days and nights I had only a piece of bread to keep down my hunger. Yesterday I was walking about these parts, and I see a lot of people standing about here, and I asked them if there was anything being given away. They told me it was the refuge, or else I shouldn't have known there was such a place. Had I been aware of it, I shouldn't have been out in the streets all night as I was on Sunday and Monday. When I leave here, and they'll only keep me for 3 nights, I don't know what I shall do, for I have so parted with my things that I ain't respectable enough to go after needlework, and they do look at you so. My clothes are all gone to live upon. If I could make myself look a little decent, I might perhaps get some work. I wish I could get into service again. I wish I'd never left it, indeed. But I want things. If I can't get any things, I must try in such as I have got on. And if I can't get work, I shall be obliged to see if the parish will do anything for me, but I'm afraid they won't. I am 33 years old, and very miserable indeed. From the opening of the Refuges for the Houseless in 1820 until 1852, as many as 189,223 homeless individuals received nightly shelter there, being an average of upwards of 6,000 a year. Some of these have remained 3 or 4 nights in the same establishment, so that altogether no less than 1,141,558 nights' lodgings were afforded to the very poor, and £2,778,153, or nearly 25,000 hundredweight, of bread distributed among them. End of section 89. Section 90 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3 by Hendrie Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. London Vagrants, Part 13. Asylum for the Houseless Poor. There is a world of wisdom to be learnt at the Asylum for the Houseless Poor. Those who wish to be taught in this, the severest school of all, should pay a visit to Playhouse Yard and see the homeless crowds gathered about the asylum waiting for the first opening of the doors, with their bare feet blue and ulcerous with the cold, resting for hours on the ice and snow in the streets, and the bleak stinging wind blowing through their rags. To hear the cries of the hungry, shivering children, and the wrangling of the greedy men scrambling for a bed and a pound of dry bread, is a thing to haunt one for life. There are 400 and odd creatures utterly destitute, mothers with infants at their breasts, fathers with boys holding by their side, the friendless, the penniless, the shirtless, shoeless, breadless, homeless. In a word, the very poorest of this, the very richest city in the world. The Asylum for the Houseless is the confluence of the many tides of poverty that at this period of the year flow towards the metropolis. It should be remembered that there are certain callings which yield a subsistence to those who pursue them only at particular seasons: brickmakers, agricultural labourers, garden women, and many such vocations are labours that admit of being performed only in the summer, when indeed the labourer has the fewest wants to satisfy. The privations of such classes, then, come at a period when even the elements conspire to make their destitution more terrible. Hence, restless with want, they wander in hordes across the land, making in vain hope for London as the great emporium of wealth, the market of the world. But London is as overstocked with hands as every other nook and corner of the country. And then the poor creatures, far away from home and friends, find at last, to their cost, that the very privations they were flying from pursue them here with a tenfold severity. I do not pretend to say that all found within the walls of these asylums are such as I have described. Many, I know, trade upon the sympathy of those who would ease the sufferings of the destitute labourers, and they make their appearance in the metropolis at this especial season. Winter is the beggar's harvest. That there are hundreds of professional vagabonds drawn to London at such a time, I am well aware. But with them come the unemployed workmen, We must not, therefore, confound one with the other, nor let our indignation at the vagabond who will not work check our commiseration for the labourer or artisan who cannot get work to do. The table on the following page, which has been made up with considerable care and no little trouble, shows the number of persons from different counties sheltered at the Asylum for the Houseless Poor in the metropolis for 14 years. 1829 to 1830. North Midland Agricultural. Lincolnshire 142, Rutlandshire 0, Northamptonshire 17, Shropshire 142, Herefordshire 18. South Midland Eastern Agricultural. Norfolk 82, Suffolk 53, Cambridgeshire 141, Huntingdonshire 13, Essex 101, Oxfordshire 71, Berkshire 142, Wiltshire 53. South Agricultural and Maritime. Kent 160, Sussex 52, Hampshire 129, Dorsetshire 40, Devonshire 122. South Midland Agricultural with dispersed domestic manufactures. Bedfordshire 44, Hertfordshire 93, Buckinghamshire 40, Somersetshire 158. Northern and Midland Manufacturing and Mining. Lancashire 85, Cheshire 60, Derbyshire 29, Nottinghamshire 71, Staffordshire 48, Leicestershire 40, Warwickshire 78, Worcestershire 62, Gloucestershire 119. Northern Mining and Agricultural. Northumberland 9, Durham 0, Cumberland 18, Westmoreland 0, Yorkshire 98. Western Mining and Agricultural. Wales 117, Cornwall 20. Metropolitan. London 107, Middlesex 1742, Surrey 263, Ireland 1371, Scotland 213, Guernsey and Jersey 5, France 1, Italy 2, Germany 0, Holland 11, Prussia 7, Spain 6, Portugal 7, Russia 1, Sweden 7, Norway 16, Australia 0, America 2, East Indies 9, West Indies 20, Africa 4. 1830 to 1831. North Midland Agricultural. Lincolnshire 40, Rutlandshire 0, Northamptonshire 20, Shropshire 36, Herefordshire 19. South Midland Eastern Agricultural. Norfolk 94, Suffolk 57, Cambridgeshire 49, Huntingdonshire 5, Essex 176, Oxfordshire 66, Berkshire 93, Wiltshire 62. South Agricultural and Maritime. Kent 242, Sussex 64, Hampshire 134, Dorsetshire 27, Devonshire 118. South Midland Agricultural with dispersed domestic manufactures. Bedfordshire 48, Hertfordshire 104, Buckinghamshire 42, Somersetshire 153. Northern and Midland Manufacturing and Mining. Lancashire 221, Cheshire 21, Derbyshire 19, Nottinghamshire 40, Staffordshire 50, Leicestershire 44, Warwickshire 112, Worcestershire 12, Gloucestershire 110. Northern Mining and Agricultural. Northumberland 32, Durham 16, Cumberland 27, Westmoreland 0, Yorkshire 120. Western Mining and Agricultural. Wales 115, Cornwall 29. Metropolitan. London 115, Middlesex 1251, Surrey 119, Ireland 1311, Scotland 914, Guernsey and Jersey 14, France 0, Italy 2, Germany 0, Holland 9, Prussia 9, Spain 6, Portugal 7, Russia 5, Sweden 22, Norway 8, Australia 0, America 31, East Indies 1, West Indies 22, Africa 11. 1831 to 1832. North Midland Agricultural. Lincolnshire 47, Rutlandshire 0, Northamptonshire 31, Shropshire 27, Herefordshire 0. South Midland Eastern Agricultural, Norfolk 73, Suffolk 35, Cambridgeshire 44, Huntingdonshire 6, Essex 165, Oxfordshire 15, Berkshire 43, Wiltshire 58. South Agricultural and Maritime, Kent 150, Sussex 47, Hampshire 0, Dorsetshire 17, Devonshire 141. South Midland Agricultural with dispersed domestic manufactures, Bedfordshire 27, Hertfordshire 33, Buckinghamshire 24, Somersetshire 195. Northern and Midland Manufacturing and Mining, Lancashire 230, Cheshire 20, Derbyshire 25, Nottinghamshire 16, Staffordshire 25, Leicestershire 20, Warwickshire 72, Worcestershire 27, Gloucestershire 32. Northern Mining and Agricultural, Northumberland 24, Durham 6, Cumberland 23, Westmoreland 5, Yorkshire 49. Western Mining and Agricultural, Wales 593, Cornwall 29. Metropolitan, London 593, Middlesex 195, Surrey 151, Ireland 547, Scotland 241, Guernsey and Jersey 0, France 3, Italy 0, Germany 7, Holland 2, Prussia 3, Spain 0, Portugal 2, Russia 3, Sweden 4, Norway 3, Australia 0, America 42, East Indies 5, West Indies 26, Africa 6. 1832 to 1833, North Midland Agricultural, Lincolnshire 50, Rutlandshire 0, Northamptonshire 15, Shropshire 23, Herefordshire 0. South Midland Eastern Agricultural, Norfolk 53, Suffolk 29, Cambridgeshire 33, Huntingdonshire 9, Essex 17, Oxfordshire 21, Berkshire 51, Wiltshire 34. South Agricultural and Maritime, Kent 120, Sussex 54, Hampshire 0, Dorsetshire 23, Devonshire 153. South Midland Agricultural with dispersed domestic manufactures, Bedfordshire 35, Hertfordshire 24, Buckinghamshire 31, Somersetshire 181. Northern and Midland Manufacturing and Mining, Lancashire 195, Cheshire 35, Derbyshire 17, Nottinghamshire 21, Staffordshire 28, Leicestershire 23, Warwickshire 60, Worcestershire 0, Gloucestershire 39. Northern Mining and Agricultural, Northumberland 15, Durham 9, Cumberland 33, Westmoreland 9, Yorkshire 31. Western Mining and Agricultural, Wales 887, Cornwall 31. Metropolitan, London 887, Middlesex 217, Surrey 127, Ireland 403, Scotland 210, Guernsey and Jersey 2, France 7, Italy 0, Germany 5, Holland 4, Prussia 0, Spain 0, Portugal 11, Russia 0, Sweden 9, Norway 5, Australia 0, America 32, East Indies 3, West Indies 11, Africa 7. Reader's note: there are no results for 1833 to 1834. End reader's note. 1834 to 1835. North Midland Agricultural, Lincolnshire 17, Rutlandshire 1, Northamptonshire 14, Shropshire 11, Herefordshire 9. South Midland Eastern Agricultural, Norfolk 37, Suffolk 21, Cambridgeshire 20, Huntingdonshire 2, Essex 44, Oxfordshire 9, Berkshire 33, Wiltshire 21. South Agricultural and Maritime, Kent 53, Sussex 27, Hampshire 47, Dorsetshire 11, Devonshire 70. South Midland Agricultural with dispersed domestic manufactures, Bedfordshire 12, Hertfordshire 31, Buckinghamshire 11, Somersetshire 75. Northern and Midland Manufacturing and Mining, Lancashire 100, Cheshire 12, Derbyshire 6, Nottinghamshire 17, Staffordshire 7, Leicestershire 14, Warwickshire 28, Worcestershire 12, Gloucestershire 18. Northern Mining and Agricultural, Northumberland 11, Durham 8, Cumberland 6, Westmoreland 1, Yorkshire 52. Western Mining and Agricultural, Wales 280, Cornwall 5. Metropolitan, London 280, Middlesex 150, Surrey 38, Ireland 300, Scotland 139, Guernsey and Jersey 3, France 7, Italy 0, Germany 0, Holland 0, Prussia 0, Spain 0, Portugal 1, Russia 0, Sweden 0, Norway 1, Australia 0, America 8, East Indies 6, West Indies 4, Africa 0. Reader's note, there are no results for 1835 to 1840. End reader's note. 1840 to 1841. North Midland Agricultural. Lincolnshire 80, Rutlandshire 5, Northamptonshire 77, Shropshire 32, Herefordshire 28. South Midland Eastern Agricultural. Norfolk 125, Suffolk 79, Cambridgeshire 70, Huntingdonshire 24, Essex 206. Oxfordshire 75, Berkshire 153, Wiltshire 99. South Agricultural and Maritime. Kent 271, Sussex 135, Hampshire 134, Dorsetshire 37, Devonshire 83. South Midland Agricultural with dispersed domestic manufactures. Bedfordshire 43, Hertfordshire 164, Buckinghamshire 84, Somersetshire 210. North and Midland Manufacturing and Mining. Lancashire 285, Cheshire 37, Derbyshire 43, Nottinghamshire 43, Staffordshire 94, Leicestershire 55, Warwickshire 163, Worcestershire 49, Gloucestershire 82. Northern Mining and Agricultural. Northumberland 24, Durham 19, Cumberland 28, Westmoreland 10, Yorkshire 180. Western Mining and Agricultural. Wales 138, Cornwall 29. Metropolitan. London 138, Middlesex 774, Surrey 211, Ireland 896, Scotland 77, Guernsey and Jersey 5, France 0, Italy 0, Germany 24, Holland 0, Prussia 0, Spain 0, Portugal 0, Russia 0, Sweden 0, Norway 0, Australia 0. America 20, East Indies 22, West Indies 16, Africa 0. 1841 to 1842. North Midland Agricultural. Lincolnshire 147, Rutlandshire 13, Northamptonshire 144, Shropshire 75, Herefordshire 61. South Midland Eastern Agricultural. Norfolk 167, Suffolk 164, Cambridgeshire 84, Huntingdonshire 46, Essex 324, Oxfordshire 127, Berkshire 264, Wiltshire 193. South Agricultural and Maritime. Kent 467, Sussex 170, Hampshire 286, Dorsetshire 71, Devonshire 180. South Midland Agricultural with dispersed domestic manufactures. Bedfordshire 116, Hertfordshire 240, Buckinghamshire 190, Somersetshire 345. Northern and Midland Manufacturing and Mining. Lancashire 490, Cheshire 91, Derbyshire 79, Nottinghamshire 77, Staffordshire 175. Reader's note: the figure for this year for Leicestershire is misprinted as 11x in the text. Calculating from the total figures given for Leicestershire, this figure should be 114. End reader's note. Warwickshire 295, Worcestershire 96, Gloucestershire 137. Northern Mining and Agricultural. Northumberland 49, Durham 68, Cumberland 35, Westmoreland 24, Yorkshire 330. Western Mining and Agricultural, Wales 137, Cornwall 54. Metropolitan, London 137, Middlesex 862, Surrey 294, Ireland 1108, Scotland 136, Guernsey and Jersey 0, France 0, Italy 0. Germany 36, Holland 0, Prussia 0, Spain 0, Portugal 0, Russia 0, Sweden 0, Norway 0, Australia 0, America 52, East Indies 39, West Indies 21, Africa 0. 1842 to 1843. North Midland Agricultural. Lincolnshire 110, Rutlandshire 13, Northamptonshire 108, Shropshire 74, Herefordshire 28. South Midland Eastern Agricultural. Norfolk 226, Suffolk 210, Cambridgeshire 106, Huntingdonshire 41, Essex 406, Oxfordshire 154, Berkshire 382, Wiltshire 201. South Agricultural and Maritime. Kent 539, Sussex 175, Hampshire 341, Dorsetshire 62, Devonshire 206. South Midland Agricultural with dispersed domestic manufactures. Bedfordshire 114, Hertfordshire 262, Buckinghamshire 147, Somersetshire 262. Northern and Midland Manufacturing and Mining. Lancashire 716, Cheshire 100, Derbyshire 70, Nottinghamshire 52, Staffordshire 136, Leicestershire 81, Warwickshire 384, Worcestershire 72, Gloucestershire 232. Northern Mining and Agricultural. Northumberland 49, Durham 80, Cumberland 29, Westmoreland 20, Yorkshire 306. Western Mining and Agricultural. Wales 103, Cornwall 67. Metropolitan. London 103, Middlesex 576, Surrey 193, Ireland 1305, Scotland 240, Guernsey and Jersey 7, France 1, Italy 5, Germany 59, Holland 4, Prussia 6, Spain 4, Portugal 0, Russia 0, Sweden 0, Norway 6, Australia 2, America 80, East Indies 40, West Indies 57, Africa 5. 1843 to 1844. North Midland Agricultural. Lincolnshire 167, Rutlandshire 8, Northamptonshire 125, Shropshire 105, Herefordshire 85. South Midland Eastern Agricultural. Norfolk 268, Suffolk 239, Cambridgeshire 150, Huntingdonshire 44, Essex 715, Oxfordshire 234, Berkshire 641, Wiltshire 262. South Agricultural and Maritime. Kent 989, Sussex 322, Hampshire 544, Dorsetshire 99, Devonshire 375. South Midland Agricultural with dispersed domestic manufactures. Bedfordshire 131, Hertfordshire 199, Buckinghamshire 258, Somersetshire 535. Northern and Midland Manufacturing and Mining. Lancashire 404, Cheshire 108, Derbyshire 91, Nottinghamshire 128, Staffordshire 270, Leicestershire 168, Warwickshire 51, Worcestershire 114, Gloucestershire 352. Northern Mining and Agricultural. Northumberland 88, Durham 134, Cumberland 45, Westmoreland 24, Yorkshire 282. Western Mining and Agricultural. Wales 160, Cornwall 82. Metropolitan. London 160, Middlesex 807, Surrey 355, Ireland 1712, Scotland 299, Guernsey and Jersey 22, France 0, Italy 13, Germany 60, Holland 6, Prussia 24, Spain 21, Portugal 0, Russia 4. Sweden 8, Norway 3, Australia 0, America 67, East Indies 57, West Indies 83, Africa 50. 1844 to 1845. North Midland Agricultural. Lincolnshire 89, Rutlandshire 10, Northamptonshire 124, Shropshire 60, Herefordshire 43. South Midland Eastern Agricultural. Norfolk 267, Suffolk 188, Cambridgeshire 90, Huntingdonshire 14, Essex 519, Oxfordshire 193, Berkshire 366, Wiltshire 202. South Agricultural and Maritime. Kent 649, Sussex 230, Hampshire 406, Dorsetshire 79, Devonshire 225. South Midland Agricultural with dispersed domestic manufactures. Bedfordshire 92, Hertfordshire 259, Buckinghamshire 246, Somersetshire 327. Northern and Midland Manufacturing and Mining. Lancashire 604, Cheshire 53, Derbyshire 60, Nottinghamshire 51, Staffordshire 123, Leicestershire 96, Warwickshire 242, Worcestershire 43, Gloucestershire 281. Northern Mining and Agricultural, Northumberland 74, Durham 126, Cumberland 48, Westmoreland 7, Yorkshire 215. Western Mining and Agricultural, Wales 559, Cornwall 47. Metropolitan, London 559, Middlesex 390, Surrey 195, Ireland 1253, Scotland 400, Guernsey and Jersey 8, France 10, Italy 1, Germany 25, Holland 2, Prussia 8, Spain 13, Portugal 0, Russia 10, Sweden 0, Norway 26, Australia 6, America 56, East Indies 12, West Indies 44, Africa 24. 1845 to 1846. North Midland Agricultural, Lincolnshire 43, Rutlandshire 2, Northamptonshire 50, Shropshire 41, Herefordshire 18. South Midland Eastern Agricultural, Norfolk 135, Suffolk 81, Cambridgeshire 88, Huntingdonshire 8, Essex 133, Oxfordshire 99, Berkshire 244, Wiltshire 97. South Agricultural and Maritime, Kent 412, Sussex 136, Hampshire 226, Dorsetshire 25, Devonshire 135. South Midland Agricultural with dispersed domestic manufactures, Bedfordshire 55, Hertfordshire 182, Buckinghamshire 187, Somersetshire 247. Northern and Midland Manufacturing and Mining, Lancashire 408, Cheshire 32, Derbyshire 39, Nottinghamshire 39, Staffordshire 50, Leicestershire 41, Warwickshire 188, Worcestershire 33, Gloucestershire 138. Northern Mining and Agricultural, Northumberland 19, Durham 26, Cumberland 10, Westmoreland 4, Yorkshire 121. Western Mining and Agricultural, Wales 210, Cornwall 22. Metropolitan, London 210, Middlesex 227, Surrey 151, Ireland 772, Scotland 294, Guernsey and Jersey 8, France 2, Italy 0, Germany 27, Holland 0, Prussia 2, Spain 0, Portugal 0, Russia 0, Sweden 0, Norway 4, Australia 0, America 50, East Indies 200, West Indies 34, Africa 6. 1846 to 1847. North Midland Agricultural, Lincolnshire 204, Rutlandshire 24, Northamptonshire 227, Shropshire 79, Herefordshire 65. South Midland Eastern Agricultural, Norfolk 364, Suffolk 385, Cambridgeshire 204, Huntingdonshire 34, Essex 1034, Oxfordshire 303, Berkshire 767, Wiltshire 377. South Agricultural and Maritime, Kent 1458, Sussex 506, Hampshire 730, Dorsetshire 126, Devonshire 453. South Midland Agricultural with dispersed domestic manufactures, Bedfordshire 171, Hertfordshire 592, Buckinghamshire 314, Somersetshire 871. Northern and Midland Manufacturing and Mining, Lancashire 1272, Cheshire 170, Derbyshire 97, Nottinghamshire 107, Staffordshire 256, Leicestershire 163, Warwickshire 562, Worcestershire 128, Gloucestershire 267. Northern Mining and Agricultural, Northumberland 69, Durham 110, Cumberland 66, Westmoreland 19, Yorkshire 427. Western Mining and Agricultural, Wales 878, Cornwall 82. Metropolitan, London 878, Middlesex 1065, Surrey 572, Ireland 7576, Scotland 172, Guernsey and Jersey 1, France 8, Italy 9, Germany 38, Holland 0, Prussia 4, Spain 0, Portugal 0, Russia 2, Sweden 0, Norway 0, Australia 2, America 65, East Indies 24, West Indies 53, Africa 2. 1847 to 1848. North Midland Agricultural. Lincolnshire 81, Rutlandshire 8, Northamptonshire 115, Shropshire 80, Herefordshire 54. South Midland Eastern Agricultural. Norfolk 161, Suffolk 100, Cambridgeshire 114, Huntingdonshire 22, Essex 567, Oxfordshire 136, Berkshire 342, Wiltshire 205. South Agricultural and Maritime. Kent 845, Sussex 230, Hampshire 441, Dorsetshire 57, Devonshire 237. South Midland Agricultural with dispersed domestic manufactures. Bedfordshire 109, Hertfordshire 377, Buckinghamshire 168, Somersetshire 556. Northern and Midland Manufacturing and Mining. Lancashire 748, Cheshire 51, Derbyshire 46, Nottinghamshire 62, Staffordshire 121, Leicestershire 69, Warwickshire 256, Worcestershire 74, Gloucestershire 147. Northern Mining and Agricultural. Northumberland 51, Durham 71, Cumberland 32, Westmoreland 14, Yorkshire 298. Western Mining and Agricultural. Wales 726, Cornwall 52. Metropolitan. London 726, Middlesex 538, Surrey 329, Ireland 10,756, Scotland 623, Guernsey and Jersey 25, France 24, Italy 5, Germany 36, Holland 0, Prussia 5, Spain 0, Portugal 2, Russia 10, Sweden 0, Norway 3, Australia 4, America 76, East Indies 38, West Indies 25, Africa 6. 1848 to 1849. North Midland Agricultural. Lincolnshire 85, Rutlandshire 24, Northamptonshire 67, Shropshire 42, Herefordshire 45. South Midland Eastern Agricultural. Norfolk 163, Suffolk 133, Cambridgeshire 88, Huntingdonshire 25, Essex 392, Oxfordshire 100, Berkshire 287, Wiltshire 87. South Agricultural and Maritime. Kent 523, Sussex 147, Hampshire 414, Dorsetshire 46, Devonshire 209. South Midland Agricultural with dispersed domestic manufactures. Bedfordshire 55, Hertfordshire 181, Buckinghamshire 88, Somersetshire 246. Northern and Midland Manufacturing and Mining. Lancashire 811, Cheshire 40, Derbyshire 48, Nottinghamshire 68, Staffordshire 129, Leicestershire 79, Warwickshire 160, Worcestershire 36, Gloucestershire 163. Northern Mining and Agricultural. Northumberland 72, Durham 54, Cumberland 12, Westmoreland 6, Yorkshire 126. Western Mining and Agricultural. Wales 343, Cornwall 32. Metropolitan. London 343, Middlesex 214, Surrey 204, Ireland 5,068, Scotland 344, Guernsey and Jersey 47, France 14, Italy 7, Germany 53, Holland 0, Prussia 0, Spain 10, Portugal 5, Russia 7, Sweden 0, Norway 0, Australia 0. America 78, East Indies 19, West Indies 25, Africa 12. Total. North Midland Agricultural, Lincolnshire 1,302, Rutlandshire 108, Northamptonshire 1,135, Shropshire 827, Herefordshire 445. South Midland Eastern Agricultural. Norfolk 2,215, Suffolk 1,783, Cambridgeshire 1,281, Huntingdonshire 293, Essex 4,799, Oxfordshire 1,603, Berkshire 3,788, Wiltshire 1,951. South Agricultural and Maritime: Kent 6,878, Sussex 2,195, Hampshire 3,832, Dorsetshire 720, Devonshire 2,697. South Midland Agricultural with dispersed domestic manufactures: Bedfordshire 1,052, Hertfordshire 2,741, Buckinghamshire 1,830, Somersetshire 4,361. Northern and Midland Manufacturing and Mining: Lancashire 6,509, Cheshire 830, Derbyshire 669, Nottinghamshire 784. Staffordshire 1,521, Leicestershire 1,007, Warwickshire 2,760, Worcestershire 758, Gloucestershire 2,048. Northern Mining and Agricultural: Northumberland 586, Durham 727, Cumberland 412, Westmoreland 143, Yorkshire 2,635. Western Mining and Agricultural: Wales 5,236, Cornwall 581. Metropolitan: London 5,236, Middlesex 9,008, Surrey 3,202, Ireland 34,378, Scotland 4,331, Guernsey and Jersey 147, France 77, Italy 44, Germany 370, Holland 38, Prussia 68, Spain 60, Portugal 35, Russia 42, Sweden 50, Norway 75, Australia 14, America 679, East Indies 475, West Indies 446, Africa 132. Grand total 130,625. Average for each year for 14 years. North Midland Agricultural: Lincolnshire 93.0, Rutlandshire 7.7, Northamptonshire 81.0, Shropshire 50.0, Herefordshire 31.8. South Midland Eastern Agricultural: Norfolk 158.2, Suffolk 127.2, Cambridgeshire 91.5, Huntingdonshire 20.9, Essex 342.8, Oxfordshire 114.5, Berkshire 270.5, Wiltshire 139.3. South Agricultural and Maritime: Kent 491.3, Sussex 15.7, Hampshire 273.7, Dorsetshire 51.4, Devonshire 192.6. South Midland Agricultural with dispersed domestic manufactures: Bedfordshire 75.1, Hertfordshire 19.6, Buckinghamshire 130.7, Somersetshire 311.5. Northern and Midland Manufacturing and Mining: Lancashire 469.2, Cheshire 59.3, Derbyshire 47.8, Nottinghamshire 56.0, Staffordshire 108.6, Leicestershire 71.9, Warwickshire 197.1, Worcestershire 53.4, Gloucestershire 146.3. Northern Mining and Agricultural: Northumberland 41.8, Durham 41.9, Cumberland 29.4, Westmoreland 10.2, Yorkshire 188.2. Western Mining and Agricultural: Wales 374.0, Cornwall 41.5. Metropolitan: London 374.0, Middlesex 643.4, Surrey 22.9, Ireland 2,455.5, Scotland 309.3, Guernsey and Jersey 10.5, France 5.5, Italy 3.1, Germany 26.4, Holland 2.7, Prussia 4.0, Spain 4.3, Portugal 2.5, Russia 3.0, Sweden 3.6, Norway 5.3, Australia 1.0, America 48.5, East Indies 33.9, West Indies 31.8, Africa 9.4. Average of all 87.496. End of section 90. Section 91 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3 by Hendrie Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. London Vagrants, Part 14. A homeless painter gave me the following statement. His appearance presented nothing remarkable. It was merely that of the poor artisan. There was nothing dirty or squalid about him. "I was brought up a painter," he said, "and I am now 27. I served my apprenticeship in Yorkshire and stayed 2 years after my term was out with the same master. I then worked in Liverpool, earning but little through illness, and working on and off as my health permitted. I got married in Liverpool and then went with my wife to Londonderry in Ireland, of which place she was a native. There she died of the cholera in 1847. I was very ill with diarrhoea myself. We lived with her friends, but I got work, though wages are very low there. I never earned more than 2 shillings and sixpence a day there. I have earned 5 shillings and sixpence a day in Liverpool, but in Londonderry provisions are very cheap. The best meat at 4p. a pound. It was an advantage to me being an Englishman. English workmen seem to be preferred in Ireland, so far as I can tell, and I have worked in Belfast and Coleraine, and a short time in Dublin, as well as in Londonderry. I came back to Liverpool early in 1848 and got work, but was again greatly distressed through sickness. I then had to travel the country again, getting a little employment at Hemel Hempstead and St Albans and other places about, for I aimed at London, and at last I got to London. That was in November 1848. When in the country, I was forced to part with my clothes. I had a beautiful suit of black among them. I very seldom got even a trifle from the painters in the country towns, sometimes 2p. or 3p. from a master. In London I could get no work, and my shirts and my flannel shirts went to keep me. I stayed about a month, and, having nothing left, was obliged to start for the country. I got a job at Luton, and at a few other places. Wages are very low. I was always a temperate man. Many a time I have never tasted drink for a week together, and this when I had money in my pocket, for I had £30 when I got married. I have, too, the character of being a good workman. I returned to London again 3 weeks back, but could find no work. I had again to part with any odd things I had. The last I parted with was my stopping knife and diamond, for I can work as a glazier and plumber. Country painters often can. I mean those apprenticed in the country. I have no clothes but what I have on. For the last 10 days, I declare solemnly, I have had nothing but what I picked up in the streets. I picked up crusts that I saw in the streets, put out on the steps by the mistresses of the houses for the poor like myself. I got so weak and ill that I had to go to King's College Hospital, and they gave me medicine, which did me good. I often had to walk the streets all night. I was so perished I could hardly move my limbs. I never asked charity, I can't, but I could have eaten anything. I longed for the fried fish I saw. Yes, I was ravenous for that and such like, though I couldn't have touched it when I had money and was middling well off. Things are so different in the country that I couldn't fancy such meat. I was brought to that pitch. I had the greatest mind to steal something, to get into prison, where at any rate I said to myself, I shall have some food and shelter. I didn't. I thought better of it. I hoped something might turn up next day. Besides, it might have got into the papers, and my friends might have seen it, and I should have felt I disgraced them, or that they would think so, because they couldn't know my temptations and my sufferings. When out all night, I used to get shelter if I could about Hungerford Market, among the straw. The cold made me almost dead with sleep, and when obliged to move, I couldn't walk at first. I could only crawl along. One night I had a penny given me, all I had gotten in 5 bitter nights in the streets. For that penny I got half a pint of coffee. It made me sick, my stomach was so weak. On Tuesday I asked a policeman if he couldn't recommend me to some workhouse, and he told me to come here, and I was admitted, and was very thankful to get under shelter. The next was a carpenter, a tall, fine-built man, with a pleasing expression of countenance. He was dressed in a flannel jacket and fustian trousers, with a peculiar little side pocket for his foot rule that told you of his calling. He was about 40 years of age, and had the appearance, even in his destitution, of a most respectable mechanic. It is astonishing to mark the difference between the poor artisan and the labourer. The one seems alive to his poverty, and to feel it more acutely than the other. The labourer is more accustomed to rough it, as it is called, but the artisan, earning better wages and used to better ways, appears among the houseless poor as a really pitiable character. Carpenters are among the classes of mechanics in which there appears to be the greatest amount of destitution, and I selected this man as a fair average specimen of the body. He said, "I have been out of work nearly 3 months. I have had some little work in the meantime, an odd job or two at intervals, but nothing regular. When I am in full work, on day work, I can make 5 shillings a day in London, but the masters very generally wishes the men to take piece work, and that is the cause of men's work being cut down as it is, because men is obliged to take the work as they offers. I could get about 30 shillings a week when I had good employment. I had no one but myself to keep out of my earnings. I have saved something when I have been on day work, but then it went again as soon as I got to piece work. This is generally the case with the carpenters. The last job I had was at Cobham, in Surrey, doing joiner's work, and business with my master got slack, and I was discharged. Then I made my way to London, and have been about from place to place since then, endeavouring to get work from every one that I knew or could get recommended to. But I have not met with any success. Well, sir, I have been obliged to part with all I had, even to my tools, though they're not left for much. My tools are pawned for 12 shillings, and my clothes are all gone. The last I had to part with was my rule and chalk line, and them I left for a night's lodging. I have no other clothes but what you see me in at present. There are a vast many carpenters out of work, and like me. It is now 3 weeks since the last of my things went, and after that I have been about the streets, and gone into bakers' shops and asked for a crust. Sometimes I have got a penny out of the tap room of a public house. It's now more than a fortnight since I quitted my lodgings. I have been in the asylum 8 nights. Before that I was out in the streets for 5 nights together. They were very cold nights, yes, very. Note, the man shivered at the recollection. End note. I walked up one street and down another. I sometimes got under a doorway, but it was impossible to stand still long, it was so cruel cold. The sleet was coming down one night and freezed on my clothes as it fell. The cold made me stiff more than sleepy. It was next day that I felt tired, and then, if I came to sit down at a fireside, I should drop asleep in a minute. I tried, when I was dead beat, to get into St. Giles's Union, but they wouldn't admit me. Then the police sent me up to another union, I forget the name, but they refused me. I tried at Lambeth, and there I was refused. I don't think I went a day without some small bit of bread. I begged for it. But when I walked from St. Albans to London, I was 2 days without a bit to put in my mouth. I never stole, not a particle, from any person in all my trials. I was brought up honest, and thank God I have kept so all my life. I would work willingly, and am quite capable. Yes, and I would do my work with all my heart, but it's not to be got at. This the poor fellow said with deep emotion, and indeed his whole statement appeared in every way worthy of credit. I heard afterwards that he had offered to put up the stairs of 2 houses, at some man's own terms, rather than remain unemployed. He had told the master that his tools were in pawn, and promised, if they were taken out of pledge for him, to work for his bare food. He was a native of Somerset, and his father and mother were both dead. I then took the statement of a seaman, but one who, from destitution, had lost all the distinguishing characteristics of a sailor's dress of the better description. He wore a jacket, such as seamen sometimes work in, too little for him, and very thin and worn, a waistcoat once black, a cotton shirt, and a pair of canvas trousers. He had an intelligent look enough, and spoke in a straightforward manner. He stated, "I am now 35, and have been a seaman all my life. I first went to sea as a cabin boy at Portsmouth. I was left an orphan at 14 months, and don't know that I have a single relation but myself. I don't know what my father was. I was brought up at the Portsea workhouse. I was taught to read and write. I went to sea in 1827. I have continued a seaman ever since, sometimes doing pretty well. The largest sum I ever had in my possession was £38 when I was in the Portuguese service under Admiral Sartorius in the Donna Maria frigate. He hadn't his flag aboard, but he commanded the fleet, such as it was. But don't call it a fleet, say a squadron. Captain Hendrie was my last captain there, and after him I served under Admiral Napier. He was admiral out there with his flag in the Real until Don Miguel's ships were taken. The frigate I was in, the Donna Maria, took the Princesa Real. She was a 44-gun ship, and ours was a 36. It was a stiffish thing while it lasted, was the fight, but we boarded and carried the Princesa. I never got all my prize money. I stopped in Lisbon some time after the fight, and then, as I couldn't meet with a passage to England, I took service on board the Donegal, 74 guns, Captain Fanshawe. I liked Lisbon pretty well. They're not a very tidy people, treacherous too, but not all of them. I picked up a very little Portuguese. Most of my £38 went in Lisbon. The Donegal brought Don Carlos over, and we were paid off in Plymouth. That was in 1834. Since then, I have been in the merchant service. I like that best. My last voyage was in the Richard Cobden, a barque of 380 tons, belonging to Dundee, but she sailed from Gloucester for Archangel, and back from Archangel to Dundee with a cargo of hemp and codilla. We were paid off in Dundee, and I received £4 8 on the 13th of October. Note, he showed me his discharge from the Richard Cobden and his register ticket. End note. I went to Glasgow and got a vessel there, an American, the Union, and before that I stayed at a lodging house in Dundee that sailors frequent. There was a shipmate of mine there, a carpenter, and I left my things in his charge, and I went on board the Union at Glasgow, and stayed working on board 18 days. She was short of men. The agreement between me and my old shipmate was that he should send my things when I required them. My clothes were worth to me more than £5. The ship was to sail on Friday, the 15th of November. Sailors don't mind getting under way on a Friday now, and I got 10 shillings from the skipper to take me to Dundee on Thursday the 14th. But when I got to Dundee for my clothes, I found that the carpenter had left a fortnight before, taking all my things with him. I couldn't learn anything as to where he had gone. One man told me he thought he had gone to Derry, where some said he had a wife. The skipper paid me for what days I had been employed, and offered to let me work a passage to New York, but not on wages. Because I had no clothes, he couldn't take me. I tried every ship in the Broomielaw, but couldn't get a job nor a passage to London. So me and 2 other seamen set off to walk to London. I started with 3 shillings. One seaman left us at Carlisle. We didn't live on the way. We starved. It took us a month to get to London. We slept sometimes at the Unions. Some wouldn't admit us. I was very lame at last. We reached London a month ago.
I got 3 days' work as a rigger at 2 shillings and sixpence a day, and a week's shelter in the Sailors' Asylum. I had 5 days' work also on stevedores' work in the Margaret West, gone to Batavia. That brought me 12 shillings, those 5 days' work. Since that I've done nothing, and was so beat out that I had to pass 2 days and nights in the streets. One of those days I had a bit of bread and meat from an old mate. I'd far rather be out in a gale of wind at sea, or face the worst storm, than be out 2 such nights again in such weather and with an empty belly. My mate and I kept on trying to get a ship, but my old jacket was all against me. They look at a man's clothes now. I passed these 2 nights walking about Tower Hill, and to London Bridge and back, half dead and half asleep, with cold and hunger. I thought of doing something to get locked up, but I then thought that would be no use, and a disgrace to a man. So I determined to bear it like a man, and try to get a ship. The man who left us at Carlisle did no better than me, for he's here too, beat out like me, and he told me of this asylum. The other man got a ship. I'm not a drinking man, though I may have had a spree or 2, but that's all over. I could soon get a ship if I had some decent clothes. I bought these trousers out of what I earned in London. I spun out my money as fine as any man could. The poor fellow who gave me the following narrative was a coloured man, with the regular negro physiognomy, but with nothing of the light-hearted look they sometimes present. His only attire was a sadly soiled shirt of coarse striped cotton, an old handkerchief round his neck, old canvas trousers, and shoes. "I am 20, he said in good English, and was born in New York. My father was a very dark negro, but my mother was white. I was sent to school, and can read a little, but can't write. My father was coachman to a gentleman. My mother spoke Dutch chiefly. She taught it to my father. She could speak English, and always did to me. I worked in a gentleman's house in New York, cleaning knives and going errands. I was always well treated in New York, and by all sorts of people. Some of the rough-uns in the streets would shout after me as I was going to church on a Sunday night. At church I couldn't sit with the white people. I didn't think that any hardship. I saved $7 by the time I was 16, and then I went to sea as a cabin boy on board the Elizabeth, a brigantine. My first voyage was to St. John's, New Brunswick, with a cargo of corn and provisions. My second voyage was to Boston. After that, I was raised to be a cook. I had a notion I could cook well. I had cooked on shore before, in a gentleman's house, where I was shown cooking. Pretty many of the cooks in New York are coloured people, the men more than the women. The women are chiefly chambermaids. There was a vacancy. I was still in the Elizabeth when the cook ran away. He was in a bother with the captain about wasting tea and sugar. We went some more voyages, and I then got engaged as cook on board a new British ship just off the stocks at St. John's, New Brunswick, the Jessica. About 4 months ago I came in her to Liverpool, where we were all paid off. We were only engaged for the run. I received £5. I paid £2 10 shillings to my boarding mistress for 2 months' board. It was 5 shillings and extras a week. I laid out the rest in clothes. I had a job in Liverpool in loading hay. I was told I had a better chance for a ship in London. I tramped it all the way, selling some of my clothes to start me. I had 6 shillings to start with, and got to London with hardly any clothes and no money. That's 2 months back, or nearly so. I couldn't find a ship. I never begged, but I stood on the highways, and some persons gave me twopence and pennies. I was often out all night, perishing. Sometimes I slept under the butcher's stalls in Whitechapel. I felt the cold very bitter, as I was used to a hot climate chiefly. Sometimes I couldn't feel my feet. A policeman told me to come here, and I was admitted. I want to get a ship. I have a good character as a cook. My dishes were always relished. My pea soup was capital, and so was my dough and pudding. I often wished for them when I was starving. Note, he showed his white teeth, smiling as he spoke. End note. Often under the Whitechapel stalls I was so frozen up I could hardly stir in the morning. I was out all the night before Christmas that it snowed. That was my worst night, I think, and it was my first. I couldn't walk and hardly stand when the morning came. I have no home to go to. The next was a brickmaker, a man scarce 30, a stout, big-boned man, but a little pale, evidently from cold and exhaustion. His dress was a short smock frock, yellow with dry clay, and fustian trousers of the same colour, from the same cause. His statement was as follows. I've been out of work now about 7 weeks. Last work I done was on the middle level drainage in Cambridgeshire. Brickmaking generally begins, if the weather's fine, about February or the beginning of March, and it ends about September and sometimes the latter end of November. If the weather's frosty, they can't keep on so long. I was at work up to about the middle of November last, making bricks at Northfleet in Kent. I was with the same party for 3 years before. After that, brickmaking was done for the season, and I was discharged, with 5 stools of us beside. Each stool would require about 6 people to work it, so that altogether 30 hands were thrown out of work. After that, I went to look for work among the slop brickmakers. They make bricks slop way right through the winter, for they're dried by flues. I am by rights a sandstock brickmaker. Howsomever, I couldn't get a job at brickmaking slop way, so I went down on the middle level, and there I got a job at river cutting. But the wet weather came, and the water was so strong upon us that we got drowned out. That's the last job I've had. At brickmaking I had 3 shillings and 10pence a thousand this last summer. I have had my 4 shillings and 6pence for the very same work. 2 years ago I had that. 6 of us could make about 35,000 in a week if it was fine. On an average, we should make, I dare say, each of us about £1 a week, and not more, because if it was a showery day, we couldn't do nothing at all. We used to join one among another in the yard to keep our own sick. We mostly made the money up to 14 shillings a week when any mate was bad. I did save a few shillings, but it was soon gone when I was out of work. Not many of the brickmakers save. They work from 17 to 18 hours every day when it's fine, and that requires a good bit to eat and drink. The brickmakers, most of them, drink hard. After I got out of work last November, I went away to Peterborough to look for employment. I thought I might get a job on the London and York Railway, but I couldn't find none. From there I tramped it to Grimsby. Perhaps, I said, I may get a job at the docks, but I could get nothing to do there, so I came away to Grantham, and from there back to Peterborough again, and after that to Northampton, and then I made my way to London. All this time I had laid either in barns at night times, or slept in the casual wards of the unions, that is, where they would have me. Often I didn't get nothing to eat for 2 or 3 days together, and often I have had to beg a bit to keep body and soul together. I had no other means of living since November last but begging. When I came to town, I applied at a large builder's office for work. I heard he had something to do at the Isle of Dogs. But it was the old story. They were full and had plenty of hands till the days got out longer. Then I made away to Portsmouth. I knew a man there who had some work, but when I got there he had none to give me at the present time. From there I went along the coast, begging my way still, to Hastings, in hope of getting work at the railway, but all to no good. They had none too, till the days got longer. After that I came round to London again, and I have been here a fortnight come next Monday. I have done no work. I have wandered about the streets anyway. I went to the London docks to see for a job, and there I met with a man as I knowed, and he paid for my lodging for 1 or 2 nights. I walked the streets for 2 whole nights before I came here. It was bitter cold, freezing sharp indeed, and I had nothing to eat all the time. I didn't know there was such a place as this till a policeman told me. A gentleman gave me 6pence, and that's all I've had since I've been in this town. I have been for the last 3 nights at the asylum. I don't suppose they'll take my ticket away till after tomorrow night, and then I thought of making my way down home till my work starts again. I have sought for work all over the country and can't get any. All the brickmakers are in the same state as myself. They none of them save, and must either starve or beg in the winter. Most times we can get a job in the cold weather, but this year I don't know what it is, but I can't get a job at all. Former years I got railway work to do, but now there's nothing doing, and we're all starving. When I get down home, I shall be obliged to go into the Union, and that's hard for a young man like me, able to work and willing, but it ain't to be had. It ain't to be had. Then came a tailor, a young man only 21 years old, habited in a black frock coat, with a plaid shawl twisted round his neck. His eyes were full and expressive, and he had a look of intelligence superior to any that I had yet seen. He told a story which my inquiries into the slop trade taught me was "our true." "I've been knocking about for near upon 6 weeks," he replied, in answer to my inquiries. "I was working at the slop trade at the West End. I'm a native of Scotland. I was living with a sweater. I used to board and lodge with him entirely. At the week's end I was almost always in debt with him. At least, he made it out so. I had very often to work all night, but let me slave as hard as I might, I never could get out of debt with the sweater. There were often as many as 6 of us there, and we slept 2 together in each bed. The work had been slack for some time, and he gave me employment till I worked myself out of his debt, and then he turned me into the streets. I had a few clothes remaining, and these soon were sold to get food and lodging. I lived on my other coat and shirts for a week or 2, and at last all was gone, and I was left entirely destitute. Then I had to pace the streets all day and night. The 2 nights before I came here, I never tasted food nor lay down to rest. I had been in a 4-penny lodging before then, but I couldn't raise even that, and I knew it was no good going there without the money. You must pay before you go to bed at those places. Several times I got into a doorway to shelter from the wind and cold, and twice I was roused by the policeman, for I was so tired that I fell asleep standing against a shop near the bank. What with hunger and cold, I was in a half-stupid state. I didn't know what to do. I was far from home and my mother. I have not liked to let her know how badly I was off. Note: the poor lad's eyes flooded with tears at the recollection of his parent. End note. I thought I had better steal something, and then at least I should have a roof over my head. Then I thought I'd make away with myself. I can't say how. It was a sort of desperation, and I was so stupid with cold and want that I can hardly remember what I thought. All I wanted was to be allowed to sit down on some doorstep and die. But the police did not allow this. In the daytime I went up and lay about the parks most part of the day, but I couldn't sleep then. I hardly know why, but I'd been so long without food that I couldn't rest. I have purposely kept from writing to my mother. It would break her heart to know my sufferings. She has been a widow this 10 years past. She keeps a lodging-house in Leith and has 2 children to support. I have been away 8 months from her. I came to London from a desire to see the place and thinking I could better my situation. In Edinburgh I had made my £1 a week regularly, often more and seldom less. When I came to London, a woman met me in the street and asked me if I wasn't a tailor. On my replying in the affirmative, she informed me if I would come and work for her husband, I should have good wages and live with her and her husband, and they would make me quite comfortable. I didn't know she was the wife of a sweater at that time. It was a thing I had never heard of in Edinburgh. After that time, I kept getting worse and worse off, working day and night, and all Sunday, and still always being in debt to them I worked for. Indeed, I wish I had never left home. If I could get back, I'd go in a moment. I have worked early and late, in the hope of accumulating money enough to take me home again,
but I could not even get out of debt, much more save, work as hard as I would. I asked if he would allow me to see some letters of his mother's as vouchers for the truth of his story, and he produced a small packet, from which, with his permission, I copied the following. My dear son, I have this moment received your letter. I was happy to hear from you, and trust you are well. Think of that God who has carried you in safety over the mighty deep. We are all much as you left us. I hope you will write soon. Ever believe me, your affectionate mother, blank blank. This was the first letter written after his absence from home. Since then his mother, who is aged and rheumatic, his letters vouched for this, had been unable to write a line. His brother, a lad of 16, says in one of his letters, quote, I am getting on with my Greek, Hebrew, Latin and French, only I am terribly ill off for want of books. My mother was saying that you would be bringing me a first-rate present from London. I think the most appropriate present you can bring me will be a Greek and English, or a Hebrew and English lexicon, or some Hebrew, Greek or Latin book. End quote. A letter from his sister, a girl of 18, ran as follows, quote, My dear brother, I take this opportunity of writing you as you wrote that you would like to have a letter from me. I am very sorry you have been ill, but I hope you are keeping better. I trust also that affliction will be the means of leading you only more closely to the one true source of happiness. Oh, my dear brother, you are still young, and God has told us in His word that those who seek Him early shall find Him. My dear brother, we get many a sad and solemn warning to prepare to meet our God, and oh, my dear brother, what is a man profited if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul? End quote. The last letter was dated the 5th of December last, and from his brother. Quote, We received your kind letter, it ran, this instant, and we hasten to answer it. It has given my mother and me great relief to hear from you, as my mother and I were very miserable about you, thinking you were ill. We trust you will take care of yourself and not get any more cold. We hope you will be able to write on receipt of this and let us know how you are, and when we may expect you home, as we have daily expected you since the month of October. End quote. These letters were shown to me at my request, and not only produced by the young man himself, so that it was evident they were kept by the youth with no view of being used by him as a means of inducing charity. Indeed, the whole manner of the young man was such as entirely precluded suspicion. On my asking whether he had any other credentials as to character, he showed me a letter from a Scotch minister, stating that he had been under his charge and that from his conduct he had been led to form a favourable opinion of his talents and moral character, and that he believed him to be a deserving, industrious young man. End of section 91. Section 92 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3 by Hendrie Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. London Vagrants, Part 15. Of the class of distressed tradesmen seeking shelter at this asylum, the two following may be taken as fair types. One was a bankrupt linen draper, and appeared in a most destitute state. When he spoke of his children, his eyes flooded with tears. I have been in business in the linen drapery line. That's 5 years ago. I had about £600 worth of stock at first starting, and used to take about £65 every week. My establishment was in a country village in Essex. I went on medium well for the first 2 or 3 years, but the alteration of the Poor Laws and the reduction of the agricultural labourers' wages destroyed my business. My customers were almost all among the working classes. I had dealings with a few farmers, of whom I took butter and cheese and eggs in exchange for my goods. When the Poor Laws were altered, the outdoor relief was stopped, and the paupers compelled to go inside the house. Before that, a good part of the money given to the poor used to be expended at my shop. The overseers used to have tickets for flannels, blankets, and shirtings, and other goods. With these they used to send the paupers to my house. I used to take full £8 or £10 a week in this manner, so that when the poor laws were altered and the previous system discontinued, I suffered materially. Besides, the wages of the agricultural labourers being lowered, left them less money to lay out with me. On a market day they were my chief customers. I would trust them 1 week under the other, and give them credit for 7 shillings or 10 shillings if they wanted it. After their wages came down, they hadn't the means of laying out a sixpence with me, and where I had been taking £65 a week, my receipts dwindled to £30. I had been in the habit of keeping 2 shopmen before, but after the reduction I was obliged to come down to 1. Then the competition of the large houses in other towns was more than I could stand against. Having a larger capital, they could buy cheaper and afford to take a less profit, and so of course they could sell much cheaper than I could. Then, to try and keep pace with my neighbours, I endeavoured to extend my capital by means of accommodation bills, but the interest I had to pay on these was so large and my profits so little that it soon became impossible for me to meet the claims upon me. I was made a bankrupt. My debts at the time were £300. This is about 6 years ago. After that, I took a public house. Some property was left me. I came into about £1,000. Part of this went to my creditors, and I superseded my bankruptcy. With the rest, I determined upon starting in the publican line. I kept at this for about 10 months, but I could do nothing with it. There was no custom to the house. I had been deceived into taking it. By the time I got out of it, all my money was gone. After that, I got a job as a referee at the time of the railway mania, and when that was over, I got appointed as a policeman on the Eastern Union line. There I remained 2 years and upwards, but then they began reducing their establishment, both in men and in wages. I was among the men who were turned off. Since that time, which is now 2 years this Christmas, I have had no constant employment. Occasionally I have got a little law writing to do. Sometimes I have got a job as under waiter at a tavern. After I left the waiter's place, I got to be very badly off. I had a decent suit of clothes to my back up to that time, but then I became so reduced I was obliged to go and live in a low lodging house in Whitechapel. I was enabled to get along somehow. I know many friends, and they gave me a little money now and then. But at last I had exhausted these. I could get nothing to do of any kind. I have been to Shoreditch Station to try to pick up a few pence at carrying parcels, but there were so many there that I could not get a crust that way. I was obliged to pawn garment after garment to pay for my food and lodging, and when they were all gone, I was wholly destitute. I couldn't even raise twopence for a night's lodging, so I came here and asked for a ticket. My wife is dead. I have 3 children, but I would rather you would not say anything about them, if you please. I assured the man that his name should not be printed, and he then consented to his children being mentioned. The age of my eldest child is 14, and my youngest 9. They do not know of the destitution of their father. They are staying with one of my relations, who has supported them since my failure. I wouldn't have them know of my state on any account. None of my family are aware of my misery. My eldest child is a girl, and it would break her heart to know where I am and see the state of distress I am in. My boy, I think, would never get over it. He is 11 years old. I have tried to get work at carrying placard boards about, but I can't. My clothes are now too bad for me to do anything else. I write a good hand, and would do anything, I don't care what, to earn a few pence. I can get a good character from every place I have been in. The other tradesman's story was as follows. I am now 33, and am acquainted with the grocery trade, both as master and assistant. I served a 5 years' apprenticeship in a town in Berkshire.
The very late hours and the constant confinement made me feel my apprenticeship a state of slavery. The other apprentices used to say they felt it so likewise. During my apprenticeship, I consider that I never learnt my trade properly. I knew as much at the year's end as at the 5 years' end. My father gave my master £50 premium. The same premium, or more, was paid with the others. One, the son of a gentleman at paid as much as £80. My master made an excellent thing of his apprentices. Nearly all the grocers in the part of Berkshire I'm acquainted with do the same. My master was a severe man to us, in respect of keeping us in the house, and making us attend the Methodist chapel twice, and sometimes thrice, every Sunday. We had prayers night and morning. I attribute my misfortunes to this apprenticeship, because there was a great discrepancy between profession and practice in the house. So there could be no respect in the young men for their employer, and they grew careless. He carried on his business in a way to inspire anything else than respect. On the cheesemongery side, we were always blamed if we didn't keep the scale well wetted so as to make it heavier on one side than the other. I mean the side of the scale where the butter was put. That was filled or partly filled with water, under pretence of preventing the butter sticking. And so the customer was wronged, half an ounce in every purchase. With regard to the bacon, which, on account of competition, we had to sell cheap, at no profit sometimes, he used to say to us, "You must make the ounces pay." That is, we were expected to add 2 or more ounces, calculating on what the customer would put up with, to every 6 odd ounces in the weight of a piece. For instance, if a hock of bacon weighed 6 pounds 7 ounces, at 4pence halfpenny per pound, we were to charge 2 shillings and 3pence for the 6 pounds, and, if possible, adding 2 ounces to the 7, which was the actual weight, charge each ounce a halfpenny, so getting 2 shillings and 7pence halfpenny instead of 2 shillings and 5pence. This is a common practice in all the cheap shops I am acquainted with. With his sugars and teas, inferior sorts were mixed. In grinding pepper, a quantity of rice was used, it all being ground together. Mustard was adulterated by the manufacturers if the price given showed that the adulterated stuff was wanted. The lowest priced coffee was always half chicory, the second quality 1/3 chicory. The best was 1 pound of chicory to 3 pounds of coffee, or 1/4. We had it either in chicory nibs, which is the root of the endive, cultivated in Yorkshire, Prussia, and so on, or else a spurious chicory, powdered, 2pence per pound cheaper, the principal ingredient being parsnips and carrots, cut in small pieces and roasted like chicory. A quart of water is the allowance to every 28 pounds of tobacco. We had to keep pulling it so as to keep it loose, for if left to lie long, it would mould and get a very unpleasant smell. In weighing sugar, some was always spilt loose in the scale opposite the weight, which remains in the scale, so that every pound or so is 1/4 of an ounce short. This is the practice only in cutting shops. Often enough, after we have been doing all these rogueries, we are called into prayers. In my next situation, with an honourable tradesman in Yorkshire, I found I had to learn my business over again, so as to carry it on fairly. In 2 or 3 years I went into business in the town where I was apprenticed, but I had been subjected to such close confinement and so many unnecessary restrictions, without any opportunity of improving by reading, that when I was my own master and in possession of money, and on the first taste of freedom, I squandered my money foolishly and extravagantly, and that brought me into difficulties. I was £150 deficient to meet my liabilities, and my friends advanced that sum, I undertaking to be more attentive to business. After that, a man started as a grocer in the same street, in the cutting line, and I had to compete with him, and he sold his sugar a halfpenny a pound less than it cost, and I was obliged to do the same. The preparing of the sugar for the market day is a country grocer's week's work, and all at a loss. That's the ruin of many a grocer. My profits dwindled year by year, though I stuck very close to business, and in 18 months I gave it up. By that time, other cutting shops were opened. None have done any good. I was about £100 bad, which my friends arranged to pay by instalments. After that, I hawked tea. I did no good in that. The system is to leave it at the working men's houses, giving a week's credit, the customers often taking more. Nothing can be honestly made in that trade. The Scotchmen in the trade are the only men that can do any good in it. The charge is 6 shillings for what's 4 shillings in a good shop. About 9 months ago, my wife, I had been married 7 years, was obliged to go and live with her sister, a dressmaker, as I was too poor to keep her or myself either. I then came to London to try for employment of any kind. I answered advertisements, and there were always 40 or 50 young men after the same situation. I never got one, except for a short time at Brentford. I had also a few days' work at bill delivery, that is, grocers' circulars. I was at last so reduced that I couldn't pay for my lodgings. Nobody can describe the misery I felt as I have walked the streets all night, falling asleep as I went along, and then roused myself up half frozen, my limbs aching, and my whole body trembling. Sometimes, if I could find a penny, I might sit up in a coffee shop in Russell Street, Covent Garden, till 5 in the morning, when I had to roam the streets all day long. 2 days I was without food, and determined to commit some felony to save me from starvation, when to my great joy, for God knows what it saved me from, as I was utterly careless what my fate would be, I was told of this refuge by a poor man who had been there, who found me walking about the piazzas in Covent Garden as a place of shelter. I applied and was admitted. I don't know how I can get a place without clothes. I have one child with my wife, and she supports him and herself very indifferently by dressmaking. A soldier's wife, speaking with a strong Scotch accent, made the following statement. She had altogether a decent appearance, but her features, and there were the remains of prettiness in her look, were sadly pinched. Her manners were quiet, and her voice low and agreeable. She looked like one who had seen better days, as the poor of the better sort not unfrequently say in their destitution, clinging to the recollection of past comforts. She wore a very clean checked cotton shawl and a straw bonnet tolerably entire. The remainder of her dress was covered by her shawl, which was folded closely about her, over a dark cotton gown. "I was born 20 miles from Inverness," she said, "and have been a servant since I was 11. I always lived in good places, the best of places. I never was in inferior places. I have lived as cook, housemaid, or servant of all work in Inverness, Elgin, and Tain, always maintaining a good character. I thank God for that. In all my distress I've done nothing wrong, but I didn't know what distress was when in service. I continued in service until I married, but I was not able to save much money, because I had to do all I could for my mother, who was a very poor widow, for I lost my father when I was 2 years old. Wages are very low in Scotland to what they are in England. In the year 1847 I lived in the service of the barrack master of Fort George, 20 miles below Inverness. There I became acquainted with my present husband, a soldier, and I was married to him in March 1847, in the chapel at Fort George. I continued 2 months in service after my marriage. My mistress wouldn't let me away. She was very kind to me, so was my master, they all were. I have a written character from my mistress. Note, this, at my request, she produced. End note. 2 months after, the regiment left Fort George for Leith, and there I lived with my husband in barracks. It is not so bad for married persons in the artillery as in the line. We were in the artillery. In barracks. In our barrack rooms, no single men were allowed to sleep where the married people were accommodated, but there were 3 or 4 married families in our room.
I lived 2 years in barracks with my husband, in different barracks. I was very comfortable. I didn't know what it was to want anything I ought to have. My husband was a kind, sober man. Note, this she said very feelingly. End note. His regiment was ordered abroad to Nova Scotia. I had no family. Only 6 soldiers' wives are allowed to go out with each company, and there were 17 married men in the company to which my husband belonged. It's determined by lot. An officer holds the tickets in his cap, and the men draw them. None of the wives are present. It would be too hard a thing for them to see. My husband drew a blank. She continued, It was a sad scene when they embarked at Woolwich last March. All the wives were there, all crying and sobbing, you may depend upon that. And the children too, and some of the men. But I couldn't look much at them, and I don't like to see men cry. My husband was sadly distressed. I hoped to get out there and join him, not knowing the passage was so long and expensive. I had a little money then, but that's gone, and I'm brought to misery. It would have cost me £6 at that time to get out, and I couldn't manage that. So I stayed in London, getting a day's work at washing when I could, making a very poor living of it. And I was at last forced to part with all my good clothes after my money went. And my husband, God bless him, always gave me his money to do what I thought best with it. I used to earn a little in barracks with my needle too. I was taken ill with cholera at the latter end of August. Dear, dear, what I suffered. And when I was getting better, I had a second attack, and that was the way my bit of money all went. I was then quite destitute, but I care nothing for that, and would care nothing for anything if I could get out to my husband. I should be happy then. I should never be so happy since I was born before. It's now a month since I was entirely out of halfpence. I can't beg. It would disgrace me and my husband, and I'd die in the streets first. Last Saturday I hadn't a farthing. I hadn't a thing to part with. I had a bed by the night at 3d a night, not a regular lodging-house. But the mistress wouldn't trust me no longer, as I owed her 2 shillings and 6pence, and for that she holds clothes worth far more than that. I heard of this asylum and got admitted, or I must have spent the night in the street. There was nothing else for me. But thank God I've been spared that. On Christmas Day I had a letter from my husband. This she produced. It contained the following passage. Quote, I am glad this letter only costs you a penny, as your purse must be getting very low. But there is a good time coming, and I trust in God it will not be long, my dear wife. I hope you will have got a good place before this reaches you. I am doing all in my power to help you. I trust in good in 3 months more, if you help me. Between us we make it out. End quote. She concluded, I wouldn't like him to know how badly I am off. He knows I would do nothing wrong. He wouldn't suspect me. He never would. He knows me too well. I have no clothes but what are detained for 2 shillings and 6pence, and what I have on. I have on just this shawl and an old cotton gown, but it's not broke, and my underclothing. All my wish is to get out to my husband. I care for nothing else in this world. Next comes the tale of a young girl who worked at velvet embossing. She was comely and modestly spoken. By her attire, it would have been difficult to have told that she was so utterly destitute, as I afterwards discovered. She was scrupulously neat and clean in her dress. Indeed, it was evident even from her appearance that she belonged to a better class than the ordinary inmates of the asylum. As she sat alone in the long unoccupied wards, she sighed heavily, and her eyes were fixed continually on the ground. Her voice was very sorrowful. Her narrative was as follows. I have been out of work for a very long while, for full 3 months now, and all the summer I was only on and off. I mostly had my work given out to me. It was in pieces of 100 yards, and sometimes less,
and I was paid so much for the dozen yards. I generally had threepence halfpenny, and sometimes a penny halfpenny, according to what it was. Threepence halfpenny was the highest price that I had. I could, if I rose at 5 in the morning and sat up till 12, earn between 1 shilling and 1 shilling threepence in a day. I had to cut the velvet after it had been embossed. I could, if a diamond pattern, do 5 dozen yards in a day, and if a leaf pattern, I could only do 3 dozen and a half. I couldn't get enough of it to do, even at these prices. Sometimes I was 2 days in the week without work, and sometimes I had work for only 1 day in the week. They wanted to reduce the penny halfpenny diamond work to a penny the dozen yards, and so they would have done, only the work got so slack that we had to leave it altogether. That is now 7 weeks ago. Before that, I did get a little to do, although it was very little, and since then I have called almost every week at the warehouse, but they have put me off, telling me to come in a fortnight or a week's time. I never kept acquaintance with any of the other young women working at the warehouse, but I dare say about 25 were thrown out of work at the same time as I was. Sometimes I made 6 shillings a week, and sometimes only 3 shillings, and for the last fortnight I got 1 shilling and sixpence a week, and out of that I had my own candles to find, and 1 shilling and sixpence a week to pay for my lodgings. After I lost my work, I made away with what little clothes I had, and now I have got nothing but what I stand upright in. Note, the tears were pouring down the cheeks of the poor girl. She was many minutes afterwards before she could answer my questions from sobbing. End note. I can't help crying, she said, when I think how destitute I am. Oh, yes, indeed. Note, she cried through her sobs. End note. I have been a good girl in all my trials. I might have been better off if I had chosen to take to that life. I need not have been here if I had chosen to part with my character. I don't know what my father was. I believe he was a clerk in one of the foreign confectionery houses. He deserted my mother 2 months before I was born. I don't know whether he is dead or not, for I never set eyes on him. If he is alive, he is very well off. I know this from my aunt, who was told by one of his fellow clerks that he had married a woman of property and gone abroad. He was disappointed with my mother. He expected to have had a good bit of money with her, but after she married him, her father wouldn't notice her. My mother died when I was a week old, so I do not recollect either of my parents. When my aunt, who was his own sister, wrote to him about myself, my brother and sister, he sent word back that the children might go to the workhouse. But my aunt took pity on us and brought us all up. She had a little property of her own. She gave us a decent education, as far as lay in her power. My brother she put to sea. My father's brother was a captain, and he took my brother with him. The first voyage he went, he was 14, a part of the rigging fell on him and the first mate, and they were both killed on the spot. My sister went as lady's maid to Lady and went abroad with her, now 18 months ago, and I have never heard of her since. The aunt who brought me up is dead now. She was carried off 2 years and 3 months ago. If she had lived, I should never have wanted a friend. I remained with her up to the time of her death, and was very happy before that time. After that, I found it very hard for a poor lone girl like me to get an honest living. I have been struggling on ever since, parting with my clothes, and often going for 2 days without food. I lived upon the remainder of my clothes for some little time after I was thrown entirely out of work. But at last I got a fortnight in debt at my lodgings, and they made me leave. That's a week and 3 days ago now. Then I had nowhere but the streets to lay my head. I walked about for 3 days and nights without rest. I went into a chapel. I went there to sit down and pray, but I was too tired to offer up any prayers, for I fell asleep. I had been 2 nights and 3 days in the streets before this, and all I had during that time was a penny loaf, and that I was obliged to beg for. On the day that I was walking about, it thawed in the morning and froze very hard at night. My shoes were very bad and let in water, and as the night came on, my stockings froze to my feet. Even now I am suffering from the cold of those nights. It is as much as I can do to bend my limbs at present. I have been in the asylum a week, and tonight is my last night here. I have nowhere to go, and what will become of me, the Lord God only knows. Note. Again, she burst out crying most piteously. End note. My things are not fit to go into any respectable workroom, and they won't take me into a lodging either, unless I've got clothes. I would rather make away with myself than lose my character. Note. As she raised her hand to wipe away her tears, I saw that her arms were bare, and on her moving the old black mantle that covered her shoulders, I observed that her gown was so ragged that the body was almost gone from it, and it had no sleeves. End note. I shouldn't have kept this, she said, if I could have made away with it. She said that she had no friend in the world to help her, but that she would like much to emigrate. I afterwards inquired at the house at which this poor creature had lodged as to whether she had always conducted herself with propriety while living there. To be candid, I could hardly believe that any person could turn a young friendless girl into the streets because she owed 2 weeks' rent, though the girl appeared too simple and truthful to fabricate such a statement. On inquiry, I found her story true from the beginning to the end. The landlady, an Irishwoman, acknowledged that the girl was in her debt but 3 shillings, that she had lodged with her for several months, and always paid her regularly when she had money. But she couldn't afford, she said, to keep people for nothing. The girl had been a good, well-behaved, modest girl with her. End of section 92. Section 93 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3 by Hendrie Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. London Vagrants, Part 16. Description of the Asylum for the Houseless. The Asylum for the Houseless Poor of London is opened only when the thermometer reaches freezing point, and offers nothing but dry bread and warm shelter to such as avail themselves of its charity. To this place swarm, as the bitter winter's night comes on, some 500 penniless and homeless wanderers. The poverty-stricken from every quarter of the globe are found within its wards, from the haggard American seaman to the lank Polish refugee, the pale German out-wanderer, the tearful black sea cook, the shivering Lascar crossing sweeper, the helpless Chinese beggar, and the half-torpid Italian organ boy. It is indeed a ragged congress of nations, a convocation of squalor and misery, of destitution, degradation, and suffering from all the corners of the earth. Nearly every shade and grade of misery, misfortune, vice, and even guilt are to be found in the place, for characters are not demanded previous to admission, want being the sole qualification required of the applicants. The Asylum for the Houseless is at once the beggar's hotel, the tramp's townhouse, the outcast's haven of refuge, the last dwelling indeed on the road to ruin. It is impossible to mistake the asylum if you go there at dark, just as the lamp in the wire cage over the entrance door is being lighted. This is the hour of opening, and ranged along the curb is a kind of ragged regiment, drawn up 4 deep, and stretching far up and down the narrow lane, until the crowd is like a hedge to the roadway. Nowhere in the world can a similar sight be witnessed. It is a terrible thing indeed to look down upon that squalid crowd from one of the upper windows of the institution. There they stand shivering in the snow, with their thin, cobwebby garments hanging in tatters about them. Many are without shirts, with their bare skin showing through the rents and gaps in their clothes.
like the hide of a dog with the mange. Some have their greasy coats and trousers tied round their wrists and ankles with string to prevent the piercing wind from blowing up them. A few are without shoes, and these keep one foot only to the ground, while the bare flesh that has had to tramp through the snow is blue and livid-looking as half-cooked meat. It is a sullenly silent crowd, without any of the riot and rude frolic which generally ensue upon any gathering in the London streets, for the only sounds heard are the squealing of the beggar infants, or the wrangling of the vagrant boys for the front ranks, together with a continued succession of hoarse coughs that seem to answer each other like the bleating of a flock of sheep. To each person is given half a pound of the best bread on coming in at night, and a like quantity on going out in the morning, and children, even if they be at the breast, have the same, which goes to swell the mother's allowance. A clerk enters in a thick ledger the name, age, trade, and place of birth of the applicants, as well as where they slept the night before. As the eye glances down the column of the register indicating where each applicant has passed the previous night, it is startled to find how often the clerk has had to write down "in the streets," so that ditto, ditto, continually repeated under the same head, sounded as an ideal chorus of terrible want in the mind's ear. The sleeping wards at the asylum are utterly unlike all preconceived notions of a dormitory. There is not a bedstead to be seen, nor is even so much as a sheet or blanket visible. The ward itself is a long, bare, whitewashed apartment, with square post-like pillars supporting the flat-beamed roof, and reminding the visitor of a large unoccupied storeroom, such as are occasionally seen in the neighbourhood of Thames Street and the Docks. Along the floor are ranged what appear at first sight to be endless rows of large empty orange chests, packed closely side by side, so that the boards are divided off into some 200 shallow tan-pit-like compartments. These are the berths, or, to speak technically, the bunks of the institution. In each of them is a black mattress, made of some shiny waterproof material, like tarpauling, stuffed with straw. At the head of every bunk, hanging against the wall, is a leather, a big basil covering, that looks more like a wine cooper's apron than a counterpane. These basils are used as coverlids, not only because they are strong and durable, but for a more cogent reason: they do not retain vermin. Around the fierce stove in the centre of the ward there is generally gathered a group of the houseless wanderers, the crimson rays tinting the cluster of haggard faces with a bright, lurid light that colours the skin as red as wine. One and all are stretching forth their hands, as if to let the delicious heat soak into their half-numbed limbs. They seem positively greedy of the warmth, drawing up their sleeves and trousers so that their naked legs and arms may present a larger surface to the fire. Not a laugh nor sound is heard, but the men stand still, munching their bread, their teeth champing like horses in a manger. One poor wretch, at the time of my visit, had been allowed to sit on a form inside the railings round the stove, for he had the ague, and there he crouched, with his legs near as a roasting joint to the burning coals, as if he were trying to thaw his very marrow. Then how fearful it is to hear the continued coughing of the wretched inmates. It seems to pass round the room from one to another, now sharp and hoarse as a bark, then deep and hollow as a lowing, or, with the old, feeble and trembling as a bleat. In an hour after the opening, the men have quitted the warm fire and crept one after another to their berths, where they lie rolled round in their leathers, the rows of tightly bound figures, brown and stiff as mummies, suggesting the idea of some large catacomb. The stillness is broken only by the snoring of the sounder sleepers and the coughing of the more restless. It is a marvellously pathetic scene. Here is a herd of the most wretched and friendless people in the world, lying down close to the earth as sheep. Here are some 2 centuries of outcasts, whose days are an unvarying round of suffering, enjoying the only moments when they are free from pain and care, life being to them but one long, painful operation, as it were, and sleep the chloroform which, for the time being, renders them insensible. The sight sets the mind speculating on the beggars' and the outcasts' dreams. The ship's company, starving at the North Pole, dreamt every man of them each night of feasting, and are those who compose this miserable, frozen-out beggar crew now regaling themselves in their sleep with visions of imaginary banquets? Are they smacking their mental lips over ideal beef and pudding? Is that poor wretch yonder, whose rheumatic limbs rack him each step he takes, is he tripping over green fields with an elastic and joyous bound, that in his waking moments he can never know again? Do that man's restlessness and heavy moaning come from nightmare terrors of policemen and treadwheels? And which among those runaway boys is fancying that he is back home again with his mother and sisters weeping on his neck? The next moment the thoughts shift, and the heart is overcome with a sense of the vast heap of social refuse, the mere human street sweepings, the great living mixen, that is destined, as soon as the spring returns, to be strewn far and near over the land, and serve as manure to the future crime crops of the country. Then come the self-congratulations and the self-questionings, and as a man, sound in health and limb, walking through a hospital, thanks God that he has been spared the bodily ailments the mere sight of which sickens him, so in this refuge for the starving and the homeless, the first instinct of the well-to-do visitor is to breathe a thanksgiving, like the Pharisee in the parable, that, quote, he is not as one of these, end quote. But the vain conceit has scarcely risen to the tongue before the better nature whispers in the mind's eye, by what special virtue of your own are you different from them? How comes it that you are well clothed and well fed, whilst so many go naked and hungry? And if you, in your arrogance, ignoring all the accidents that have helped to build up your worldly prosperity, assert that you have been the architect of your own fortune, who, let us ask, gave you the genius or energy for the work? Then get down from your moral stilts and confess it honestly to yourself, that you are what you are by that inscrutable grace which decreed your birthplace to be a mansion or a cottage rather than a padding ken, or which granted you brains and strength instead of sending you into the world like many of these, a cripple or an idiot. It is hard for smug-faced respectability to acknowledge these dirt-caked, erring wretches as brothers. And yet if, from those to whom little is given, little is expected, surely, after the atonement of their long suffering, they will make as good angels as the best of us. Charities and sums given to the poor. According to the last report of the Poor Law Commissioners, the paupers receiving in- and outdoor relief was in 1848 no less than 1,870,000 and odd. The number of criminals in the same year was 30,000 and odd. In 1844, the number of lunatics in county asylums was 4,000 and odd, while according to the occupation abstract of the returns of the population, there were in 1841 upwards of 5,000 almspeople, 1,000 beggars, and 21,000 pensioners. These, formed into one sum, give us no less than 2 millions and a quarter individuals who pass their time without applying to any gainful occupation, and consequently live in a state of inactivity and vice, upon the income of the remainder of the population.
By the above computation, therefore, we see that out of a total of 16 million souls, 1/7, or 14% of the whole, continue their existence either by pauperism, mendicancy, or crime. Now, the cost of this immense mass of vice and want is even more appalling than the number of individuals subsisting in such utter degradation. The total amount of money levied in 1848 for the relief of England and Wales was £7,400,000, but exclusive of this amount, the magnitude of the sum that we give voluntarily towards the support and education of the poor classes is unparalleled in the history of any other nation or any other time. According to the summary of the returns annexed to the voluminous reports of the Charity Commissioners, the rent of the land and other fixed property, together with the interest of the money left for charitable purposes in England and Wales, amounts to £1,200,000 a year, and it is believed by proper management this return might be increased to an annual income of at least 2 millions of money. And yet, says Mr. McCulloch, quote, there can be no doubt that even this large sum falls far below the amount expended every year in voluntary donations to charitable establishments. Nor can any estimate be formed, he adds, of the money given in charity to individuals, but in the aggregate cannot fail to amount to an immense sum. End quote. All things considered, therefore, we cannot be very far from the truth if we assume that the sums voluntarily subscribed towards the relief of the poor equal in the aggregate the total amount raised by assessment for the same purpose, so that it appears that the well-to-do amongst us expend the vast sum of £15 million per annum in mitigating the miseries of their less fortunate brethren. But though we give altogether £15 million a year to alleviate the distress of those who want or suffer, we must remember that this vast sum expresses not only the liberal extent of our sympathy, but likewise the fearful amount of want and suffering, of excess and luxury that there must be in the land, if the poorer classes require 15 millions to be added in charity every year to their aggregate income in order to relieve their pains and privations, and the richer can afford to have the same immense sum taken from theirs, and yet scarcely feel the loss. It shows at once how much the one class must possess and the other want. End of section 93. Section 94 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3 by Hendrie Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. Meeting of Ticket of Leave Men. Part 1. A meeting of Ticket of Leave men convened by Mr. H. Mayhew was held some time since at the National Hall, Holborn, with the view of affording to persons of this class who are anxious to lead a reformed life an opportunity of stating the difficulties they have to encounter in their endeavour to obtain an honest livelihood. About 50 members of the body responded to Mr. Mayhew's invitation. The men were admitted on presenting their tickets of leave, and were required on entrance to fill up the columns of a register setting forth their ages, their occupations, the offence for which they were last convicted, their sentences, and the amount of instruction they had severally received. From the information thus collected, it appears that only 3 out of the 50 present were above the age of 40, the large majority ranging between 18 and 35, the highest age of all being 68, that they consisted of labourers, hawkers, costermongers, blacksmiths, shoemakers, carpenters, and other handicraftsmen, that their previous punishments varied from 2 years to 14 years transportation, and that more than one half of them had been educated either at day schools or Sunday schools, Suspecting that the men would be unwilling to attend if the police presented themselves, either in the hall or at its entrance, Mr. Mayhew took the precaution to apply beforehand to the Metropolitan Commissioners on the subject. The authorities at once acceded to the request thus made to them, and not a solitary constable was permitted to overawe the meeting. Mr. Mayhew, in opening the proceedings, said, quote, "The object of this meeting is threefold. In the first place, I wish society to know more about you as a distinct class. Secondly, I wish the world to understand the working of the ticket of leave system. And thirdly, I want to induce society to exert itself to assist you and extricate you from your difficulties. When I first went among you, it was not very easy for me to make you comprehend the purpose I had in view. You at first fancied that I was a government spy, or a person in some way connected with the police. I am none of these, nor am I a clergyman wishing to convert you to his particular creed, nor a teetotaler anxious to prove the source of all evil to be overindulgence in intoxicating drink. But I am simply a literary man, desirous of letting the rich know something more about the poor. Note, applause, end note. Some persons study the stars, others study the animal kingdom. Others again direct their researches into the properties of stones, devoting their whole lives to these particular vocations. I am the first who has endeavoured to study a class of my fellow creatures whom Providence has not placed in so fortunate a position as myself, my desire being to bring the extremes of society together, the poor to the rich, and the rich to the poor. Note, applause, end note. I wish to get bodies of men together in a mass, their influence by that means being more sensibly felt than if they remain isolated. I know you perhaps nearly as well as many of you know yourselves. I have had many of you in my house with my wife and children, and to your honour and credit be it said, you never wronged me of the smallest article, and moreover, I never heard a coarse word escape your lips. I have trusted many of you who have been long tried by want of food. I have given you money to get change for me, and you never yet took advantage of me. This shows that there is still a spark of good in each of you. That spark I wish society to develop, that you may be made what all must really desire to see you. Some 2 or 3 Sundays ago, I was at Pentonville Prison during divine service. Society believes you to be hardened in heart and unimpressionable. Well, I saw some 400 prisoners there weeping like children at the melting tale which the clergyman told. He spoke of the burial of a girl by torchlight, at which he officiated, explaining that the reason why the funeral took place so late was that the father of the deceased had to come about 50 miles to be present, and thence the delay. The old man's tears, he said, fell like rain on the coffin lid, and yet in his anguish the bereaved parent exclaimed that he preferred to see his daughter a corpse than for her to live a life of infamy in the streets. Note, sensation, end note. This sad story could not fail to touch a chord in each of your breasts. But to come to the ticket of leave system, the public generally believe that it is a most dangerous thing to set you free under that system. I know this is one of the most important experiments in connection with the reformation of offenders that has ever been tried, and it has worked better than any other of which I have had experience. In 1853, the old mode of transportation was changed, and an act passed directing that no person should be sentenced to transportation except for 14 years or upwards, and that thenceforward sentence of penal servitude should be substituted for transportation for less than 14 years. At the same time, a discretionary power was given to commute sentences of transportation into terms of penal servitude. Then for the first time was it ordained that it should be lawful for Her Majesty, under the seal of her Secretary of State, to grant any convict, now or hereafter sentenced to transportation, or to the punishment substituted for it, a licence to be at large in the United Kingdom
or such part thereof as is expressed in the licence, during a portion of his term of imprisonment. The holder of this licence is not to be imprisoned by reason of his previous sentence, but if his licence is revoked, he is to be apprehended and recommitted. Since the passing of that Act, and between September 1853 and December 31st, 1855, a period of about 2 years and a quarter, the number of convicts released from public works and prisons has been 3,880. To this number have to be added juveniles from Pankhurst Prison, 297, and convicts from Bermuda and Gibraltar, 435. Making a total of 4,612. Of this aggregate, 140 have had their licences revoked, and 118 have been sentenced to penal servitude and imprisonment, making together 258 who have had their licences cancelled out of the entire 4,612. Out of this 258, 27 were committed for breach of the vagrancy law, 20 for ordinary assaults, 8 for assaults on the police, 6 for breach of the game laws, 2 for desertion from the militia, and 20 for misdemeanour, making together 84, and leaving 174 as the exact number who have relapsed into their former course of life. Thus, it appears that only 5.5% of the whole number of tickets of leave granted have been revoked. Now, considering that the number of recommittals to prison for England and Wales averages 33 in every 100 prisoners, this, I think, is a very favourable result of the ticket of leave experiment. Looking at the extreme difficulty of a return to an honest life, it is almost astonishing that so low a percentage as 5.5% of the licences in all England should have been revoked. You know that, during your imprisonment, there are 4 stages of probation. In certain prisons, you have to do a prescribed amount of work, for which you receive a certain gratuity. The shoemakers, for instance, get 4pence every week if they make 2.5 pairs, 6pence for 3 pairs, and 8pence for 4 pairs. The tailors get 4pence if they make 2 suits of prison garments, 6pence for 3 suits, and 8pence for 4. The mat makers get 4pence for 36 square feet of their work, 6pence for 45 feet, and 8pence for 54. The cotton weavers get 4pence for 24 yards, 6pence for 30, and 8pence for 36. The cloth weavers are paid in a similar manner. These sums are entered to your credit and pass with you from prison to prison until they at last accumulate into an amount which is handed over to you, under certain restrictions, on leaving. In the second stage of probation, you receive 6pence in addition to the ordinary weekly gratuity. In the third stage, you receive an addition of 9pence, and in the fourth stage one of 1 shilling, or 1 shilling and 3pence. This sum, large or small, according to the term of imprisonment, is placed to your credit on quitting the prison, and is thus distributed: £5 to be paid immediately on discharge, or by post office order on the convict's arrival at his native place. If the sum is over £5 and under £8, he receives £4 on his discharge, and the balance at the end of 2 months. If over £8 and under £12, half is paid on his discharge, and the balance at the end of 3 months. If over £12 and under £20, £5 is paid on his discharge, half the balance in 2 months, and the remainder in 3 months. In order, however, to obtain this balance, it is necessary for you to be provided with certificates as to character, either from a clergyman, a magistrate, or the employer with whom the holder of the licence is then at work. The applicants for these balances have been 1,242 in number up to the 31st of December last. Of these, 1,225 have sent in certificates of a satisfactory nature,
only 17 having been sent in of a contrary character. 851 certificates were furnished by clergymen, 214 by magistrates, and 177 by employers under whom the persons liberated were engaged. In the 1,225 cases above mentioned, after the expiration of the prescribed number of months, the money was paid to the applicants. Considering the difficulty these persons must experience in obtaining the certificates required of them, the figures I have stated are highly satisfactory as to the working of the system, and I cannot therefore understand how society should have gone so far astray on this point as it has done. The public, however, believe ticket-of-leave men to be very dangerous characters. It does not know the training they undergo while in prison. A high authority tells me that it is impossible for a gentleman's son to be trained with greater care at Eton or at any of the other public schools than each of you have been. When, however, society sees 2 or 3, or even some half-dozen of you relapse into your former practices, they jump to the conclusion that the same is the case with you all. They in fact think that relapses are the rule and amendment the exception, instead of the fact being quite the other way. This is like the self-delusion of the London apprentices who fancy there are more wet Sundays in a year than rainy weekdays, simply because they want to get out on Sundays and are particularly vexed when the bad weather keeps them at home. Note, laughter, end note. Now, I have tried many experiments at the reformation of criminals, and one half of them have failed. Yet I am not discouraged, for I know how difficult it is for men to lay aside their past habits. Every allowance ought therefore to be made, because they cannot be expected to become angels in a moment. The vice of the present system, in fact, is that unless a criminal suddenly becomes a pattern man, and at once forgets all his old associates, society will have none of you, and, as a certain gentleman has expressed it, you must all be shot down and thrown into society's dustbin. Note, applause, end note. A well-known literary gentleman, who had moved in good society, had a daughter with whom he lived at the East End of London. He was rather lax, perhaps, in the rearing of his child, allowing her to do pretty much as she liked. She once went to a concert and got acquainted with a mobsman who accompanied her home, and at last introduced himself to her father as his daughter's suitor. Being a well-dressed, respectable-looking person, the father, good, easy man, took a liking for him, and not being particular in his inquiries as to the lover's course of life, allowed them to marry. After their marriage, however, the daughter discovered what her husband's pursuits really were. She, of course, acquainted her father with the fact, who, in great distress of mind, called his son-in-law to him, and telling him that he had never had a stain upon his name or character, implored him by every argument he could urge to lead an honest life. The mobsman promised to comply. His father-in-law removed him from the neighbourhood in which he was staying, and placed him in the service of a large railway carrier. In this employ, having one day to take a parcel to a gentleman's house, upstairs on the mantelpiece he saw a gold watch. This temptation was too much for him, and he seized the article and put it into his pocket. The theft was discovered before the offender had gone any distance. The man was soon arrested, but the father, by dint of great exertion, got him off. On returning the watch and communicating with its owner before the complaint was made at the police office, the father again entreated his son-in-law to abandon his evil courses, but the latter said his old associations were too strong for him, and that he saw no other resource open for him than to leave London altogether. The old man accordingly took him with him to a residence on the banks of the Thames, where at length some of his old companions unfortunately met him, and told him of a crib they were going to crack, and of the heavy swag they were likely to get. The prodigal's old habits were again too much for him. He accompanied his former associates in their criminal enterprise, was captured and thrown again into prison. His father-in-law died in a madhouse, and his wife committed suicide. Thus fearful, then, are the effects of criminal associations, and therefore I am only surprised that so small a percentage of the ticket of leave men have yielded to a relapse. Successful, however, as the system has thus far proved, I yet see a considerable amount of evil in connection with it, and this is the reason why I have called you together, hoping that some of the tales you have to relate will serve to rouse the public to a sense of your real position and induce them to stretch forth a hand to save you from the ruin that on every hand threatens you. When you come out of prison, destitute as you are of character, there are only 2 or 3 kinds of employment open to you, and I therefore wish society to institute some association to watch over you, to give you every possible advice, to lead you to good courses, and moreover, to provide you with the means of getting some honest livelihood. Note applause. End note. I know that as a class you are distinguished mainly by your love of a roving life, and that at the bottom of all your criminal practices lies your indisposition to follow any settled occupation. Continuous employment of a monotonous nature is so irksome to you that immediately you engage in it, you long to break away from it. This, I believe, after long observation of your character, to be true of the majority of you, and you are able to judge if I am right in this conclusion. Society, however, expects that if you wish to better yourselves, you will at once settle down as steadily as it does, and immediately conform to all its notions. But I am satisfied that if anything effectual is to be done in the way of reforming you, society must work in consonance and not in antagonism with your nature. In this connection, it appears to me that the great outlet for you is street trading, where you are allowed to roam at will unchafed by restraints not congenial to your habits and feelings. In such pursuits, a small fund for stock money suffices, and besides, no character is required for those who engage in them. From the inquiries made by a gentleman who lately visited the places in which most of you live, I find that the great majority of you follow some form or other of street occupation. Still, there is this difficulty in your way. The public requires its thoroughfares to be kept clear of obstruction, and I know that the police have been ordered to drive you away, to make you, as the phrase is, move on. You may fancy that the police act thus of their own accord, but I learn from communication with the commissioners that the police have to receive requisitions from the shopkeepers and other inhabitants to enforce the Street Act, and are compelled to comply with them. In one instance, a tradesman living in a street market, where about 500 poor persons were obtaining a livelihood, complained to the police of the obstruction thus occasioned to his business, which was of a fashionable nature. The consequence was that the thoroughfare had to be cleared, and these 500 persons were reduced almost to a state of starvation, and many of them were forced into the workhouse. Now, I don't believe that this is right, and I am prepared to say to society that no one man in the kingdom should have the power to deprive so large a body of poor persons of all means of gaining an honest subsistence. Note, loud applause. End note. At the same time, certain regulations must be respected. The streets even, you will allow, must not be blocked. Note, hear, hear. End note. There must be a free passage, and it is necessary to consider whether a plan may not be devised which will answer both ends. It strikes me that a certain number of poor men's markets might be established very advantageously, for the poor are so linked together that they would rather buy of the poor than the rich, and it is much to their credit that it is so. If spots of ground for markets of this kind were bought by benevolent individuals, and a small toll levied on admission to them, I am sure the speculation would be profitable to those who embarked in it, as well as beneficial to the interests, moral as well as pecuniary, of the street traders. Connected with these establishments there ought to be a school
for the children of the traders, a bank for preserving your money, a cook shop to prevent you from being obliged to take your meals at the public house, together with many other useful adjuncts which might be grouped round the market. Such experiments have been tried before now. There is the old rag fair at Houndsditch, where formerly old clothes were sold in the streets. In that case, a Jew bought a piece of land to which poor traders were admitted on payment of a halfpenny per head, and the project succeeded so admirably that the owner of the ground soon became a rich man. At Paris, similar markets have been instituted, and with success, by Monsieur de la Mare, and in the same city there are also public kitchens where cooked meat can be had at a cheap rate, so as to keep the poor people out of the public houses. Lodging houses for such of the men as choose to come to them would likewise be a valuable appendage to the suggested street markets, but they must be free from the almost tyrannical supervision which prevails in the existing model lodging houses in London. Whilst so much vexatious restriction is put upon men's liberties, they cannot be expected to frequent these places in the numbers they otherwise would. Lodging houses for the reception of ticket of leave men on leaving prison might prevent them from being thrown loose upon the world until they have some prospect of a livelihood before them. I wish society to take these men by the hand, to be lenient and considerate towards them, and not to be annoyed if one or two should recede from their good resolutions. For the experience of the reformatory institutions of London shows that there are often 25% of relapses among their inmates. Therefore, if only 5.5% of you fail in your laudable endeavours, as the returns I have quoted show to be the whole proportion, then I say that you are a class who ought to be encouraged. By this means we shall be able to grapple effectively with this great trouble, namely, how to reform the great bulk of our criminals. Under these circumstances, I have invited you here tonight to give you an opportunity of telling society what are your difficulties. There is a gentleman present who will publish your grievances all over the kingdom, and I charge you all to speak only the truth. You cannot benefit by any other course, and therefore be you a check the one upon the other. And if any one departs from the strict fact, do you pull him up. Thus you will show the world that you have met here with an earnest desire to better yourselves. Thus you will present a spectacle that will go far to convince society that it runs no risk in giving you your liberty, and prevail upon it to regard not wholly without compassion the few members of your class who, yielding in an evil hour to the trying temptations which beset them, sink unhappily into their former delinquencies." End quote. Note: loud and prolonged applause. End note. End of section 94. Section 95 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3 by Hendrie Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Hendrie. Meeting of Ticket of Leave Men, Part 2. The men were then requested to ascend the platform and relate their own experience, as well as to state their views on how their class could best be assisted. The first to respond to this invitation was a young man of neat and comparatively respectable appearance, who seemed to be known to the rest by the name of Peter, and who, with great fluency and considerable propriety of expression, proceeded to narrate his own past career as follows. "Friends, I hope you will excuse any hesitation or stammering on my part while I stand in this unusual position. All the education I have received has been picked up in prison, understand that. As to the difficulties encountered by ticket of leave men, I know nothing save from my own personal experience. You cannot judge properly of the intentions of the convict unless you begin with his career from the first time that he enters prison. Well, you must know that I was transported for 7 years. I was sent to Millbank, and there put to the tailoring business.
From the outset, I had a great partiality for books, and I then learnt to read and write better than I could do before. I also acquired a little grammar and arithmetic, simply to improve my mind. And if mental improvement is any part of moral improvement, I was of course morally improving also. I knew more arithmetic then than I do now, having lost my knowledge in consequence of excessive indulgence in intoxicating liquors. In fact, I got as far as the beginning of algebra, certainly a very abstruse science to tackle. After spending 14 months in Millbank, I went to Portland, where I had to wheel barrows from morning to night. I still persevered, however, with my books, and the great anxiety that constantly weighed on my mind was what would become of me when I was liberated. I knew that the work I was doing would be well done, and I was far happier then than I am now, because I feel that there is no breakfast for me tomorrow morning till I go and thieve it. And that is the simple truth. Note, applause, end note. I supposed that if I went to the chaplain, who had delivered several charitable discourses, very much in accordance with my own feelings, he might assist me. I therefore stated my case to him, telling him that I really wished to become a better member of society. He listened to my tale and wished me to see him once a week, which I did. But the chaplain at this time was the Reverend Mr. Moran, as we understood, and when I wanted books, he would not encourage me, unless I consented to become a communicant. If I had done that, I should have had more favour shown to me and been provided with whatever I wished. But not feeling myself fit for such a thing, I therefore refused. I then waited till a change took place, and the Reverend Mr. Ubridge, as we understood, a lover of science and literature, came, a clergyman whose system was altogether different, having none of these Roman Catholic restrictions. We were then allowed to think and do as we liked in regard to religion, and no man was forced to attend the communion table unless he thought himself as fit for it as the minister. I applied to the new chaplain, and told him I considered my mind to have been much enlightened. I suppose everybody fancies the same, who knows a little, though not much. When my turn to be liberated approached, they came to me in my separate cell, and I told them there was no chance of my bettering myself unless I could get an honest living. I said that I must go back to London, where I had first been transported, and that the only thing I expected was to be transported again, for my bad character would be no recommendation to me. The police all knew me, and wherever they saw me, they would point me out as a ticket of leave man. Note, applause, end note. On my release, I received £6 12s. I came to Southampton with one of the officers of the establishment, who was kind enough to ask me to take a drop of brandy. Not having had any spirits for 4 years previous, this little got into my head, and having drank another glass or two, I was intoxicated, and I spent all my money that night. Yes, and got locked up into the bargain. Note, laughter, end note. If I did not quite spend all my money myself, somebody else helped me to spend it. I came to London without a farthing. I hadn't a friend in the world, and even at present, if I want a meal, I have no one to say, "Here it is for you." What is a man in such a case, being without work, to do? Is he to starve? Well, I wore out 2 pairs of shoes, walking the streets for 3 months together, looking for a situation, but all in vain. And I became as emaciated as this post, note, pointing to the pillar of the lamp on the platform, end note, having had nothing better than a bit of bread and a herring to eat, and not 1 ounce of animal food during all that period. I had a little pride, which kept me from begging. All the good feelings engendered in prison passed away. I returned to my old companions, with whom I went for about 2 months, when I was at length caught, and received another 12 months' imprisonment, which expired only last Monday fortnight. During the 2 months I was with my old companions, I got a good living. I could always make my £5 or £6 a week by practices which I did not like, but which I was driven to adopt, because the public would not let me earn £1 honestly. Since, however, I received the card of admission to this meeting, I have not put my hand to a dishonest act, and if the promise it holds out is fulfilled, I never will. I have little more to say. I attended here tonight in the hope of reaping some permanent benefit, and also to encourage those who, like myself, wish to become honest members of society. Note, applause. End note. I trust the benevolent gentleman who has so humanely interested himself in this cause will be successful in his exertions on behalf of a body of unfortunate and persecuted beings, who, I should say, are more knocked about by the police and more discouraged by the opinions of the public at large than any other class in the United Kingdom. Note, applause. End note. May God and right reason direct this movement and bring it to a speedy and prosperous issue. Note, loud cheers greeted Peter as he descended from the tribune. End note. The next spokesman was a thin-faced and diminutive but shrewd-looking costermonger of about 25 years of age and tidier in appearance than many of his class, who said, "Friends, I'm only a little one, and you can't expect much from me. Indeed, Peter hasn't left me much to say. I will, however, begin at the beginning. At the age of 10, I was left without father or mother, and others here could say the same. I was taught to get a living by selling oranges in the streets, and I kept at that for 12 months. I was afterwards induced to go along with a few Westminster boys who went about thieving, and I had nobody to look after me. Having no friend, I nevertheless always got a good lift from the police. I was soon arrested, and at Newgate received 7 years' transportation. I spent 3 years and 7 months at the Isle of Wight, and 11 months at Portsmouth. I would not have been kept so long at the Isle of Wight if I had been religious, but as I could not act the hypocrite, I was obliged to give up this religion. During this time I never took the sacrament, as they wanted me to do. Well, I gets my liberty, and I had several pounds put into my hands when I left. I came to London Bridge Station and thought it was the Waterloo Station, and fancying I was near Westminster, I looked about for the Victoria Theatre. A chap then said to me, "You had better not be seen in those clothes." I afterwards changed my dress and sold the other clothes. I soon found myself with only about 3 half-crowns in my pocket. My only friend was a cousin, who was engaged in buying hare-skins and rabbit-skins about the streets, and he recommended me to do the same. This was in the winter-time, and I hardly knew one kind of skin from another. However, I did pretty well at this for 2 or 3 weeks, when one day, as I was walking with a sack of skins upon my back through Tothill Street, Westminster, 2 policemen came up to me and demanded to look into my bag. Rather than consent to this, I went to the police court along with them. When I got there, a policeman said to the inspector that I was a ticket of leave and had something in my sack. I insisted on seeing the magistrate, and the inspector brought me to him. But instead of allowing me to speak to his worship, he spoke first, saying that I was very violent and saucy, and a ticket of leave. Instead of hearing what I had to say under these circumstances, the magistrate too burst out, "Oh, you are an insolent fellow, and a disgrace to society. If the Secretary of State knew of your doings, he would banish you." And his worship, also muttering something about sending me to quod for contempt of court, I thought it better to hook it. During 2 years and a half of my term at the Isle of Wight, having learnt something of shoemaking, I now travelled down to Northampton, but could get no work because I had no tools. Even what I did know of the trade was not enough to enable me to get a living by it. I then went on to Derby, and was near starving. I had no lodging. I was not quite so proud as Peter, for I went up to a gentleman and told him the strength of it. I said, "I am a ticket of leave." He hardly understood me, but I tried to explain it to him, and he gave me a shilling. With this aid I got my shirt washed, put myself to rights, polished my boots, and up I goes to a magistrate to see what he would say about it. I told him I wanted to go to London, and could not walk all the way. The magistrate can tell whether I am now speaking the truth. I got an interview with him at Derby, and told him I was a ticket of leave man. He would scarcely believe me, and imagined rather that I was a returned convict. The police jeering me said, "How well polished his boots are, but we think him an impostor." So with no other help than the shilling I had obtained, I trudged along in my misery until, with the worms and maggots gnawing my belly, I reached London. Here my cousin got me into the market again, and I married last Christmas 12-month and have one child. I am now just managing to crack an honest crust, and while I can do that, I will never thieve more. Applause. End note. I am not much of a talker, therefore I can only hope that the kind gentleman who has called us together will succeed in his praiseworthy endeavours to secure fair play to our ill-used class. I have nothing more to say. Loud cheers. End note. The third speaker was a stonemason of about 30, and of an honest and industrious aspect, who said, "My friends, I have but little to say regarding myself. I was sent away from Newgate to Wakefield in 1851 and put to work. As to gratuity money given to convicts, certainly none was allowed at Wakefield while I was there. As to our treatment there and at other places, I can say that I never had a bit of sweet meat all the time I was at Wakefield. I never had anything but minced meat chopped up, always green, and others can testify to the same thing. One man got 3 days of bread and water for complaining of this. After staying 13 months at Wakefield, I went to Portsmouth, where I remained about 3 years and a half, during which time I certainly worked hard. There the treatment of the men differs greatly according to their conduct. A man who behaves well is treated well, but those of a volatile spirit are treated badly. For myself, I never had a report made against me all the time I was there, and I obtained my liberty under ticket of leave, although I was sentenced to 10 years' imprisonment at the end of 4 years and 4 months. A few others who came later than I did were fortunate enough to get their freedom about the same time. I was not jealous about that, but was glad to get away myself. I had a mother and sister to go to, and though my sister was in employment, I did not cost them anything. I got work at my own trade, and experienced few of the hardships which most of my class do when first liberated. I know one poor man who said this meeting was the last place that he would come to, as it would expose him. He has worked 5 weeks for a person in Gray's Inn Lane. He had been in good circumstances, was a clerk, and under the eye of a minister. He had to sleep in a place where the vermin crawled over his bed, and he had to get up in the night and remove his clothes to keep them clean. For the 5 weeks he has been at work, he has scarcely had the barest necessities of subsistence. I have been to see this man every Sunday, and can safely say that he has not had 6pence in his pocket ever since he has been out of prison. He was engaged at firework making, but this trade becoming slack after the 5th of November, he was thrown upon the streets again. I will not say what became of the man afterwards, because that is not necessary. I will merely mention that he is now struggling on, depending entirely on the public for a meal of victuals. I have myself been to work in the city for 2 months, and have not been intoxicated once. I am not fond of drink. I am steady and mean to continue so, and I trust every one here will resolve to do the same, for you will find it much more to your comfort. I am fortunate enough to be able to earn a livelihood at my trade as a mason, but though I am not in want myself, I could not refrain from coming here to throw what light I could on this subject, and showing my readiness to help others who are in distress. Applause. End note. The next who mounted the platform was an elderly man, evidently much reduced in circumstances. He stated, "I am a dock labourer, and in 1848 was convicted, though innocent, at the Old Bailey. I was within 3 miles of the place where the robbery of which I was accused was committed. I was certainly in company with the female who was robbed 3 hours before the theft occurred, but I had no hand in it, and yet I was sentenced to 14 years' transportation. I passed my first 11 months at Millbank, then I went to Woolwich, and next to Gibraltar. At the latter place Mr. Armstrong is the overseer of the convicts, and he is the severest man ever known, not a worse being in the Australian or any penal settlements. Flogging went on there from before daylight till long after dark. I was 6 years and 8 months under his system, and I received £4 14 shillings and sixpence on leaving Gibraltar, £2 10 shillings of which was stopped to pay my passage to England. When I came home, I strived as hard as any man to get an honest livelihood. I tried every experiment. I went all up and down Whitechapel, but no, the police would not allow me. They picked me out as a marked man. Then I worked 15 or 16 months at the docks, but lately that employment has been very slack, and I have tried all the offices in vain for the last fortnight. I leave you to consider, therefore, what a man is to do when he strives to get a living and can't. No man in all London has seen more trouble than I have. In 1840 I got 3 years' imprisonment. When I came out, a man borrowed my coat to walk through the city with, and next day, as I was going past Bow Church, I was taken up for a robbery which that man had committed, my coat being sworn to, as it had a stain on the collar. I was taken before Alderman Gibbs that morning, and fully committed for trial, and when I appeared at Newgate, I got 12 months in the Compter jail, though innocent. I had not been 3 months out of the Compter before I was taken up for beating a policeman who said I threw a stone at him, but I never did. A fortnight afterwards, the man who did it got 14 days, and I get 2 years for it, though I was not nigh the place. No man in London has suffered as I have done wrongfully, and none has been so worked up as I am at this moment. For the last fortnight the winds have been such as to prevent a single ship from coming up the Channel, and morning after morning between 500 and 600 men regularly wait at the docks for employment, and cannot get it. When I am employed, it is at the West Quay, but the permanent labourers are served first. Such men as I have very little chance, as they bring persons from the other side of the dock sooner than engage casualty labourers. During the 18 months that have elapsed since I came from Gibraltar, I have walked the streets of London whole days without breaking my fast, and since 12 o'clock yesterday up to this moment I have not done so. I really wish, sir, that something could be done for us all. Mr. Mayhew asked the men whether they thought the formation of a society and a system by which those who were in work could assist those who were out of it would benefit them. To this many voices answered, "Yes, yes." Mr. Mayhew continued, "I know that if your stock money is once gone, you are completely helpless. A man who had been tried for his life and sent to Australia came to me one day when let out of prison with a loaf under his arm and said, 'This is all I have got to keep me, and if I ask for work, there is a policeman at my heels to tell everyone that I am a returned convict.' His case became desperate when, about the time of the Great Exhibition, I offered to give him a little money if he would pledge me his word to do all that he could to lead an honest life. He shook hands with me and promised to do so. He then had cards printed and tried to make a living by selling gelatine sweets. After a little time he took a small huckster's shop and subsequently married a lodging-house keeper, and has since been doing very well. I know that the period between the ages of 25 and 50 is the time when a roving life has its strongest attractions, but after that, when a man is hunted like a dog, he gets tired of it. I have seen frequent examples of this, and known whole families of poor people with only sixpence at their command to invest that small sum in sprats and live a month upon it by turning it over and over. I once took a poor boy, a young thief, and got him a place at the Daily News office, when the printer and editor told me he was as good and as well behaved as any boy on that establishment. The difficulty, however, was to separate him from his old pals. He got among them on an Easter Monday, and was found picking pockets at a fair, and taken to prison. It was all up with him, till he had seen the misery of his course of life. But I am sure, if taken by the hand, he will ultimately become a good member of society. I mention this to show that if a little leniency and kindness are evinced
towards the men, we may beat down the crime of the country to an enormous extent. But we must not fancy it possible that such persons can be made model men in an instant. Indeed, I believe that the disposition shown to make converts to religion of you produces a large amount of hypocrisy. Cries of yes, yes. If this leads you to become better men, in heaven's name say so. But if it engenders the worst form of evil, let it be exposed. That there are such things as miracles of instantaneous reformation, I don't deny. But the first thing wanted is some society to give men what will keep them from starving, clothe them, and find them in a lodging. And when they are thus placed in decent comfort, and made, as a necessary consequence, more kindly in their nature, other people may then come to them and try to make them religious. To attempt, however, to proselytize men who are famishing appears to me a mockery and a delusion, and only the most depraved class of criminals would, I believe, yield to it. Applause. The fifth ticket of leave man who addressed the assembly was a man of middle stature, slightly made, and between 25 and 30. He said, "I was sentenced to 7 years' transportation at the Old Bailey. I went to Wakefield and can confirm the statement of a previous speaker that no gratuities are allowed there. I next went to Portsmouth, where I remained 2 years and 2 months, when I was discharged on ticket of leave. I returned to the neighbourhood from whence I was committed. A master who promised to give me constant employment had before this given me a certificate. I was discharged about 18 months ago. Whilst I was at work for my master, a female came up to me and asked me if I had seen 2 other women pass. I answered no, when she invited me to have something to drink, and, knowing the female, I accepted her offer. While walking with her, only 2 doors from where I lived, a policeman came up and took us both into custody. This, I suppose, was because I was known to be a returned convict. The woman was charged with being concerned, with others of her own sex, with robbing a gentleman, and on being searched, a portion of the money was found on her, but none on me. Moreover, the gentleman stating that there was no man engaged in the theft, I was discharged. I then resumed work, but was taken again upon a charge of burglary. Many of you have heard of the case. I was in my shirt sleeves when I was arrested. The case was tried before Mr. Brenham. I did not deny my name, and being a ticket of leave man, I was remanded for a week. I was afterwards brought up and re-examined, and after a careful investigation, I was discharged. If there had been the slightest suspicion attaching to me from my character being known, I must have been either imprisoned for 3 months or committed for trial. I again returned to my work, but in 3 weeks afterwards, I was dragged out of my bed and locked up for 3 hours in the Bagnigge Wells station, whence I was taken to Bow Street. 3 policemen had burst my bedroom door open before 6 o'clock in the morning, and while it was yet dark. They said they wanted me because I had been concerned with a female in the robbery which had occurred 2 nights previous, on Pentonville Hill. The inspector told me he had received an order from the Secretary of State to send me back to Portsmouth Prison, my licence being revoked. When I got to Bow Street, I was placed before Mr. Hall, not in open court, but in a private room. That gentleman also told me that my licence had been revoked, on the alleged grounds that I was living by dishonest means. I was sent back to prison accordingly, but through the intercession of my brother, a married man who showed that I had been working for 12 months, I was again released. There was no just ground whatever for sending me back to prison. I have only been home a fortnight, and having no tools, I don't know what to do. The master who employed me before has got another man." Mr. Mayhew here remarked that it would be a great encouragement to society to help them if those who were doing well assisted those who were doing badly. Whereupon Peter observed that, quote, "It was little help that the one could possibly give to the other. An association," he said, "was what was wanted, whereby the men's present urgent necessities could be relieved before they fell into mischief.
A few days after a man's liberation, he generally found that he had acted foolishly and returned to his senses. If, therefore, a society took him by the hand and gave him temporary shelter and counsel, it would be the best thing that could happen to him." End quote. Those of the lads and men present who had been left without father or mother from an early age were then requested to hold up their hands, when 20 out of the 48 did so. A lame blacksmith and fitter of about 40, whose garb and complexion were in strict keeping with his craft, and who spoke with not a few grains of stern bitterness in his tone, next mounted the rostrum. He said, "I have been transported, and am a spotted man, with whom the police can do as they like. I was a long time at Dartmoor, one of the hardest convict stations a man can go to, and I did the prison work there. I went there in 1851, when an eminent doctor, Mr. Mackintosh, belonged to the place. But having good health, I did not need his assistance. While in the infirmary on several occasions, but not for illness, I saw the medicine that was given to the patients. It was only a large bottle of salts. I have known a man to be cut out of his hammock, taken downstairs, and buried, all in 3 hours. And I have heard the doctor say of a sick man, 'Let him drink out of a pail till he bursts.'" Note, some sensation. End note. I was a privileged man because I was handy, and fitted up almost the whole ironwork of the place. Once some books were pilfered, and at dinner time there was a general turnover and search at parade. The searcher was a very sedate man, at least in the eyes of the governor, but he was the most malicious person that ever stripped. After feeling the pockets of the man next to me, this person called me out, and, contrary to the rule, took me into the yard and stripped me naked. I remonstrated and wished him to choose a place not in the open air, but for this I was ordered to a cell, and while on my way there he borrowed a sword from an officer, the foreman of the smith's shop, and made a cut at me with the back edge of the weapon, inflicting a wound of 18 inches long. I went to my cell, and next morning I was, to my astonishment, charged with attempting to knock this very man down with a hammer. The governor would not hear a word that I had to say. I was inspected by the doctor, and then put back, to appear afterwards before the directors. The charge against me was wholly false. The foreman of the smith's shop was a straightforward man, and when applied to about my character, he told the governor that a quieter man, and one more capable of doing his work than me, he could not wish to see. The accuser could not look me in the face, but if the foreman spoke the truth to the directors, and he was a man who would speak nothing else, he would have been sure to have had his band removed from his cap. So instead of my being taken before the directors, I was sent to my dinner, and I never received the least redress for the wrongs I endured. Before returning home, I was classed as a permanent invalid, and yet I was kept at work on ironwork of 3 tons weight. After acting 4 years as a mechanic and a first-rater at Dartmoor, I got invalided pay, and went home with about £7 in my pocket. That is all the reward given to a good workman and well-conducted man at Dartmoor. I have heard much of Wakefield, and believe the system there will reform any man. It has a first-rate character. But as to Dartmoor, a man leaving it can have no reformation in him. At Dartmoor, when visitors wish to try the prisoner's soup, a basin of nice beef tea, standing smoking on the hob, and fit to show gentlemen, is offered them to taste. But this is not the soup which is really given to the convicts. That is merely a little rice and water. In fact, Dartmoor is one of the most villainous places a man can be put into. You have there to swab up 2 or 3 pails of water before you can rise in the morning. The brutality practised is terrible, and remember, when a man is prejudiced against the treatment he receives, no permanent improvement of his character is possible. Let any Dartmoor man here get up and deny what I say about the place, if he can. The aristocracy fancy that it is an excellent convict station, but it is not. I have seen clean and comfortable-looking men taken off parade because they would not do an officer's dirty work, and conducted to a covered passage from which they have not come out again until they did so with faces cut about and bleeding, and with clothes all torn to pieces. I don't say that all the other convict establishments are like Dartmoor. I have seen bodies of 70 and 80 men come there from Wakefield, good-intentioned persons, and evidently having undergone religious impressions, to judge by their regularly kneeling down to prayers. But Dartmoor must contaminate them and make them worse than ever before they leave it. I never had any particular religious feelings myself while at Dartmoor, but I am sure that a pious life is the most comfortable one under the canopy of heaven. I was very wrongfully sent away to that penal establishment. I had never been convicted before, and my only offence was being concerned in a tap-room drunken fight, for which I was charged with a misdemeanour. It was stated that I intended to do a man some grievous bodily harm, but it was proved that I had no weapon at the time larger than a penny piece. I only left Dartmoor 6 or 7 months ago. If I were in work, I should be most happy to give my mite towards the society that this gentleman, Mr. Mayhew, speaks of, for the benefit of the poor ticket-of-leave men, but the slackness of trade has thrown me out for the last month, and I have maintained myself and 4 others who are on my hands for half a year. The concluding speaker was a young and cleanly-looking working man of prepossessing address, who stated, "I have experienced considerable oppression from the police, who, I think, want as much showing up as anybody. In January 1852, I was sentenced to 7 years' transportation. I stopped at the House of Correction for some time, and then went to Northampton Borough Gaol, where I lay 11 months. Thence I was sent to Woolwich, where I stayed about 2 years and 5 months, and was employed in dragging timber from one end of the yard to the other. However, I did very well there, and I find no fault with the place. When I got my liberty, I returned home, where I had a father and mother and a sister. But as they were in humble circumstances, I did not like to throw myself on them for my support, so I looked about for something to do. I am now keeping company with a young woman. One night, as I was going home at 12:30, after sitting some hours with her and her father, a policeman suddenly comes up to me and, tapping me on the shoulder, says, 'Hello, George, so here you are. Mind I don't send you somewhere else for 12 months. I answered, 'So you may, when I have given you occasion for it.' My landlord saw us, and said that I had done nothing. 'No,' said the policeman, 'or I would not allow him to go free,' and he then told me to move on. My young woman's father keeps a barber's shop, and this policeman goes up to him and acquaints him with my character, asking him whether he is aware that the young man his daughter keeps company with is a returned convict. The father tells her of it, at least she gives me broad hints that imply as much. This man then shows up and exposes me several times to the tradesmen in my neighbourhood. I then see what I can do. I cannot get a certificate of character, and I try to write one myself. Then I get several months' imprisonment, and now I have been out 7 weeks. But I have not done anything dishonest. Still, if it goes on like this, I am sure I must be compelled to do that. A fortnight ago, as I was going home, this same policeman again interfered with me, and I was obliged to put up with his insults. Last week I wrote a letter to the captain of the hulks at Woolwich, telling him of the oppression I suffer. I received a letter from the chaplain, of course containing religious advice, but the answer I obtained from the captain of the hulks was that the next time I am insulted I should write to him again, when he will acquaint the Secretary of State with it, and put it down if possible. How can we hope to get employment from any tradesman if the police persist in telling who we are? I know that if I were an independent gentleman myself, I would not trust a man who had no reference of some kind. Mr. Mayhew, quote, "We will now break up this meeting. I will let you know when to meet again. When I can arrange the formation of a committee of gentlemen willing to connect themselves with the undertaking I have sketched out, we can hold another assemblage in public. Cheers. In the meantime, if I can assist any of you with the loan of a few shillings, but mind you, come to me gently and not thick and fast, I will do what I can to help you. Hear, hear. I am a person who work myself for all I get, and remember I call myself a shilling man, and not one of your sovereign people. Laughter. And when I say alone, I want you all to feel that by doing your best to repay me, you will enable me to extend the same assistance to a greater number of your class. Hear, hear. End note. Colonel Jebb looks on you almost with the eye of a father, and it touches him to the quick to hear of any of you relapsing. I trust that we shall prove successful in our object. But let me in conclusion entreat you all to adhere faithfully to your good resolves, and I hope you will find far greater happiness in pursuing honest courses than dishonest ones. Cheers. The meeting, which lasted from 8 o'clock to 10:30 and was most orderly throughout, then quietly dispersed. End of section 95. End of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 3, by Hendrie Mayhew, 1812 to 1887.